Welcome, everybody, to the Oceanic Regional Part 2 of the year for the 2025 competitive season. My name is Barrett Bryan, and I'm joined by my lovely two co-commentators for the weekend, Jesse the Cervini, and Mr. Let's Talk UVS himself, David Toombs. Jesse, it's been a while since I've been with you behind the microphone. Have seen you at events, of course. How are you doing, my good friend?
I'm doing awesome. A little more awake than last week, where I was the one waking up at 3 a.m. I actually had to sleep for some amount of time. Now I worked my whole day shift of my job, and now we're doing commentary for 6 rounds today. We'll see how long I last here. I got coffee piled up to get through this night.
I'm in the same boat. I got my water, I got my tea, I got my protein drink over here. I'm ready to go, but I want to now shift it over to David. David, last time we saw you, not just necessarily behind the camera, we saw you playing out of your mind on stream at Louisville, but you still didn't convert to the top cut, David. What's going on in your world of UniVersus?
I know. I relive it every day. I faced my local on a winning end. It was Caden. We're locals, and I told him that he drove all the way from Texas to Louisville. I said, "You're going to think about how you lost to me on this winning end for 15 hours on the way home," and then I lost. So
and got second place. So good for Caden, right? So no, that's fantastic. It's great to see you two once again. And we have an exciting show for everybody this weekend. Now, over in Canberra in Australia, and I believe it's 46 players right now, are all lined up to play in this amazing 6-round Swiss tournament that will then convert to top cuts for tomorrow. So we've got 6 rounds to get through today. Are you guys keeping an eye on any decks that you think you're excited to see? Jesse, anything cool?
I swear I saw a 4-attack deck.
Yes.
And there's the old man in me is just like, oh God, they're back.
historically, every time there's a 4-attack deck, Jesse, it's called a problem usually in our format. So
Yeah.
we'll keep an eye on that one for sure. But I know David is making a list for us of some exciting characters. And usually a lot of these characters that you have on this list, David, more than one person is representing them. So like two people are like duoing together and really thinking they're going to have a great deck and experience. You got anything that you're the most excited for that's on that list?
Yeah, there's a couple really cool decks, and you're right, they come in pairs, so clearly it's people working on these decks together. I'm seeing a lot of really neat Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle combos kind of based around the actions Equipment Heist and Exterminate Mutants, being able to build in the Mechazoid, being able to build in assets, and then I was seeing some cool like Hawks. Specific, I love Hawks. I played Hawks for Worlds in 2023. I like this new iteration with setting the standards from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to make the feathers 4/4s. I like the Equipment Heist to build in the Mega Mutant machines that give 5/5. I think there's some really, really neat things. We've got some Raphaels from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles here. I'm going to make a bold statement about this event because when I look through these deck lists,
we love the David Bold statements. I'm so ready.
All right, we'll see how this ages, but I see a really good mix of meta decks. You've got your Hanjas, Zeke War Chiefs, Deku 6, Godzilla. You got your meta decks. And then I see a lot of really cool decks. My hot take here is that this regional right now is going to be the best regional of the entire year.
Whoa. Okay. All right. Well, that is a pretty crazy take. I'm not going to knock it off yet, though, because I don't disagree with you. I think let's go back in time for everybody who's catching up. This is week 2 now of our triple decker 3 regionals in a row. And so let's rewind a little. Let's talk about what happened in Spain, Alicante, Spain, last weekend. Because what you talked about is exactly not necessarily what you're seeing in the field right now for Oceania. It's a lot more diversity, people playing TMNT cards that we did not see necessarily highly represented in Spain. And instead, I mean, I'll just say it, it was the story of Godzilla. And although they didn't end up taking down the whole tournament, there was a strong performance from the King of Monsters. And at least when I do look at the spread, David, you're right. That's not the story of what's going on. So I want to know if it's like, there's still a couple of Midoriyas here. You know, you have to think back at Worlds of earlier this year in February. That was where Oceania brought Midoriya on the move in full force. And we're not even seeing that necessarily here for this event in its spread, but we are still seeing very strong kind of, I'll call them, like you said, Jesse, combo-oriented game plans, 4-attack decks, the Equipment Heist, playing Massive Mute Machines, Hawk stuff. So my question to you then, Jesse, is do you think that sort of playstyle is going to overcome necessarily like the backup game plans like the Zeke Jaeger War Chiefs or the Han Zoe that David just talked about?
Well, I kind of have been really in the tank this week about I'm playing in Toronto next week. And I've been trying to figure out where to go with my decks and and this is like, I like seeing the diversity of this format. And it just shows that like, hey, some people, yes, good people just play the Midoriya deck that just like 2 shots you and with a couple of big attacks. Definitely. Some people could definitely play the Zeke Jaeger, the Zeke Jaeger War Chief deck. But there's this whole other part of the format. People are just, exploring, and they're like, hey, I found this Hawks deck. This Hawks deck's really cool because it turns on this really cool card from the new set on. Or this other deck. Hopefully it'll be good enough today. We'll see it on stream. But like, there's other decks that are just like, I don't think people even know it's on the radar.
I think the biggest thing I can notice, like, if we want to talk like this kind of this giant circle I talk about, we talk about the King of Monsters, right? The Godzilla decks that were all over Spain, right? But then we take that kind of circle and we make it a little bigger. Let's just talk about aggressive sort of 6-hand size aggro plans. David, you talked about Raphael's being in this tournament. That's a TMNT character that is very much in that same realm, right? I'm going to try and play a bunch of my attacks, load my hand away from me and get extra benefits for doing so, and try and find extra attacks to play once I've gotten rid of my hand for a big, massive swing, but they're only a 6-hander. We talk about on the other side of that coin. I think you're right. You could play things like Midoriya on the move, but just like the Midoriya on the move deck that we saw at Spain, it didn't play any TMNT attacks. Do we think we might see Midoriya play TMNT attacks at this event? Or David, do you think this is a different space for different decks to shine, like that Hawks deck? Or do you think backups will come back?
I think the backup decks will do very strongly, and I think we'll see them in top. Like personally, I think that Nine Titans and Unyielding Destruction. I personally think that's just the strongest thing you can be doing in the game. If you can free build in Nine Titans, which, Mutant Ninja Turtles, the 7 difficulty asset, that's basically Nine Titans.
Yeah.
And then if you can, like, if you're like a character like Pumat, for example, you just free build in your 7 difficulty asset 5/5. I mean, if you play 4 Nine Titans and 4 of that, you've got like 8 copies of just massive stats that are coming down. So if you can find a way to free build those 2 cards, I think that's pretty much the strongest thing you can be doing, in my opinion. So I suspect that the backup decks will be very, very strong. I did see some Midoriya on the moves. You were right. Oceania was the region that really brought this character to life. In fact, if you look at World's performances, Oceania over the last 3 years has done extremely well for how, like, typically the quantity of players in these events is a little lower, but they way outperform when they come to Worlds.
Absolutely. I mean, aside from North America having the world champion himself, Kevin Broberg, we could toot our horn about that one a little bit. But you're right. I think when it comes to the amount of like percentage of Oceanic players and how wide and how tall they perform when it comes to these very intensive competitive events, I 100% agree, David. I think they're some of the best UniVersus players in the world. And so I think they're going to give us what you said earlier. I'll say it with you. This could be the best event of the year. But that being said, we do have a table. Our players are going to be shuffling up and getting their things ready. So without, shifting things over and things like that, I want to talk to you both about the matchup that we do have coming up here. So for everyone playing along, we have table 10 here. We have Fruju Tropical Snow. I don't know his real name or their real name, but they are playing one of those characters we just talked about, Izuku Midoriya on the move. And this one is incorporating new attacks that we didn't see being played with the Midoriya deck that won over in Spain. We are playing Hang 10 and Wingnut Sabotage. So Jesse, kind of breaking down what those attacks do for this deck, because it's not what we saw last week.
So I love Hang 10. I am finding every way to abuse it, and Midoriya currently is the big one to do it with. How would you like to just re-ready, play a Hang 10 after doing a bunch of pumps, re-ready your board, and then draw a pile of cards? Because that's what this does. It's a delivery system. It's just, it makes you be able to play like the best level of like one attack a turn control. Of like, I'll play Hang 10. Oh, I drew 7 extra cards. I'll build a few cards, go. Try to break through this wall.
The best way that I describe it, Jesse, is that I think Hang 10 is like something we don't normally see the Midoriya deck necessarily have access to, which is you're allowed to play an attack like on turn 3, and it's not going to end the game per se, but it's going to give you an immense amount of value to then set you up for the future Phantom Thread or Wingnut Sabotage that you do want to play. That's now just enough stats to get over that last hump. But the opponent we have, David, I'm going to toss one to you, a character that we have not seen competitively played quite at all, Devani Tendi, Eager Science Officer. And while I let you UVS Ultra that character, this is the 7 hand size Devani Tendi that benefits and gets plus to their check every time they start gaining some life, and has a response on play where they can give minus speed or they can give stun, of course. But this is a crazy kind of deck because it is under the life symbol, but having access to chaos and fire means they have some really nice support on their attuned support symbol.
Yeah, and this is a character that, you're right, we've almost never seen competitively. The only time I can remember was Albuquerque, played by Caden, who got second place in Louisville. He took Tendi to a top 16 finish, and we had him on stream for a round where he turn 2'd a Nick Reagan like 2 games in a row. It's pretty crazy, the offense that came out. So I'm interested to see. I mean, Albuquerque was 5-6 months ago. And I'm not going to pretend that I've played against Tendi or as Tendi since then, but I'm interested to see how the deck has evolved from that Caden deck that kind of came out of nowhere at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in for a weird one. I think that's for sure. So in the same realm, I'm not saying that it's happening here for these decks, but I do briefly want to talk about how some of the other technology that we have seen come out of the TMNT decks, or the TMNT set, I should say. And the reality is that secret rare backups are in our game. And we saw characters like Pony taking advantage of things like Genghis Frog to, do their best Godzilla impersonation, I should say, giving +3 damage to all of their moves and playing a rapid amount of attacks. And, you talked about backup support decks maybe being big here. We have Midoriya on one side, but I would love to see even how many decks might be playing things like Hunter's Ally plus build in one of their support secret rare backups. But we're not going to see that in this matchup specifically, but our players are shuffling up, and we're going to probably shift over to that screen, watch those players get a little bit ready. We're going to send Jesse away ever so for a bit, just for one round, Jesse. But David and I are going to be commentating this one here shortly. And David, I just really got to ask you, point blank, without looking at all the decks, who do you think is going to grab this match? I can only imagine you're going to say Midoriya, right?
I think you have to lean Midoriya, but Midoriya is a little weak early before they have their stage fully set up, before they can pay when they pay their transformation cost. They do struggle for the cards in hand a little because there's a lot of pressure on them to build all of their foundations in their hand. And the Tendi deck is likely going to be extremely aggressive. So I don't think it's a lock for Midoriya. I think it's actually pretty close to even, but maybe 60% Midoriya. I'll give him a little bit of odds. I mean, he's the reigning champion.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll poke your brain then just a little bit about it, right? Devani Tendi to me is like a different version with different perks than, I'm going to bring up a name that I feel like we haven't talked about in a long time, David. Ymir. It's similarly shaped, just without the damage output that Ymir can do, but doesn't need to hit the 9 foundation to do the thing. But we're seeing important cards that we can talk about. False Visage. We thought this card actually was going to put Ymir over the edge, that every single time you gain a life or gain health while you're on this attack, it gets +1/+1 every single time you gain a life. +1/+1 +1/+1 +1/+1 all the way up to getting this massive bomb. I think that's the kind of game plan we're going to see here, right? Like you said, aggression, and every time you press one of those gain 1 health buttons, it's not just giving 1/1 to False Visage, but Devani Tendi says we're also going to say that our next check to play whatever that move may be, I don't know, something like a defeating the Colossus Titan, this massive 6 difficulty move that you can play after you've played other stuff. I agree with you. It could be a massive amount of damage that could head Midoriya's way, and I think it might just come down to how quickly we can transform into Quirks Unleash and having that very powerful commit responsibility on your character to give flash to one of your opponent's move and set it speed low and draw a card.
Yeah, False Visage is like Visage.
Both. They both work.
Either works. The viewers are gonna have to deal with my mispronunciations. Those kind of responses, anytime I see a repeatable response like that, a flashing like red light should go off. It's like, this is going to be a powerful card. Like when we saw Greater Goal revealed, getting to just give Greater Goal could just give +10 damage to an attack. If you're blowing up your entire stage or blowing up your rival stage, these repeatable responses are always going to be prone to being broken. And the big difference between Tendi and Ymir is that Tendi is a little faster. I think Ymir is a tad too slow in this matchup, and I think that Ymir is going to struggle in the current meta game of Unyielding Destruction.
Absolutely, I think that's a fair
foundation.
Point. Yeah, I mean, what I'm excited to see here, we're going a little bit further into the deck list as I bring things up, as our players are getting very close. We see Devani Tendi here going second after Deku has already built a solid build for foundation with relevant text, I should note, and we've already passed our 3rd foundation as a two difficulty move. We're going straight into a 0 diff now. I think this is going to be a solid build 5 here from the Devani Tendi player, as I see this other 0 diff getting slammed here, and it's going to pass no matter what, basically.
Yeah, these 0 diffs are going to come in clutch to guarantee a very strong build, and we get to keep our character ready for defense. We have the 3 difficulty foundation that says if it deals damage, it does not count towards progressive difficulty, and you get to gain health.
Correct, and that's response on play, right? You are kind of calling your shot. You're going to say, "Hey, if this deals, it won't count, but I'm going to gain a life on response speed on play," which is relevant because it's the same exact timing that Devani Tendi has that says response when you play an attack or when an attack is played. You can either give it minus speed or give it stun by using some of your life total here. So it makes sense, right? I'm excited to see some powerful turn 2 action here, at least in the Devani deck. So I think this turn right here from Midoriya, I think we're going to see a solid build a couple more foundations. I call it the King Ghidorah classic, David, which is you build for 2 turns in a row. But Midoriya does it just as fine, especially here on the air symbol where we have very strong defensive abilities, but we're immediately going to transform our character into the Quirks Unleash. And I think this is the key point, right, that we just talked about. Yes, we've gained access to our strong response from our character. We can give flash to one of Devani Tendi's attacks, but we just turned almost our entire stage sideways to do so.
Yeah, and we didn't have any of the foundations that are going to be re-readying after it's committed to pay a cost or at the end of the turn. Double Heroic Passion is going to be very nice, but we can't use those on defense to draw. So right now we're entering into this turn with about 40% of our stage sideways and only 2 cards in hand. The only way I can see to draw on our stage is the Aaron's sidestep. We can flip, and if we completely block something, we get to draw. We do have our character to draw, so we could get to 4 cards in hand, but with Tendi giving stun 1 to everything,
yeah,
that puts even more pressure onto Deku's stage. That means after a couple of attacks, after a couple blocks, Deku's stage is going to be sideways. It depends on how aggressive of a hand Tendi draws, because they have a good stage to go in.
I can only imagine it's going to be a little aggressive, as we didn't review at all for Dodgy here, our Devani Tendi player, and we're leading things off talking about needing to gain life in our deck. What's a good way to do that? How about an attack that says lose 3 on it in conjunction with the Devani Tendi response here? We're going to lose an additional life. We're going to go all the way down to 16 right here, David. But every time we gain a life now, and we have 4 to play with, we're going to get extra benefits, not only from the Devani Tendi, but maybe from other cards, like we said, False Visage. And we also played that amazing Ymir Foundation that you just talked about, the 3-diff that says we can gain a life and call our shot, say if it deals. You will definitely feel bad about blocking this one, and that's why I think we're immediately going to give this flash. We're going to draw our bonus card, like you said, as our only real way of getting defense. It's going to go down to 0 speed because we do not want the enhance of this dual needle lunge going off, denying that life loss, and we block with an Aries Smiles here, which says respond, flip one of our foundations. Hey, Devani, you must play a non-attack card as your next form or pass your turn completely. Great defense here.
Yeah. In Tendi's mind, they really wanted this dual needle lunge to go to momentum and to move on to their second attack with 0 cards in their card pool. Now, since it was flashed, it no longer gets to go to the momentum. We have to clog our card pool. We're going to be playing on +2 progressive. Now we check a 3 on it when we went for it on a 4. We're definitely not feeling the aggression anymore. We could still go for it because we're giving bonuses to our checks.
Game 1. Whoa. We said no, David. We just going to build that one foundation and pass. Does that mean that our entire hand is just filled with orange?
It does, but I'm a little confused by it. I suppose it's because we're a squishy 7-hander, and so Deku doesn't need quite as much of a stage to truly go in. And, it's not too hard to count to a 7-hander's life total. So I understand it from that perspective, but also a lot of times Deku kind of has pillow hands on these early turns. And I think you're allowed to be a little more aggressive.
I've never heard that term before. Can you elaborate to me what pillow hands is? Can you elaborate that one for me?
Yeah. They're like a declawed cat,
Oh, I see.
Like giving you a massage. Like Deku is he's likely not going to be extremely scary this turn. What Midori is probably looking to do here is commit those heroic passions, draw 2 cards, and build out an even bigger stage, and then win on our next turn. I don't really see Midoriya pushing their stage sideways. So if I was Tendi, Midoriya's got 29 health. I would have kind of committed out to
push the envelope just a little, right? Get something. Remember, your character still gives stun to the next move. Obviously, we did lose a health to give that one stun, and we never got to enhance that stun. But like you said, these heroic passions matter a lot here, David, because we built 2 of them. Midoriya is essentially an 8-hander for the entirety of the game now, right? So that we just built and we basically almost extended the size of our stage by another 75%, going straight to, I believe, 10 exactly. Or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we're well into deadlock, actually. And we're just not necessarily threatened now because turn 2 was the scariest place to be, and we had the perfect defense. Your opponent played a hide attack. I flashed it. I airy smiled, and they only had one more foundation to build afterward, David. I'm sure if you are Fruyu right here, you're feeling incredible because eventually when you don't draw the pillow hands, that Devani Tendi is going to die.
Yeah, it really feels like Deku has completely taken control of the game. It's going to be very, very difficult to push through this defense now. Like you said, they're an 8-hander on their turn, basically at form speed, and then they get to draw on your turn, so they're effectively a 9-hander, and they get to flash your best. It's a pretty insane wall, and I would feel better about cracking the wall if we had a stronger foundation base, but the build won, and since we know that we had all orange when we passed back, we know that this hand is going to be mostly orange. So it feels like we're kind of impossibly behind Deku at this point, but I would be very willing to be proven wrong. I would love to see it.
We're going to see Devani Tendi start their turn off with an unfazed here. It's a 6 diff, but we did check a 5, turning one of our foundations sideways, and we did respond with that uplifting bond, calling our shot like, hey, I lost that health earlier on that dual needle lunge. Although I don't have that momentum to make this echo move really impactful, it still is going to gain stun 1. We got our health back. And it says if you block this move, I'm going to have +1 to all of my checks to play cards for the rest of the turn. In conjunction with the stacking plus to your check because of Devani Tendi, we could easily start passing our entire hand if it is all orange, just like you said.
We could, yeah. If we're able to go on a 6 or 7 attack string, along with the stun 1s, and we see that we're committing for the minus speed, we use the air and sidestep, which means that we're going to be completely blocking this, and then we get to draw a card after we do so. Here it comes, Guardians, Angels of Chinatown, a high block. We do not have a momentum on Tendi's side to echo it.
Yeah, correct. So we're going to get the draw there from Midoriya. We are going to have at least +1 to all of our checks. And we do have a floating one as well from the Devani Tendi response because we gained that health from the uplifting bond. It didn't connect, so it will count towards progressive for the rest of the turn, of course. And like you said, we don't have a momentum. No echo possible here, but at least we have +2 to our check to play anything we want now, and it looks like it is going to be another high impact attack. We really do wish we had that momentum here, David. Spirit Gun final, not that this one's going to use it, but this one is a 5 mid for 5 that says we can lose 3 life, another way of losing 3 or losing life, and if we do, it's going to get +5 damage, and then we can also commit 3 foundations to give this +5 speed if you so choose that you want to press those options.
Yeah, the commit would feel like a pretty heavy cost right now. I think I'd be surprised if we saw that come down. The losing health is nice so that we can continue to gain and get our check bonuses. Okay, it looks like it has been flashed, so neither of those will happen. Take it down to 0 and go ahead and get ourselves a free block. Are you a little surprised that we flashed it and didn't just allow Tendi to lose 5 health?
I think it's about giving... We had such a great shutout defensive turn because of what the hand that Devani Tendi had last turn. I think it's just about continuously playing strong defense, and there's no point in flashing the unfazed, right? It doesn't have any enhances, really. It just has a response on block. Flashing it doesn't matter. Flashing this card, that all those enhances I just read off to you, David, now don't matter, and I wasted my time reading them in the first place, and we have the perfect block here with not just a high-impact mid-block, but it's Aerial Goblin Bolt, meaning that if you go to another one, if we keep playing attacks, I can cancel a blitz or enhance no matter what if I want to by flipping this card over. So it's a very, very good response block here. And as we go and try and play another Spirit Gun final, we check the 3. And because we didn't get that enhanced step, David, we didn't gain any life. We only had +1 to play this attack. It was on a 7. We checked a 4. We're trying to make a decision now if we actually want to turn 3 of our foundations sideways.
Yeah, and Midoriya blocked with Aerial Goblin Bolt, which means that they can just go ahead and cancel pretty much anything that, whatever strongest thing that we do over the course of the turn. Deku is still sitting on a pretty nice stage. We have to go for it. I mean, Tendi doesn't have a choice right now. We know, since we can see Midoriya's hand, that there's a Fajin Flurry in his hand, and I don't see a world in which Fajin Flurry just isn't game. And so we have to swing here as Tendy. It feels terrible, but you do what you have to do. We just have to pray to find 29.
And we are trying, right? I mean, we did commit to the check. We still had a readied uplifting bond. Of course, that card isn't unique, so we have a second one in our stage. We gained a life. We're going to have +1 to play our next card as well. And we're calling our shot. If this one does deal damage, it won't count towards progressive. Once again, trying to help us pass more of our attacks. And like you said, David, I think you're right. We feel like we have to attack. We built one foundation last turn, which means our hand was all orange. The best that our hand can be right now, David, is like maybe only 5 attacks, which means we would build 2 after trying to do this. We basically didn't connect at all with anything, and it just doesn't feel good, of course. But I can only imagine we're going to lose another 3 life here to try and give this an extra 5 damage, make it at least a little threatening. But it looks like we are going to get... Ooh, no, of course, even better. Actually, we have Street Hero coming in here, which says if you've played 2 blocks this turn, you can flip it over and do the best struggling with studies impersonation I've ever seen, which is you can pick up any card that's in your card pool. What would have been super crazy too, David, is that we could have canceled something with the response of the aerial Goblin Bolt and then still picked up the face down Goblin Bolt. And now we still have another mid block to block this Spirit Gun final, which means it isn't... Oh, even better. Actually, we just had another mid block, and it's one that builds down into our stage here. Or no, this is not this one. I'm sorry. This is the one that says it ignores progressive. Yeah. I got it mixed up.
But picking up the aerial Goblin Bolt is a pretty cool play because, I mean, that 3 check basically means, okay, we survived the turn. Let's go ahead and pick up aerial Goblin Bolt so that if Tendy does build a powerful defensive piece, we can just set up our Fajin Flurry and seal it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we have a block mod here of a +3, which isn't the best. But again, when you go to block with this... I found the name of the card. It's right here. With this Jin's Parry, it does ignore progressive, so that Guardian Angel of Chinatown doesn't count when you go to block with this. It passes, of course, and once again, we've completely fully blocked every attack that Tavani Tendy slung. We're only going to build 1 more foundation, David. Our hand is so aggressive, and we're not progressing our stage. Midoriya is already playing perfect defense when you have this much stuff available to you, and you're barely increasing the amount of resources you have, and Midoriya's stage just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And like you said, with a Fajin Flurry and also an aerial Goblin Bolt in hand, and the amount of foundations we have, I can't see how it's not lethal through 15 life.
Right. Yeah, I think we're on a 99.99% probability of going to game 2 and scooping up the cards. I do think that game 2 will be, maybe getting a little ahead of myself here, but I think it'll be a little more even because Tendy will be going first. Deku went first this game. Tendy was stuck with an all orange hand on turn 2 and then got hit with Airy Smiles. Didn't get to put the dual needle lunge into momentum. It turned out to be the right decision on Midoriya's part to transform on that turn 2 so that they could cancel the dual needle lunge. I mean, that was just... So that Airy Smiles just absolutely flipped the game because then with the double heroic passions, we were able to become the 8-hander and build our stage to a very high quantity. But yeah, we're going to play the aerial Goblin Bolt first just to be safe. I don't see anything that necessarily needed to be sealed. I really don't see how the Fajin... Yeah, I don't see how the Fajin doesn't get to 15. And
yeah. But I think that's the point, though, is that I think with the Fajin, we're still going to go to the enhanced step. This isn't, a Wingnut Sabotage where your opponent can't play enhances, or it's not the Phantom Threat where you can give it flash. We are going to still go to the enhanced step. So that healing spell that is on Devani's side of the board, it does gain more health. So it's not actually 15 to deal. It might have actually messed up the math. So we are going to go for the very simple, hey, I'm going to play my 3 difficulty move. That's not really going to hurt my turn at all. Seal the move that says I have to do less damage. You still have to deal with this, or I'm going to deal even more damage. And then we can immediately move into some Quirks Unleashed form. Commit 2 foundations. Your next attack will get +3/+3. And while we're at it, we have those heroic passions. We could even draw more impactful attacks, things like either Hang 10 or Phantom Threat, of course. But I agree with you. I think this is just the lead in to play perfectly safe. I don't know what else you do.
The best thing about Fajin Flurry is that you do enter the enhanced step, but it has a built-in speed reset because we're going to snap off I think 4 momentum off of those forms. So if anything did come down like a barrier shield, which I unless we're on fire, I don't think is being played here. I think that the Tendi deck is pretty all out aggressive. And so there is some counterplay on these symbols to Midoriya, but I don't think they're seeing play at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You read it. Did you write the script, David? I know you said this was supposed to be the best event so far of the year. You're not supposed to tell everyone the spoilers of the movie before we get to it. But here we have a massive Fajin Flurry coming in with 4 instances of +3/+3, which then gives us 4 momentum, which then also allows us to pay the ability off of this cheerleader to give it flash, actually completely ignoring the enhanced step altogether. It's already going to be for extreme lethal, and it's already so fast with only 3D ready foundations in your character. Even the response on play to give minus speed from Divine Tendi. What's the answer?
Yeah, the cheerleader to self flash your own move is a such a cool play from Midoriya. And I think it often cheerleader, you'd kind of pigeonhole it into using it on defense, but never enter the enhanced step. Nothing to be worried about. That game went about as well as it could possibly go for Midoriya. Maybe going first here allows Tendi to have a little more aggression. Maybe because on that turn where Tendi attacked, Deku had already transformed, so they got to flash. They had an Airy Smiles in hand, and they had an Aerial Goblin Bolt in hand. So
Yeah.
They were just set up so well. We'll see if we can put the pressure on before they get set up. Is there anything that you think could be coming in from the sideboards to change the story here?
I think when it comes to Divani Tendi's side, I don't necessarily think so. I think there's a world where it's funny. I looked at the sideboard and we do have a character card in there, and I don't even think I want to bring it up. I'll be honest, David. I don't think it's coming in. But I do think that there's some kind of interesting action cards we have access to. I think Wound Restore, which is a 3 of in the sideboard here for Divani, says that I technically have to play less attacks as long as the one that I'm playing connects, right? Additionally, if the Midoriya does give you an enhanced step, which is a big if, by the way, it does function as extra total health that Midoriya doesn't necessarily see coming. And that's especially after you've spent your own health offensively doing what your character and what your deck does. But I agree with you that I think if you're Midoriya, you have a way better amount of tools in your sideboard that are going to help you at this playing perfect defense that you need to. Obviously, we found out in that game 1, we didn't need our whole stage at all to even take down that game and do the Midoriya thing. But like you said, having Airy Smiles is just the perfect answer to what I'm going to call it, once again, doing a callback, Ymir. Airy Smiles was already a good answer to Ymir because of how many high attacks were in that deck. And Divani Tendi doing a Ymir impersonation, Airy Smiles is just as good. Dual Needle Lunge, high attack that always wants to be led with. The False Vistas that we talked about, that's a high attack. All of these cards that are in this deck that matter, even Unfazed, right? That's a strong impact echo move. But if you get Airy Smiles on the Unfazed, the +1 to your checks is great, but you're not allowed to respond with that echo because that can't be your next form. So it's it's just so hard because we saw that perfect defense come on the most volatile game, David, which is game 1. And I can only imagine it's going to get even harder if you're the Divani Tendi. But you're right. Sometimes a turn 2 dual needle, unfazed Spirit Gun final is just enough sometimes.
Did you say you weren't expecting that character to come in?
Oh, is it really? Oh, no. I have to talk about it. Okay. All right. I'm just kidding. All right. Okay. For everybody at home, the fresh cut grass positive reinforcement is coming in. David, do you know what this character does?
I'm going to be honest here. I don't understand this play. I feel like Tendi going first was actually in a pretty good position. I thought it would be a totally different game going first. To switch to the fresh cut grass is in my mind, it's just wild. an aggressive 7-hander going first is in a really good spot. So, but Fresh Cut Grass, very cool. Deck is going to be getting lots of compliments, maybe a little backhanded compliments after how that game 1 went. But you have to compliment your rival as cost, and then you can ready a rival foundation to ready 2 of your foundations. And you can commit after your rival's unblocked attack resolves, add an action or a spell card from your discard pile to your hand. What makes me a little confused by this play is Midoriya's not playing attacks. They're not playing attacks until they kill you. They're perfectly fine to just build, use those heroic passions to draw up form speed and then build foundations. So I am at a total loss as to why we switched character. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. I do find it cool. I'm just at a total loss competitively as to why we did it.
I'm gonna give you the vision. You ready? I'm gonna hit you with it. Our character that we were gonna play, Devani Tendi, already doesn't give stats, right? It doesn't help you get through the 39 life that we want to deal with, right? And like readying 2 foundations once per turn as an enhance is pretty good if your first attack gets flashed, the high impact thing, and you go to play the second one, and because you didn't get that grease check as Devani Tendi, we can play a move. You ready? It's really good with Spirit Gun Final, now that I think about it, right? You actually get to say plus 5 speed, and then you immediately refund 2 of them back. But I'm going to hit you with the biggest reason, David. 39 life is not something to joke about when it comes to this sort of idea of what Midoriya is doing. I need a big stage. I need to turn a bunch of my foundation sideways. And basically almost every attack in that deck, you need 20-something foundations in your stage to one-shot a 39 life character. But how many resources is this 5-hander going to be able to get on turn 1? And I would say build 3 foundations, 1 asset is pretty good going first as a 5-hander.
Yeah, that is not too bad. And I do like having the Fresh Cut Grass in the sideboard, because if Tendi wins maybe game 1 and then there's 15 minutes on the clock, I like the idea of switching to Fresh Cut Grass and basically, just taking a knee and letting the clock drain out as they can't deal 39, because every time they deal it, you're grabbing your wound restore and just gaining health. So really it's like you're a 50 health character. I don't mind that idea. I'm a little surprised that we did it when we're down a game.
Yeah, I think that is the most interesting choice here about this choice here, David. But because you would think that your 7-hander that can play very aggressively would be the benefit of going first here. But I'm not going to question the decision just quite yet, David, because again, both of these players are Oceanic players. They have lived and breathed playing against Midoriya on the moves for a while now, especially with how they showed up. The players representing OCE showed up to Worlds. There must be a real consideration on why we're making this against Midoriya on the move, that character that had so much success for Oceanic players at the World Tournament this past February. And as we see immediately with the lead here, going into this Dual Needle Lunge, checking a 4, which is that wound restore. We see them come in. That is a spell card or action, it's both, to pick up with Fresh Cut Grass. So now it says we can eat 1 move from Midoriya that isn't lethal, because 39 is a lot to deal with, and you get a free wound restore. I said 39 was a lot to deal with, David. What about 44?
Yeah, and we have a soup down there to gain life. Shameless Haggler can gain us life. The 1 difficulty, destroy a foundation to gain a life. I forgot the name.
We've got buddies and brief respite, brief respite, whichever one you want to say it. We got both. You're right. And although I don't think we want to destroy our stage, you're right. Shameless is a flip discard card cost, and soup is turn this asset that you can't use to pass checks anyway, get a damage and gain life, right? So eventually, when we do take it hit, or we play this Dual Needle Lunge and possibly press the enhance on it, we're going to get some value here from our life gain.
Yeah, this one, we see the Airy Smiles again, but the Dual Needle Lunge goes to momentum. So effectively, after we play a foundation, it's as if the card just didn't leave our card pool. We're still in a pretty good position. The biggest difference here with Fresh Cut Grass and Tendi is that we're a 5-hander. And so I'm not sure how many attacks we have drawn. It looks like we at least have a Spirit Gun Final and another Dual Needle Lunge. That would be a pretty sick play, doing another dual needle lunge into it. We'd have to check well.
I kind of like the dual needle lunge here. Even if you commit fresh cut grass here, like, I mean, ready? How likely is it that even if we check a 3, which we did, if we tapped out, what are the chances that Midoriya even slings an attack next turn anyway? Because that's the turn that Midoriya wants to potentially transform. And it looks like we're going to let it fail, though. Build 1, let the attack go. Another successful defensive turn 2 from Midoriya on the move with an Aries Smiles block. And this time we didn't even transform, right? We didn't even have the opportunity to because we went second. So great answers here. Great defense. And now it's back to Midoriya.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching game 1 all over again. Aries Smiles into a foundation, check a 3 pass.
I'm just getting this in. I'm reading chat, obviously. Lunoko, who is obviously support staff helping us out with the production of this event. This is apparently, for everybody at home, Fresh Cut Grass's first regional appearance on stream. And Lunoko would like to tell us all that he wishes us all a smiley day. That being his quote, and also a compliment that he could say. But yeah, there's going to be the transformation. We drew a bonus card with Heroic Passion. We get our Defiance stance back because we committed it for a cost. A very solid build 4 foundations afterwards, which includes 2 more copies of Heroic Passion. Man, I know I said we were an 8-hander last game, David. We're actually now a 9-hander, but it does require us to press the form button twice. But the Defiance stance plus 3 Heroic Passions, that's got to feel incredibly good and really bad if I'm Fresh Cut Grass right now.
Yeah, I think Deku's sitting pretty here. It's going to be difficult for for Fresh Cut Grass to push through. Perhaps like throws, like adding the wound restores onto the throws could advance the game plan, but I don't think we have enough room in our sideboard to fully change our attack lineup that much, because I don't think dual needle lunges are going to be necessarily pushing through here.
You say that. We actually are playing 6 attacks on our sideboard. And I have already seen at least one of them come in, which is a help or harm when we swapped over to Fresh Cut Grass. But we're going to lead things off here with a soup. It's on a 1. It checks. And guess what? It builds down immediately, just like that first one that we played at the beginning of the game. But it is an asset, and we lost a card in hand as we build 1 more foundation here. The Banana Hot 0 difficulty foundation, and we are not the correct trait on our character to use the ability on it, so we don't have to worry about that one, at least. You and I don't have to worry about the ability on that one.
You're saying you didn't Fresh Cut Grass isn't an enzyme?
No, absolutely not.
He doesn't show up. What is your by the way, just Fresh Cut Grass, what is your go-to compliment that you would use?
I think a lot of UniVersus players are incredibly intelligent, so I compliment them not on how they look or how they are acting, but I compliment them on how smart they are, because I think UniVersus players are some of the smartest people in the world.
Oh, well, that was more wholesome than I expected.
You're welcome. I've said that on stream before, and so I'm saying it again. Speaking of highly intelligent plays, we have right here happening. We are pressing our form button 3 times. We are now giving +9/+9 to our next attack that we play, which is going to help us get through that 36 number, which is not 39 anymore because of the dual needle lens that we use. And here we have our new technology for the Midoriya on the move deck, a Hang 10 hitting the board. Now, for everybody at home, for technicalities on how this card works, there's a little bit of intricacies, so I'll play through it. Hang 10 has a response on it that says, after this attack receives a speed bonus, if that bonus was when it goes to 10 or higher, you get to ready 1 foundation that has not been ready this turn and draw a card. So the way the Midoriya works is we give 3 instances of +3/+3. The first one will come in, and it won't matter because we only go to 9 speed. But when the next 2 come in, we will ready 1 foundation and draw 1 card for each of those, essentially saying we gave this 9/9, and we're going to ready 2 cards from our stage and draw 2 cards. We did check a 4 on it, though.
do you see how many cards we have in hand after we committed 3 heroic passions and then played a hang 10? We're like an 11-hander at the moment. We have like 20, like, I don't know, 15% of our deck is in our hand at the moment.
The way I describe it, we're a billion hander this turn, David, because the amount of cards in our hand, I actually don't think we'll be able to play them all out and then block enough times so that when we go back to our turn, we'll draw 0 cards. That's what you call a billion hander, because the draw step no longer matters anymore for the game, which is exactly what's going to happen here. And not only just that, David, like this is a 6 base speed move for 4 damage. And it came in with the extra 9, of course. So for 13, getting a very sizable poke that, yes, we committed, if you think about the full math, right, David? We committed 6 foundations for the forms, asterisks. We only really committed 5 because one was Defiant Stance twice. And then we passed 1 more for the check, but we readied 2 of more. We did 13 damage and turned 4 cards in our stage sideways and drew 5 cards. I would say that's value.
Yeah, and we know we have to do it as Midori. We know that, look, we're not going to be one-shotting fresh cut grass. We're going to have to take our time. And, I mean, the grass is too high for just a single mow to take it down. We're going to have to make a couple of laps.
I like that. I like that analogy, by the way. I didn't laugh, but I liked it.
it's gonna take our better part of our Saturday afternoon here to get this done.
Speaking of better part of our Saturday, we did use our fresh cut grass response, which we commit sideways, and we picked up one of those wound restores from our discard pile into our hand. But here's where I'm starting to see a dilemma now on this fresh cut grass response when playing against this Midoriya deck, David, is it's really great that we picked up that wound restore. It does say gain 5 whenever we want to press that button, or potentially burn 4 if a move will connect. But it's stuck in our hand, and Midoriya is just going to build out afterwards. We have to make a decision on whether or not we keep that card or we review something else, and our opponent knows that we have it, right? And hand knowledge in this game, David, is actually very important. It tells you block modifiers. It tells you how many attacks you might have to defend against. It tells you so much. And when you're a 5-hander, like Fresh Cut Grass, if I know you're going to keep that wound restore, that's a 5th of your hand.
Yeah, why don't you keep that wound restore, and we'll just see if you can deal damage on your turn. I don't think it's actually, yeah, you're right. It's a very, very good card to kind of stick in Fresh Cut Grass's hand, because if later in the game we draw into a phantom threat, or we draw into a cheerleader, we can flash our own move, and then those health gains just never even process.
Yeah, absolutely. As we pass back to Dodgy here, we built a crazy amount of foundations on Midoriya's board, and yes, of course, David, our hand is still at our hand size, if not higher, because of how many cards that we drew. And now we're at this dilemma where we're going to play this Spirit Gun final, checking a 6 on it, which feels great, meaning we don't have to commit any extra foundations to do so, but we're at the mercy of Fruyu telling us whether or not we get an enhanced step at all during this move. And even if we get the enhanced step, David, like, how much more are we going to push this envelope? And it looks like it's not going to matter. So that question doesn't matter. As we turn Midoriya sideways, set its speed to 0, draw a card, and we're going to go straight to blocks. 0 mid 5 headed the way. And again, we have the aerial goblin bolt block here, full block, and says, hey, that cool wound restore you picked up, even if you try to press the enhance button on your next attack, that you still have to play, by the way, I can just cancel it. But here comes another attack. We're going with another Spirit Gun final on a 6. We check to 5, turn our 1 foundation sideways, and it goes for the 6. And this one can't be flashed, David. At least I don't see a cheerleader on the stage.
Yeah, this one, well, it can get sealed, which is almost just as feels bad.
I feel like I'm just kind of walking into walls, setting myself up here for answer after answer after answer. I said it couldn't get flashed. It actually can't flash at all because Seal says it can't gain keywords either. So yeah, we are gonna have a textless Spirit Gun final here, which at least when it comes down to it, like, you do still have a character card that you can press. You do still have your wound restore that we know is in our hand. But again, David, you're staring across a aerial goblin bolt in your opponent's card pool face up.
Yeah, this is going to take, I mean, once Midoriya gets established, it takes an absolute like the best hand of all time to knock it down. We need like a 7-8 attack string in order to take down the walls and make this happen. And that's going to be difficult to do as a 5-hander.
Yeah.
And, you know, these are heavy stat cards, but they're not drawing and extending our turn. And our stage is focused on gaining life. So we really don't have the card draw that's needed to push through Midoriya's flashes and just taking away all our abilities.
Oh, it's even worse than that, David. While we were, watching and seeing what's going on, this is getting -1,000,000 speed with all the speed reduction that Midoriya has access to. We pressed the Shameless Haggler button. We flipped it and discarded a card, and we immediately got Masho's Concealment, which said, hey, you press an enhance ability on a foundation. We could have canceled it with Aerial Goblin Bolt, but we had a foundation that says, actually, you flip that foundation and discarded a card in your 5-hander, and you're going to get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Midoriya to me is like one of the most suffocating characters in the format right now, because he says you get nothing that you want to do on your turn. Like none of your cool toys work against me. And then on my turn, I use Masho Concealment to take away your enhances. I have Wingnut Sabotage, a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where you can't play enhances. I have Aerial Goblin Bolt to seal something, or I can Phantom Threat and just give it flash. Like you also get nothing on your turn. You don't get anything. I get all the fun here.
Yeah, it is definitely very rough being the 5-hander in this matchup at this current moment, because throughout that entire process, not only did we use the speed reduction from the cards in our stage to say commit for -speed, we used a 6th wielder. We took a card in our hand, we put it face down in our card pool, and we gave this attack -4 more speed. The card that we put into our card pool, David, was another Filled with Doubt. He said, you're done. This turn's over. And he was right. The turn was over. That second Spirit Gun Final was the last attack that they decided to play. We didn't build any more foundations because we didn't have them. We discarded cards for effects. We have a Wound Restore in our hand. We know what that card is, David. And now we pass back to Midoriya. We are starting to turn so many of these foundations sideways to get as many Forns possible. We've got 1. We've got 2. We've got 3. This is now the 4th one. It looks like we might be setting up for a perfect Phantom Threat that can easily chew through 25 health.
Yeah, the benefit to Phantom Threat is that even if you do 5 or more forms, you don't have to use the Phantom Threat response on all of them. You can stop at the 4th response. Phantom Threat saying that after you respond for the 5th time, it gains flash and you draw a card. The responses are whenever it gets damage, you get to respond for speed. So you can respond. We see the Phantom Threat in his hand. So we can
drew a million cards, David. We drew it.
We're going to find it. We can respond 4 times, enter the enhanced step, use the powerful 3, and then respond for our 5th time and get it to over 25 damage. Because let's see, we've used 6 forms, I think, so far. So that's going to be, 18. No, we've used 5 forms. So that's going to be 15. That puts Phantom Threat at, what is that putting at? I think it's just a little bit off.
15. We're at 20 right now, right? And then if we have powerful with our 1 momentum, it gets us to 23, which means we are going to press the form, I believe, 1 more time.
Oh, we have the commit for +3 damage in our stage.
Yeah, absolutely, we do. When it receives a speed bonus of 3 or greater. And then when you do that, remember, David, you can also send it to your momentum because it was committed due to a cost, which is another instance of powerful. This attack is well over lethal. And we checked a 4 on it too. So like, it's just going to pass. We get to keep that Fajin wielder up. And we just did the math, right, David? I mean, this is lethal. There has to be some crazy response on play, nutso response here to not give it flash or to get rid of this attack. And even if you get rid of flash, David, you still have to deal with this giant move.
Right. And Fresh Cut Grass is a, healing character. We're not so much a resets character, at least in this build at the moment. If we enter the enhanced step, we're going to get the opportunity to heal some damage, but between the +3 damage from the 2 difficulty vestige, between it going to momentum for another +3 damage, that's another 6 damage. I think we still have it pretty comfortably.
I think there's even a world now, David, where with the amount of forms we played, and now with the second momentum and the +3 damage that comes with that ability, I think if Fresh Cut Grass was at 39, this would have nearly one-shot them. So everything I said for the benefits of becoming Fresh Cut Grass have been completely nullified this game. And as we see this massive scent phantom threat, we even get to keep our Masha's concealment readied here, David, that in case something happens, right, like we get filled with doubt or something and it loses flash or whatever, you still have a cancel for a foundation enhance if that were to come down to it. But we're gonna go for the block here with help or harm, which
we check a 5.
we did check a 5. Sadly, this is not a speed reset sort of card. And
Just
so there's
start
the fist
making
bump.
the stage go in circles. You know,
Yes.
we get to commit them 5 times over.
So that's going to be the game. And also the match. Midoriya on the move on the air symbol. 2-0 taking down Devani Tendi / Fresh Cut Grass. David, we did kind of call it. This is literally the character that just won the last the last Alicante regional that took place last weekend. But using some new technology from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set that we didn't see in Spain, seeing it come out in full force here, at least in this game too.
Yeah, I appreciated it. We saw the Tendi that, only very little health. We're also taking away our own health, so that just kind of gets obliterated by Midoriya once he's set up. So we switch to Fresh Cut Grass and we say, okay, now I get to just die slower. And then the game went on for we got to see a little bit more of the technology. We got to see the Hang 10 from the Midoriya, but ultimately it felt like Fresh Cut Grass was simply outmatched in the matchup, which it's the reigning champion. I don't think there's anything to hang your head about losing into that match.
Absolutely.
I thought that it was fun to watch. We got to see some cool things happen on Midoriya during the matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Midoriya in Top Cuts tomorrow, and it ends up being on stream again. It felt like a very, very powerful list and an absolutely suffocating list, which is what Midoriya wants to do.
Absolutely. And speaking of lists, David, we kind of already have a character breakdown if you want to talk about it. Do you want to talk about it, David? It's up to you. I mean,
I'm down. I always want to talk about it.
Absolutely. Well, I might be disappointing you with this character breakdown because I know you didn't want this to be the conversation. I know you didn't want to talk about Midoriya or the backup decks per se all the time. And I heard you didn't really want to watch any Godzilla King of the Monsters, but David, we might have to at some point because here is your character breakdown with a fresh new graphic. That's my favorite line to say, by the way. We've got a new graphic for you all, but this is your Canberra, Australia meta breakdown for the 2025 regional series. Godzilla King of the Monster, 19% representation. David, that is scary similar to the same number that it was represented in Spain.
Yeah, and I think we have the exact same amount of players as we did in Spain. So this is the kind of back-to-back events with Godzilla just far outpacing the field in representation. I don't think that's surprising. I think that Godzilla is an extremely friendly character when you're starting the game out. And I think that you can grow in your experience with the game with Godzilla. I think Godzilla has you can play him as a beginner and you can flex your muscles and grow in the game as a veteran player with Godzilla. So he kind of spans all different types of players. Everybody likes slamming 3 damage out on their moves and having a board reset. No surprise being that it's the Oceania region that we've got Midoriya here at number 2. And then it feels like we're just all over the place. Yeah. After that, although, we have 3 pink characters here right next to each other, both versions of the first 2 versions of Reiner and a Zeke Yeager War Chief. So we are going to be seeing some backup decks and we're going to be seeing some damage reduction decks from the Reiners.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of weird too, because in the same talk of discussion, I can't say the word pie chart anymore, but in the same share of the tournament, you have that kind of damage reduction that you're talking about with that Reiner Braun, the one from AOT set 1, but it's staring across Bakugo 4, which if you had asked me, David, I think Bakugo 4 is a very your EU pick. You know, we saw, remember that one UK regional that was like Bakugo 4 is everywhere, and then they still show up in, you know, tiny sprinklings a little bit at every European regional IC, and now kind of it's spreading a little more globally here because it is very good against damage reduction, which is not just what Reiner 1 here is doing, Reiner Braun, but the character sitting right next to him to the left, Zeke Yeager. Those backups, things like 9 Titans throughout the ages, say -4 damage on them, but when you're Bakugo, it actually only says -1.
Yeah, a lot of times that Zeke Yeager War Chief can feel like 40 plus, 50 plus health. Bakugo gets to neutralize that. We could see that matchup come up here a little bit later in Swiss. Would not be surprised. That would be a fun one to tune in and watch. The biggest representation here by far is that face down UniVersus card with 51.1%. Because we have a massive amount of 1x and 2x characters. I think that in standard at the moment, we have 200 plus legal characters.
I'm gonna fact check you while you talk.
In this event at the moment, we have, I think, 47 players. So we have 3/4 of legal characters that just, even if everybody played a different character, that cannot be represented. And that's the great thing about UniVersus is we're going to see so many different matchups throughout the rest of the day. Yes, we're probably going to see some more Godzillas similar to Spain. But in my opinion, Godzilla games, they tend to be fun to watch. Yeah, one game might be City Rampage. You might just get dumpstered on turn 2, and that happens. But there's always at least one game where the opponent's ready to defend, and it ends up going really long and being very interesting. So I think Godzilla games tend to result in fun viewer experiences, in my opinion. So I don't mind if we see some more Godzillas, but I'm really curious as to what the 51.1% of unknown characters are out there.
And I think that's what matters, right, David, is that we talked about a bunch of stuff at the beginning of the show, at the top of the day. And I think we still have a lot of room to still talk about those things. So I think there's still going to be plenty of those decks and wild cards, as we already just saw Devani Tendi, right? I don't think there's any room where Midoriya can't be in the conversation, and just like these other characters in the format, just like you said. But that's going to be our current showcase here for that, and it's going to be round 1. I know we've talked a lot here very quickly for a little while. We're going to go to a little break, go refill your drinks, go to the bathroom. I know I am, and you're not going to see me for next round, but we do have round 2 coming to you guys very soon, so don't go anywhere.
I've been over this for a long time now, and I finally know where my heart is. This is our last kiss, and I hope you know that I thank you for making me see it. I know I never meant to hurt you. I know I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself. 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 I want you to know I won't let go, even if I couldn't love you back the same way you've been loving me always. Please understand and take my hand. Say you won't hold this against me, 'cause I can't help that I'm feeling this way. I've been over this for a long time now, and I finally know where my heart is. This is our last kiss, and I hope you know that I thank you for making me see it. I know I never meant to hurt you. I know I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself. 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 I know I never meant to hurt you. I know I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself. 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 I'm in love with myself.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Bear Bryant, joined once again, not just with David Tomes. I've also got Jesse Cervini here because I must apologize. We gave you the wrong graphic. It was a new graphic, but it was the wrong graphic. We were just so excited with the data that we learned with these two and commentating Spain. I really just wanted to see it again, and I really wanted to talk about it. So I am sorry, viewers. I'm sorry, everybody at home and my fellow commentators. But I'm sure you want to see the updated and the correct one, of course, so that we can talk about some familiar faces from Spain, but also the correct faces that will be at this tournament in our current tournament breakdown for the Canberra, Australia meta breakdown. We can kind of skip over the first two. Yes, they are still represented as number 1 and 2, which is Midoriya and Mimic, but joining Midoriya in the number 2 slot, Jesse, Mimic, Han Zoe Four Eyes, and Hawks.
Yeah, Mimic is still a thing. I don't know why people don't. Just because he got on a Rata doesn't mean he's not bad. He's not good anymore. He is still really strong. That man built a 7 diff like a champ.
Yeah, the equipment heist thing. We talked about it before the show, right? You know, David, we talking about like building in the if you can build the 7 diff asset in without actually playing it as a 7 diff, you're winning the game, right? I mean, not winning the game on the spot, but in general, because once you get it into your stage, it's not unique, and it just says E commit for +5/+5. That means on this turn, you get to take advantage of it, and you will have it on for every future turn. And just like we all know, we've seen Hawks have success in the past with people like Ryan Levine piloting this character at multiple events. But now the Oceania crew says, we're going to take a crack at it and we're going to try our very best. But David, you also alluded to another character that we talked about at the beginning of the day, and it is now represented here on our new graphic. Raphael sharing a spot with Toga 3, making a return to the format.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think that Roth is pretty aggressive, and I think it's fun to play. It's fun to play this, hey, I'm discarding my hand, but hey, my hand was 1 card, or my hand was 0 cards. It's not really discarding. I'm finding ways to play attacks from my remove from game pile. I'm finding ways to draw after I discard my hand. I think that he's a really cool character. Not surprised to see the aggressive character come with the earliest representation from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know, we didn't see that much Ninja Turtles in Spain, and so now we see Raphael coming here, the aggro 6-hander. I also really like the combo decks. You were just referring to one with Hawks where we get to then build in these 7 difficulty assets. Also at 4.3%, but not represented on the graphic, is Allura from Critical Role Heroes of Exandria. And we're using the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards, Exterminate Mutants, I believe, to build in Mechazoids. And then we're using like Falling Titans to destroy the Mechazoids to just continuously pick up. It's like one of the true infinite combos in this game that's been allowed to exist. So that's not on the graphic, but I think that's a cool bent to this meta right now is you have the Hawks and the Allura like combo decks. We've got the Mimic Unyielding. We've got the one shot. We have your aggressive Godzilla Raphael. We've got your backups like Hanj. I did see a couple War Chiefs. They're not represented here, but they're in that 51% group. So we have a pretty healthy set of backup characters. And that's what I was referring to at the beginning of the event was It feels like we have characters from all over the meta here in this regional that are going to be clashing. And I wouldn't be surprised if Top Cut at the end of today had a really diverse set of characters.
Jesse, is there any of these 7 specifically that you're most excited about? I know we talked about some nebulous characters in the format before at the beginning of the day, but out of these 7, do you have a tournament favorite per se?
I would put the Hawks deck.
Whoa.
Easily.
Decisively.
That decisively. That is the... When I look... there's a couple players in the OCE region that I always like to look at, and when I notice they're all playing the same deck, I'm like, oh, it's going to be one of those events.
Yeah, I won't spoil the story, but I have also, I know I told you guys off the air, but I got sent a message earlier today, and it was very much, hey, spoiler alert, this is going to be a deck that top cuts Oceania, and it was a Hawks deck by some very well-known players in the region, some of which that have made a return after a long hiatus, so I am excited to see them be successful. But Jesse, David, they have to put their money where their mouth is, because Hawks is great and doing the combo is awesome, but like I think things like unyielding destruction that we have Mimic here doing that, and then you also can play the card in Godzilla, right? We saw Zach Richards have success with that card in a top cut appearance at Louisville going all the way back. Not necessarily what we saw in Spain, but like you have a real fighting chance against these decks that need a little bit of a larger stage to pull off a combo. So I'm kind of on the side of these aggro six-handers. You know, Toga's in that same boat. Raphael's in that same category. They might still have a lot of things to really compete with going into this tournament against your favorite, which is the Hawks deck.
Yeah, that's what deck. Like after I've fully reviewed it, I was like, okay, there's something here. They're like, we're gonna get that deck on stream at some point today or tomorrow. But trust me, once you see it in action, you're like, oh, there's something here.
Yeah, absolutely. But regardless, this will be out on social media for everybody that wants to take a look at it. But we wanted to come back on here and at least correct it a little bit. I don't actually know which Hanj it is at this point, but regardless, both of them I think are represented in our tournament. So the idea here is that Hanj Zoe in general is going to appear in this tournament, regardless of which one it is. And the idea of backup game plans existing in full force, not just with that character, but also with War Chief, like we've already talked about, the Louisville winning character. And we saw it have success, not just in Spain as well, but then also the two finalists for Louisville. So I think we have a lot of things going on. I agree with you, David. We are set up for success when it comes to potentially the greatest event of the year in the sense of diversity in tactics on how people are going to win the game. So I'm excited to see it. I'm sure you all at home are also. We're going to cut again to one more break as round 2 is very close to getting started. I'm going to tag out, and Jesse and David will be back with you both, or you, all viewers, very shortly.
Welcome back, UniVersus community. My name is Jesse Cervini. As always, it's me and Bear Bryant for this round. And we've got a fun one. We're having some Kenny the Ripper action this round.
Yeah, some canon event action. Sorry for everybody in chat. I did lie to you. I said it was going to be Jesse and David. I was wrong. It is me. I'm up. But you're right. Kenny Ackerman, the Ripper, which is a character I haven't seen at least represented, honestly, since they came out, against Han Zoe, which is a character that we talked about doing this kind of backup game plan. But the backups that are being played in this deck are more impactful ones, things that have real like text abilities than just playing things like the Jaeger's followers. So I'm excited. Of course, they get to start the game with a nice 4 difficulty backup in their stage, which is of course the 9 Titans throughout the ages, Jesse. So I think it's going to have a high impact, but we could talk about this Kenny Ackerman deck for a little bit, as they're going to be going second here. They'll get their partial Paris mulligan also. But the idea is that Kenny Ackerman has a once per turn ability that says when you connect with a move, essentially at your non-throw, you can either draw 2 cards, which is great, or you can have your rival lose 3 health and they have to discard a card. And then as a static or continuous ability, all of your ranged and or weapon attacks get +1/+1, and you have 31 life, right? So yeah, right here on screen, Kenny Ackerman being represented here as Han Zoe builds 4, one of which being another backup, and it's that Hitch. Kenny Ackerman, you think is going to be pretty successful here? Discard cards mattering, but if we play against a lot of damage reduction, Jesse, how are we going to connect?
That's true. That's a big thing about this deck is you only have to deal 1. They can reduce as long as you're getting that 1 damage in, then you can do all your responses. Because this deck is playing along with playing, you have the character and their responsibility. We also have the 4x of viciousness of Kenny Ackerman, which is like the same idea. It's like, but except it's your rival gets to choose. It's like they can lose 3 or discard a card to cancel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll do my very best to figure out what cards are being played just so that we can at least talk about it as we get a little bit more of our connection caught up from here. But only a build 3 here from the Kenny Ackerman deck. Not checking the best either as we had to commit our character, but that's okay. Our character only matters when dealing damage with your ability or dealing damage with your non-throw attacks, which we're not doing on turn 1 right away. But to start things off, we have a female Titan attacks coming from the Han Zoe. We went ahead and committed our character, and we committed a Hitch to help pass the check, which is going to give it a little extra speed. And we immediately get to ready it right away because the Blitz ability on the female Titan attack says draw a card and ready 1 backup. So pretty good value, right, for playing this 7 difficulty attack right on turn 2.
Yeah, looks like we are going to latent skill here. Discard 2, draw 2. I never can say no to that. We're trying to. I don't know if we're exactly looking for like this. Like people Titan attack just it just becomes such a strong card, and just like this is 7 high 7. Just like,
yeah,
you want to block that. You would just sometimes you gotta let this is if there's no damage on this. Like, all right, I'm taking 7. I'll accept it.
Yeah, and because you haven't pressed any enhance buttons, you at any point can still press that first enhance button from the 9 Titans that you get to start the game with as Han Zoe. But a 7 high for 7 right off the bat feels really good, especially when it connects. And so we're just going to feel very comfortable here continuing to build more cards in our stage. Speaking of which, probably the best best card that's in this deck for Han Zoe, right? Which is another copy of 9 Titans throughout the ages going to be going into our stage, and both of them are still at their full stamina. So it's going to be crazy good damage reduction. And as we have a copy of Titans under orders, even more damage reduction, Jesse. How are we ever going to connect with at least our first move as Kenny Ackerman?
It's gonna be a little tough. We got plays. So we are obviously playing one of the newest staple. I consider the newest staple of the format. Moment of Normalcy. We're playing 3x. We are ready to reset our damage if needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
we gotta find one though.
Yeah, this strong impact unique foundation can be used offensively or defensively, being able to commit itself and return any attack to its printed speed or damage. But you're right, Jesse, we have to find one, and with only a build 3 to start the game off, we are deciding to still go for a poke here. But this is an attack that we do not see very often. This is Acid Sprinkler, I don't know, a kit card from Mina Ashido 3 dot, right?
Yep.
So it's a 6 mid for 4 that has 2 enhances. It's a ranged card, so it will get the 1/1. But it says if this attack deals damage, your rival discards a card, or your rival may destroy one foundation to cancel that ability. And then regardless, it has an enhance that says your next ranged or slam attack gets +2 speed, which is the name of the game, at least for Kenny Ackerman playing ranged attacks. But the thing is that it's only 4 base damage, 5 if you count the +1. 9 Titans throughout the ages response here, plus using something like a Titans under orders or the hitch, we could set this thing to 0 easy peasy, or negative a bunch actually.
Yep. Looks like we are going to activate the hitch here for
-5. Yeah, we've got 5 backups here, which is exactly enough to put it to 0, not even have to use any stamina from our 9 Titans throughout the ages, as we had a shifted female Titan come down, which counts as another backup for that count, of course. So this one's just not going to feel very good. We're not going to get our Kenny Ackerman response at all. It's not going to deal any damage, and because we just don't have any extra tools to really get things going here. And, that was just one piece of damage reduction, right? We still have 2 more 9 Titans to deal with, and there's also a dramatic exit sitting on the other side of the stage as well.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup, especially with, you cannot go after the 9 Titans. Like it's just like you're sitting there like, okay, I gotta play this longer game. I gotta play through them instead of at them, and that's like where Han Zoe's really has the build is like a very favored character in this situation.
Absolutely.
I want to get rid of I would love to get rid of those as quickly as possible. When you can't, it's a little tough.
Yeah, we are luckily on the death symbol, so there are some pieces that they can play in their deck that have answers to things like not being able to attack backups, but I don't know how many of them we might be mainboarding. But we did find 1 copy of a Moment of Normalcy here, but you're now having to deal with a Beast Titan Rock Barrage. We saw this card in full force at the Louisville Regional, and we already have 5 backups in our stage, so we're going to get every button on this card. All 3 blitzes are going to be able to be played, which is 1, build a non-unique backup from your discard pile into your stage. If you have 2 backups in your stage, your rival must commit 2 of their foundations. And then if you have 4 backups in your stage, your rival gets to, or as the player, you get to selectively commit any foundation in your rival's stage.
Oh, it is. That card is just bonkers.
Yeah, it is a secret rare for a reason, right? Of course, it is a 5 diff and it's a 3 mid for 5, so the stat's not necessarily big, but we are still playing cards that help it out. It's a Titan card, Jesse.
Yep.
9 Titans throughout the ages. We're allowed to press the first enhance and either choose to double the speed or damage of this move.
Sure can in this if we need to. It's pretty much a stun. I always consider this card it's minimum stun 2. We like people like to refer to it as the current back alley haymaker. It's like if you play, but you need to play the kit to do it. But the kit's so good, why would you not play it?
Yeah, speaking of different cards for the kit, but very staple life cards, we have a Rejuvenating Smash here getting played on a 6, and we checked a 6 on it actually, so we don't have to commit any backups or foundations in our stage to play this. If it was our second card, which it was, gain 2 health, draw 2 cards, and we already connected with that first mid attack. I wonder if we have a mid block at all here on the side of Kennedy, but as we are pressing even more buttons, we're even going to go ahead and commit and use the ability of this female Titan that has been shifted down for our deck, and we're going to be able to get even more value here.
I mean, I really like that's actually seeing the Rejuvenating Smash in this deck is actually a really good, because a lot of times the decks that are playing the female Titan, they're just playing it they don't have a card they could utilize out of the discard pile.
Yeah, and this one's a punch, right? The Rejuvenating Smash. There is an actual target to pick up here in this deck, but, not having one in our discard pile right away, we are still allowed to use the other mode of it, which is giving some nice stats. As we're going to go for the half block here with a +3 block modifier, but it is way too hard for us to pass. I guess we could have passed it if we wanted to, but I think just throwing away, getting that extra kind of bonus review by throwing away a block as we take the damage straight to our face.
Yeah, we're just going to have to accept this one in, and this is starting to look like a lot of times what I see with Han Zoe. They get into the driver's seat and they just don't let the gas off. Like, we're just building more 9 Titans. Like, all right, another one in.
Yeah, you definitely feel like you have to continue to keep up the aggression on the Han Zoe's backup buildup, because as you try and remove the backups, you have to fight against damage reduction, which, as we see, even more. Another 9 Titans hit the card pool and it gets passed. We then are going to play Loyalty to a Friend, which is even more like stat reduction that you have to deal with. Like, it just adds up so quickly. Like, and just like you said, Jesse, by now at the end of Han Zoe's turn 3, we haven't taken any damage. We have so much damage reduction, and we've knocked Kenny Ackerman all the way down to 13 health, and they still only have 5 foundations in their stage, and it just looks like there's this giant mountain we have to climb.
Yeah. This is gonna it's gonna be a very interesting. We could try to progress the game here. Try to pick off a couple of cards and get it's we have some sealing, some destruction effects, but this is tough. This is tough. This is when the Hanzo gets a brawl like this. It's like, what do you do? Like,
yeah. I remember talking to Calvin Harrigal, Wub, your Louisville regional, either in the post interview and even just outside of the tournament in general. And he played ZK or War Chief, which is not the deck that we're watching right now, but this idea of these decks that really thrive on getting these backups into your stage. And he very much said to me, he goes, Han Zoe is the real backup deck to beat because of the amount of pressure that it can put on your opponent as it gets away with building these massive damage and speed reduction stages. By turn 3, which is exactly what we just saw, it feels so hard to break through. As we see another acid sprinkler come down here, no responses on play at all, but immediately we just press the hitch button one more time and we have more backups in our stage. It's for minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage this time.
Yep. And it looks like we reset the speed and we used the moral normalcy to reset the damage. We're like, okay,
you got to use another one.
Yep.
Yeah, and we've already committed our Titans following or Titans under orders. Sorry, we used those to pass checks earlier, so we don't have access to them. But instead, we finally connect with a move onto Hanj, getting the response from not just the floating effect from the enhance of the sprinkler, but we also get to use our response of Kenny Ackerman, which we chose the burn your opponent for 3, and they discard a card, and immediately followed into the Ripper arrives, which is going to get the 1/1, and Blitz, we discard a card from our hand, which we did, to get another card out of Han Zoe's hand. So all of a sudden, we've played 2 attacks, used our character, and we've said discard 3 cards, please.
Yeah, this is this is where we're like, hey, I want you to start using the 9 Titan responses. Like, you're trying to get through them. It's like, hey, I need you to start doing something here. It's like, these will hit. But also the thing is, Han just 31 health. Like, that is a lot to chew through in these type of matches.
Yeah, and we took a 4 here from that sprinkler, so we're at 27 now to deal with. But as we see the loyalty of a friend come through us for the enhance, that Ripper arrives, didn't actually deal any damage, but it does carry over 2/2. But we just see a build 1 pass come out afterwards, as we didn't check the best, so we had to commit our stage. And like you said, we had to even use that moment of normalcy offensively, so we don't have access to it to pass checks, and we also don't have access to it to use right here on defense. But as we see, the kind of bread and butter, as we've hit this game state where the falling Titans is hitting the card pool on a 6, we did, however, check. I think that's a Obsidian Beast Titan Rock Barrage, but I'm not entirely sure. So we checked at 3. We're going to turn 1 backup, a foundation, and our character sideways to pass this check. Because we turned a backup sideways, is going to get a little bit of speed. And now we have this threat of falling Titans that we are essentially allowed to play 8 times if you include this first one.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's a good line here in this situation is we're just we have the line. It's like, hey, I only need to connect here 3 times.
Yeah, I think it's a 7 base damage move, right? I mean, Falling Titans dealing, or 6 damage, I should say. Sorry, 6 damage, and we do still have triple 9 Titans throughout the ages that you don't feel bad about turning sideways to give extra stats. And as Kenny Ackerman is only at 13, we show our hand. We only have the 1 high block. Game 1 going to Han Zoe, and a decidedly game 1.
Yeah, that seems like the right situation to go with here. Just, it's like you could here's the best thing is this is a proper, in my opinion, a proper time management. It's like we know he has answers to these backups in the board.
Yeah.
And you could sit there and let Han Zoe resolve two more attacks, do the whole thing, but chew clock. And you're like, no, let's just shuffle up. I'm gonna sideboard and I'm gonna take my chance here going first.
Yeah,
Hopefully
absolutely.
we get a stronger draw here.
And we can talk about it now, right? Because we are going into the board, and we immediately went and grabbed our 4 copies of Devastating Loss.
Yeah.
Which what can't we do against Hans, right, Jesse? What is it? We're not allowed to attack their 4 difficulty backups.
Yep.
So we need abilities like what did I say? We need abilities. Did I say that? I think that sounded weird. Oh,
Yeah.
like Devastating Loss that just say enhance, sacrifice this foundation, destroy any backup or asset on the stage. Obviously, we're going to pick those 9 Titans and get them off the board as quickly and as important timing as we can, right? Because if anything, even if you just have the Devastating Loss in your stage, Jesse, it makes your opponent feel like they have to press the button or they're going to lose it. Which means once you turn it sideways, you're allowed to blow up a different backup because you don't have to worry about that anymore going on to your next attack.
That's definitely probably that's a hope here in this situation. I expect the Han Zoe. I expect we're gonna bring in some Chaos Compassion. I love that card, and I'm happy that people are realizing how strong that is. So you get the aggressive decks where they're just we've seen people it's Eerie Smiles ish. It's the I took all the damage, you have to place a non-attack to go through it. And
yeah,
I think that's a right play in this format. There's enough decks that are just like, hey, I'm going to dump my hand here and hope it's good. And you're going to be like, no.
I think you are 100% correct in the idea of I have a lot more stocks into Kaya's Compassion because it is a hand trap, right? It's an action card. It's something your opponent can't see on the stage, similarly to Airy Smiles, right? But it is a different shaped version of it that you don't feel like you're having to 100% block with, because the name of the game that you do as Hans is you don't really care about blocking. You want to hold those high impact cards in your hand. Things like Falling Titans, you want to swing with it. You don't want to block with it. Beast Titan Rock Barrage, you don't want to block with that one. Cards like Kaya's Compassion are like an extra buffer that once they get through your stage damage reduction, you have another answer to say, hey, please stop attacking me. Please leave me alone. I would like to go back to my turn. So I don't disagree with you. It is a nice call when you're trying to protect your own health just to get one extra turn, which Han Zoe is very good at trying to get extra turns.
Yeah, this is a situation where we're just you want to value you want to value control these especially like this Kenny deck. These Kenny decks want to chain multiple attacks. That's the big line here. We want to go hey, I want to start the discard. If I get my first hits, everything after that can value off of those you go Sprinkler into Ackerman arrives into another range attack. You're just all right, all these have stat bonuses. My hand's gone. What do I do?
Yeah, and there's a lot of cards inside of this Kenny Ackerman deck that are about how do I win the game really quickly after I get you down to 0 cards. And the reality is that we have damage pump. It isn't just this full range package trying to do, the Ripper arrives. We have a real reason to do this, when we have meaningful attacks like Battle Aura Release, which are ranged, by the way, to not only carry the stats well, but they draw you more cards and they keep the damage coming. As we see an attempt on that build 4 on that last foundation, it doesn't pass though, but we have a very meaningful piece that we brought in from the sideboard. 1 Devastating Loss has hit the stage.
Yep. And that's going to be, I would be ready to press that enhance as soon as when we play an attack next turn. Let's make you find another one.
Yeah, we have to be a little careful, of course. We didn't have a very large stage for that to happen, but building a double backup to start things off here for Han Zoe, immediately trying to go into another foundation, just turns Han sideways. You don't have any meaningful text anyway, as we play on a 3, checking another Beast Titan Rock Barrage, which is going to be a different story for this Hans. And we checked another 3 on our 0 diff foundation. Again, having to turn our 9 Titan throughout the ages sideways. We are actually in a very scary position here, Jesse. We only have the damage reduction accessible from the Titans under orders, and that's it.
Yeah. We built a lot. We built let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4. Yeah, we're in a tough position here. I'm hope we're only we have 2 cards in hand, and let me tell you, this Kenny decks are very good at like, hey, I need you to discard 2 cards.
Yes,
Really
exactly.
easily can happen.
And I think that's, again, the thing that I was trying to say was like, oh, speaking of not just discarding cards from Kenny's effect, but how about even more foundation destruction, Punisher Beam from the Trigun Challenger deck coming in here, which is another ranged attack. But this one just straight up says, hey, in enhance, if this touches you, if this deals damage, I get to selectively destroy one of your foundations on your stage. But immediately the first enhance we see go is that devastating loss, and we get to get rid of something like Grisha's the attack titan, because that says you could pick up one of your very high impact moves from your discard pile. I have to get rid of that right now. And we mill 3 with the enhance off of Punisher's Beam. You can add any ranged or weapon card to your momentum. We hit one. We got a free momentum from this as well.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're gonna be able to block this. But still we have a replacement devastating loss. Even better.
Yeah, not another attack, though, which means we're not going to get value from our commit ability off of our character here. Only having that 1 attack for the turn is a little rough. But like you said, building a little bit better here, including that moment of normalcy, which is going to also help us through some of these stat resets. But you got an attack out of the Han Zoe's hand. And remember, from earlier, we've already checked 2 of our Beast Titan Rock Barrages. And that is, in my opinion, Jesse, the best attack in this deck. And we've now lost half of them that we were able to play in this game.
Yeah, this is a situation that we gotta just keep. Is that Falling Sky? Is that Falling Titans?
No, I think this is a Obsidian Beast Titan Rock Barrage.
Oh, okay.
I'm not entirely sure, but
Those Obsidians are so hard to tell. I can't.
It is so hard. We check a 6 on it, so no matter which one it is, it passes. Yeah, this one I think is specifically because it's him throwing the rock on like a different angle. And yeah, as we go straight and pick up our discard pile, we're able to build in a non-unique backup. Hey, that Grisha's that you got rid of earlier from the devastating loss, I'm going to build it right back. But because we don't have that lucky 4 number, because we used our devastating loss aggressively, our devastating loss cannot get selectively committed here, which means
we gotta swap the foundation.
We picked the wrong thingy. We knew what we wanted to press.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Do. Like,
we knew what we were doing. But yes, our first enhance is going to be snap, devastating loss defensively, get that 9 Titans throughout the ages out of here. And again, Jesse, for everyone keeping track at home, as I just talked about it, this is the 3rd Beast Titan Rock Barrage. We are almost out of them.
Yep. And it looks like we got the block off. We're going to follow up with some Rejuvenating Smash.
Yeah, being able to block that 3 mid is a lot easier, but Rejuvenating Smash on a 6 here and checking a 3 as Resurrected Titan is not a 4 check, even though it is an 8 difficulty attack, means that we're going to turn our character, 1 foundation, and a backup sideways. That Grisha's that we just built, we're going to build it in. Again, another kind of vulnerable position to be in as Hanj, because we now only have access to a single damage reduction piece unless we build a couple more after this. But the gain 2 here from the Rejuvenating Smash doesn't do anything. We haven't taken any damage. Just taking the draw 2 here, and we're going to have a very volatile build turn afterwards as we take the 6 from Kenny Ackerman here on this side.
Is
Plate of the Dawn something.
Yeah, Plate of the Dawn. Plate of the Dawn. Yeah.
Yeah, another cool kind of damage reduction piece here, as well as it protects you from burn damage, which, funny enough, is what Kenny Ackerman does. I say burn. Sorry, burn was the wrong term I should have used for people at home. Blade of the Dawn Modder says, as a static, while this is ready in your stage, your health cannot be reduced below 1 by rival effects. So it doesn't completely stop abilities that would burn you, but it says that we can never die to it, which is relevant.
That's true.
And
I have not seen anybody play this card, and like it is. I remember playing this card in the pre-release, and that's about it.
Yeah, it also has just spammable as an enhance. Enhance, this attack gets -1 speed. Or -1 damage. Sorry, your rival attack gets -1 damage. So even more damage reduction, which is a nice piece as the hitch also comes down for us. And we are also having, we have 2 copies. I know we haven't really talked about it, but we have 2 copies of classmate support, which says response commit after you make a check. It gets +2 as long as your character is committed, which it is. So it kind of functions as 4 readied foundations instead of the 2.
Well, we're gonna see what we can do here. We're making this. We're making a tough choice here. Yeah,
Love
we're
this
gonna
one.
come in. Yep.
Yeah, Duel of the Ackermans coming in. This is what I would call basically the signature attack for this character, right? Because it has Echo, it represents 2 different moves, and it has a very high impact blitz on it that says, Blitz, destroy 1 committed rival foundation, or your rival can lose 3 health to cancel this ability. So it's either make my 5 high for 4, actually for kind of 7, right?
Yep.
Or I'm going to destroy selectively 1 of your foundations. And we could potentially put Hans down to 2 foundations after this attack resolves twice because we have a momentum for the Echo.
Yeah. This is I see this a lot in the in Godzilla's.
Yeah.
And and it's the same, like it's a more, and it's just what you want it to do. You're like, hey, I'm gonna try to pick off some stuff. Or this is like in Godzilla, I mean it's a 5 high for 7 with a bird or destroy effect is pretty good. You'll take those all day.
Yeah, we did have a full block here with the block on the high, and we did go ahead and play our Echo as we had to use on that block 1 of these classmate supports, and that means it is committed, which means it's ripe for the picking, but we're just going to lose the 3 again. I mean, these 2 Duel of the Ackermans for our 1 momentum has said deal 6 damage to this Han Zoe deck, and that's not damage, Zoe, or that's not damage, Jesse. So like the damage reduction doesn't matter. This is 6 damage that you've lost from your life.
Yeah, we're just pushing right now. We're almost at the point where we're kind of pushing the Hanzo around a little bit. It's like, hey, you got to make them choices here.
Make some tough. And remember, this is a ranged attack. It's also a weapon attack. So these aren't actually 5 for 4s. These are 6 highs for 5s. And it looks like we are just going to take this one to the dome, and we are going to choose, hey, I'm going to have you lose another 3 life and discard a card. And again, another signature Kenny Ackerman the Ripper foundations to go along with this connection. I think we actually cited these ones in. I don't even actually know.
We're playing 4 main.
Oh, 4. You're right. It's all the way at the top. I was scroll all the way up for this one.
We're really thinking about that bird.
Yeah,
like
the viciousness of Kenny Ackerman, which says response commit after your attack deals damage to a character. Your rival loses 3 more health, but they can discard a card to cancel it. And all of a sudden, we've just done so much burn potential. And if 1 Duel of the Ackermans wasn't enough, how about we duel again, Jesse?
Eventually, you gotta start letting him take. He's like, I want that foundation. Yes or no?
I want to destroy your board, and I think that's really the duality we're seeing here in this game too, Jesse. Is that we have answers now to the backups with devastating loss. We have answers that we found from our attack package to answer foundations on the stage. We are trying so hard, not just to stop you from sculpting because of the discard avenue, but we're destroying foundations in that avenue. And then we're also destroying these backups for that avenue. And then, of course, a boom, an enhance from the hand. Surprising strength for enhance, give this attack give this EX2 or powerful 2, and it doesn't remove itself, Jesse.
Nope.
It goes to the momentum, which means we have a momentum to play this Duel of the Ackermans another time.
Also, because they chose to lose health, we got to respond with ready to go and ready those back up.
Absolutely.
So,
another meaningful Mina Ashido support card as we go for the block here with a rejuvenating smash. And by checking a 4 there, because this move is 6 speed, it fails. 0 cards in hand, taking it to the face, playing the Echo, and we're immediately targeting. And it says, do you want to lose another 3? Our life is getting dangerously low. At this point, you have to actually say, I have to let this go, or I lose the game. As we are trying so hard to not use our Hitch, to not use our Titans under orders, and we only have just been really pressing this -1 damage from the plate of the Dawn Martyr.
Yeah. We're just poking away here, and we're going to finally start pressing some
-3. It's still enough for it to connect, though, just for a little bit of damage. Obviously not a lot, but it is going to go through here. And now the question here, with our stage almost completely tapped out, we are going to build one more foundation. It looks like, nope, two more, as we did pass our checks. And we're going to pass with one in hand, really putting on the gas against this Han Zoe deck. Finally, when Kenny Ackerman gets to go first this game.
Yeah. Let's see here. I mean, I'm about to draw a fresh 6 here. We don't, like I said, like a lot of these decks really rely on the fact of that the 9 Titans are just not going to ever leave the field. Is like your first one, you're going to get full use of it. So when it gets gone immediately, you're like, okay, I have to figure some stuff out.
Female Titan attacks coming down on a 7. We did check a 5. We can commit our character and 1 backup sideways, which means that our classmate support is live. But Jesse, you're 100% correct. We dealt with the 9 Titans. Not only that, Jesse, our opponent, we got a little lucky. Their Beast Titan Rock Barrages that they would be using to build them back into their stage, they're already through 3 of them for this entire game until they cycle. The threat of those coming back very quickly is almost off the table. Yeah. So that all that damage you put, Hanj is going to be on the back foot at 7 health, still trying to do an offensive, a threat. But Kenny is sitting pretty, man. Like you're going to use your 31 health here as your buffer. You're going to be okay taking a bit of damage. And although we're going to see
that's a
Resurrected Titans alternate art. So this is on an 8-9, I'm pretty sure. And you get to look at the top 2, of course. We get to decide which card we're going to check. So it's on a 9, and we checked a 5, 6, 7 from the classmate support. And we're going to turn either 1 foundation and 1 backup sideways.
Yep.
And this is a strong one. If there is any card that's going to help steal this game and get through 18 health, it is this 7 mid for 7 that says Blitz, sacrifice a foundation. We're going to go search our deck here, Jesse. We're going to go grab either a backup or we're going to go grab a shift attack. And our next shift attack or backup that we try and play is going to get -3 difficulty. But these are still pretty high difficulty cards. We could still fail it, but this is still for 7 damage by itself.
Yeah. I see the pressure here we're trying to get with. I think if anything, we're just trying to get, I think we're trying to find a 9 Titans for the ages to build and then probably try to play another one. Like I would try to double up here.
I think we actually went and found that Obsidian Falling Titans that we have in our deck, and it is a shift attack, which means it will get -3 difficulty if we attempt to play it. As it looks like we're going to take this one to the face. 7 more damage in the books, and we are going to try and play, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, on a 6, 7, 8, -3 difficulty. Yep. So it's on a 5. It checks the 5. And Kenny is at 11, so like this alone isn't lethal, but this is an attack we're allowed to play twice. The next one is going to be on an 8. If we just check a 5, 6, 7, it's not enough to pass the check.
Yeah.
6 damage move. We could use Hitch offensively for +3. That's still not lethal. This is a risky play. This is basically asking to check a 6 here on the shift for this. Or what we do here, Jesse, is we just play the response of the Falling Titans, pick it back up, and play something that's a little bit less of difficulty. But it looks like that's just going to be it. We're going to connect. It's not lethal, and instead I always forget this one. I'm so sorry. The loyalty to a friend coming down.
Yep.
Yes, and we're going to build that as well as shift this Falling Titans down, which is a foundation, at least when it comes to passing checks. Passing it back to Kenny. This is do or die for both of these players. Since Kenny lived, we're going to keep the 1 card in our hand, which we know is an attack, draw up to hand size, and this is it. This is the only turn I think you have if you are Megaforce and you're trying to win this game.
Yeah. Interesting. It's gonna be a tough choice. It's gonna be an interesting line here. I think we're verifying that what's the flip side of Falling Titans for a second? Like
Makes sense, right? I mean,
it never enters the stage most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, but the good news is that it is a foundation, though, right? So it can be sealed, it can be destroyed. Like there are things to do before you press the enhance, which is you can pick it up, right, and then heal it back up for 10 stamina. And that is the idea, right? Is that this is a high block in our stage that we just get to pick up from its own ability. But you're staring across the stage, not just the Hitch, which is coming through here for -4 damage, which still means this is for 1, but the Dawn of the Martyr actually, the Plate of the Dawn Martyr actually giving that -1 more, putting it to 0. We might see another offense. There it is.
Yep.
Moment of normalcy, resetting its damage back to 4. And if we want to actually zero this out, we're going to have to use that loyalty to a friend, as well as already having used the hitch. This may do 0 damage here, but that was all of our damage reduction, Jesse.
Yep.
We're out. There's no more, except for
like,
the plate.
Do we have something to follow? I think we have a battle aura release in hand.
Yeah, and
to
that one
follow
gets
up with.
pretty big. That would normally be the one that you want to damage reduce. So this one dealing no damage, but battle or release on a 5 coming in. Checks a 5, looking very good here. And you have to also remember, like, we have abilities like Kenny Ackerman that could burn our opponent more health. And then we also have the foundation that could burn our opponent more health. But it doesn't work to kill because Plate of the Dawn Martyr says it can't actually kill you. This could actually be relevant card text here. Going for the enhance for the shifted side of the Falling Titans, like you said. We now have a high block, which is very good against this battle aura release, with only 1 ready foundation and 2 ready backups, though. If we can just give this a little bit of stats. I mean, it's already a 5 high. Going for the block here on a 6/7, I'm pretty sure. Check. Oh, wait. It does check.
Oh.
No, that was it. It was
3.
a 3. Yeah, it fails.
A 3.
So the damage connects, and the burn doesn't matter anymore, though, because the burn can't kill. But it's funny enough, we failed the block, and that is going to be game 2, going to Mega Force on Kenny Ackerman. We're going to game 3.
Game 3. Here we go.
I mean, that was pretty good.
We found the backup bait. That's what we found. We found it. We were able to use it properly to slow down. We also just like the deck, the Han Zoe deck kind of like fumbled a bit. It didn't find any of the barrages. When the barrages aren't showing up, you don't have the ability to rebuild your board when you get to beat that when you are getting picked off. So
yeah. And like we did find 1, right? We found 1, we played it, but it was before the 9 Titans was in our discard pile, which was like crazy good, like sequencing. Megaforce picking the Grishas as the first one to blow up mattered because that was the choice that we rebuilt with the Beast Titan Rock Barrage. But then on the Beast Titan Rock Barrage, our first enhance was, well, now I'll get rid of the 9 Titans. You have to have the 4th Rock Barrage in your hand right now to get that back, or you're just not going to have one right now. And that was exactly the case, right, Jesse? We didn't have enough damage reduction. We didn't have any 9 Titans, which also would have been enough offensive pressure to probably win that game as well, Jesse. We didn't have that. We had our stage destroyed in both avenues, foundations, and backups. But here's the downside here, Jesse. We do still have answers to all those things. Now we have to go second again.
Yeah.
Han Zoe, again, going first is a menace in this format.
Yeah, this is once again, you're gonna be behind the curve. I would be mulliganing if I open my first 6 and I do not see a losses. I am gonna be like, all right, please, I'm gonna send my devastating loss. I'm gonna be sending my whole hand back. You need to find that, I think.
Yeah, and I think even too, Jesse, like we've seen a build 3 both games in a row for Kenny. I want to see like a really solid like build 4 or 5 as this kind of like more aggressive 6-hander to really attempt a nice turn 2 aggression to try and terrorize the stage of Hanj. Whether they are devastating losses, absolutely. I want them to be those 2 so that we have a real match to get rid of these backups. But I think even just foundation to help you pass checks could mean a lot. As we're going to put 3 back here for our partial pairs, keep our 3, draw the remaining 3, and then we'll shuffle those in. Pretty angry hand, so hopefully a review is going to help us out. Yeah, the double up 9 Titans here on turn 1, followed up by a Titan under orders, and we're checking well on them. So although these aren't foundations to help us pass checks, backups are just as good when you're playing Han Zoe. As we play this on a 3, it checks. Perfect timing on that one. On a 4, it checks a 3. We'll turn 1 9 Titan sideways as we are going to have a second one in our stage. And you have great DR. And remember, Hanj is going to get a second turn before Kenny can ever attack.
We'll see what let's see what he capped here, what he drew. I think I saw in the redraw, I think I saw 2 attacks.
Yeah, in 1 foundation. Yeah. So we'll see if we can build them. Going to review one of those dual Ackermans, who I think is a pretty interesting call because that card I think was instrumental on how we won last game. Because not just of the threatening the stage, but because they were saying, no, I need to keep my foundations, those Duel of the Ackermans throughout that entire turn and sequencing did 9 burn damage. But starting things off with a return to normalcy matters a lot. Checking a 3 on that 1 diff matters, but it's another build 3 turn, even going second here, which is going to start us behind because, again, Hanj has 6 cards in their stage. Kenny only has 3.
Yeah, that's a. And it looks like we're going Braden with the Resurrecting.
Resurrected on an 8 just to kick things off. We get to look at the top 2 cards. Going to get rid of that 3 check. Say, hey, I'm going to check this 5, which means I get to turn my character, a backup, and a foundation sideways if we so choose. And that is exactly what we're going to go and do here. Awesome. It's going to get a little bit of bonus speed because of the Hanj ability when you commit a backup to pass the check. And now we have a single committed foundation that we can blow up or sacrifice for the Blitz ability on this Resurrected. And remember, this is still a base 7, mid 7 with a little bit of extra pump. So you got to deal with this one. I'm going to go grab either a backup or a shift attack. And regardless of what Hanj ends up grabbing here, as it is a female Titan attacks, which we've seen be played every single game here, Jesse, really putting a lot of value on this one.
Yeah, we're setting up for this is a, like, you expect like the Resurrecting Titans coming in there. We're doing like 7 mid 7, and then you're going like, all right, now 7 high 7. Like that's a lot on turn 2.
It's
like,
not even just that, right? It's like you're allowed to use a 9 Titans aggressive. We might even see it here. We might, for the first time this match, see Sukoto play a first enhance on the 9 Titans. It looks like we're not going to do it, but then if you follow it up with that female Titan, you get it right back. It's ready to go once again.
Yep. Looks like we are going to just take this 7 to the face here.
Makes sense. It's pretty hard to block, with the extra bonus speed that Hanj gave it because we committed a backup to play it. But we're immediately going to go into a rejuvenating smash on a 6. Checks a 5. So we'll just turn one of our backups sideways, which we feel pretty good about. This is going to help gain us 2 health, which it won't actually because we haven't lost any. But we're going to draw 2 cards. And we still have kind of setting ourselves up of like, this is a great aggressive turn to get Kenny lower on the health total. But now we have 2 cards in our card pool that if we want to continue and expand our stage, which gave us a lot of success in game 1, Jesse, it's going to be a lot harder to do now.
Yeah, the thing is I think I see what we're doing. We only have a foundation and a backup.
Yes.
After this, like it's all we have the rage, but we don't have the board for the rage in this situation.
Yeah, and and I also want to remember here, as I go look it up for Resurrected Titans, that Blitz ability that says your next backup or shift attack, you try to play this turn, gets -3 difficulty. So that female Titan attacks can still be played after this rejuvenating smash, and we could pass it. And it would give us the ready 1 backup and draws a card. And that's exactly what's going to happen. This is on a 7, 8, 9, -3 on a 6, checking a 5. And all you have to do here is turn 1 backup sideways. Oh, we're even just going to pick the foundation because then we get to ready this other 9 Titans throughout the ages.
Yep. And draw a card.
And draws a card, exactly. But we did block that rejuvenating smash, saving us some valuable health, which means that this, of course, is not going to be a lethal turn, even if we turn one of these 9 Titans sideways and double the damage of this female Titan attacks. But it looks like we're just going to take the 7 to the face, really valuing a lot of the stamina on those 9 Titans. And now, again, it's just about how much can we build, because this is going to be on a 5. Checks, that's pretty good. And like you said, Jesse, we just didn't really have a lot of stuff to build. So it's just build 1, pass, shift down this female Titan attacks. And Kenny's going to review this unique foundation, which is kind of rough because couldn't have built that even if we wanted to try. And this is the only real true opportunity you have to kind of deal devastating damage to the stage of Hanj. What gave us success in game 2, it's so reliant on what we draw here to even attempt to do so.
Yeah. I think we're looking at what we have in hand. We have we have the beam, the punishment beam and a pressure beam here, and I think I want to send this at least to try to get some responses out of it.
I mean, we have that tried and true kind of combo, which is what we kind of used in game 1. Punisher beam, even if you don't connect with a move, it can get you a momentum, and then we have a momentum for the echo if we wanted to attempt to play 3 attacks this turn from the Duel of the Ackermans, which is also in our hand, Jesse. We checked a 5. So far, a strong start, and it. We pointed at a backup. I wonder if we're attacking this Titan under orders, which would make sense, Jesse, because Punisher Beam is an old enough card that it doesn't say deal damage to a character. It just has to deal damage.
Deal damage.
So if we swing at a backup and you're staring at 0 damage reduction or not enough to make this 0 because you're staring also at a moment of normalcy, you get to kill a backup here and kill a foundation. That's an incredible play. I guess we decided not to attack the backup. So I thought we were going to do it, but instead we have It would have been crazy though. But yeah, so instead it looks here we are going to commit a backup and a foundation and just block the move, which is good. And we whiff also on the momentum snag from the mill 3 of the Punisher Beam. So not exactly what we wanted for the turn, but we do have a devastating loss coming down, as well as an asset that doesn't really see a ton of play. But I understand the thought process here, at least in Kenny Ackerman. This one is going to be anti-personnel vertical maneuvering equipment. And Jesse, this is where you're supposed to say, Barrett, I thought that card got banned. And you go, no, this is a different one. Enhance your range attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage, which is basically what Kenny does. And then response commit after your attack deals damage to a character, you can selectively commit 1 rival foundation, which is kind of similar to the anti-Titan artillery that Pete gets to play.
Yeah, and we're playing this mono range deck. Why not play another +1/+1? Just to have it for you. But also, I'll be able to pick off a foundation that could be too pesky for you to deal with. But you just realized that shit goes. It doesn't help here.
We postured to play an unyielding destruction, which would have been the first one we've seen for this regional. But that one says blitz. Both of us have to go down to 4 foundations, and as you just pointed out, Jesse, neither of these players have more than 4 foundations, so it would just be a 2 mid for 6. But instead, we're mixing it up, and here comes a Beast Titan Rock Barrage. And if there is a 9 Titans throughout the ages in our discard pile, that's going to be very scary. But instead, just going to snag us a Grisha's Attack Titan.
Which one do you want me to keep?
Yeah, we really value the reset here of like, I think I can kill you if I just string enough attacks. I know you're going to press the devastating loss button, but even if you target one of these 9 Titans, I've got a second one.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the right. I would say the correct play.
That's definitely the right play.
Yeah. So again, this is only a 3 mid for 5, so it's not the most threatening attack. But the thing is if you block this one, Jesse, you might not be able to block anything else. But this is also the easiest thing to block, and we're only at 17. So
yeah, let's start chipping away here. We're gonna try go for the block here.
On a 4.
That's a 3, 4.
Or it's on a 5. It's a 2 mid. Sorry.
Yeah. We
are gonna have to commit all of our resources, our character and our foundation, completely tapped out, but saving ourselves 5 damage. Here comes the Grisha's Attack Titan. This allows us to pick up, hey, look, a Titan pile. And this is one of those very high scaling attacks. This is gonna be on a 6, checks a 6 because that one's a 6 check. And this is gonna get, as a blitz timing, +2 damage for each backup in our stage. And because of the 9 Titans throughout the ages, you can then double its damage for an easy peasy 17 damage, and 17 life is nothing. Game 3 and the match going to Han Zoe for Sukoto. There it is.
Yeah, that was about, like, Han Zoe deck is, like I said, if you can figure out how to poke through the holes, like you'll have the backup destruction to get rid of the 9 Titans for the ages. You got yourself you're going to get a fair line here. But
yeah,
when they build that type of board, you're on turns.
Yeah, it is rough, right? I mean, when I go back in the hindsight, right, Jesse, would it have mattered if we actually attacked one of those backups instead of trying to go for the face with that Punisher Beam? I don't actually know. It's one less backup on stage and one less foundation, but Hans didn't commit anything to pass those checks. The Titan pile would have gotten 2 less damage, but it actually would have been 4 less damage. And then you had the devastating loss to, like, on the first attack, snipe another backup. Is there a world where we lived? Yeah, maybe, but like, it was such a hard hill to climb to begin with. I don't disagree with the play of trying to go for the heavy hit and the face, because you have to deal damage to win the game, Jesse. And sometimes attacking backups just isn't a way of progressing the game state because it doesn't touch your opponent's health. We also whiffed on the momentum ability, right? So I understood the line, I understood the choices, but that is going to be the match going to Han Zoe, one of the dominant backup decks in the format, making another strong showing here at the OCE regional. But that's going to sum up round 2 for us here, and for real this time. I won't be back for round 3. I'm taking a break. But Jesse and David will be back, and you all don't go anywhere because we have round 3 coming up very shortly.
See you.
something, tell me something I haven't heard before. Cause I'm restless and I'm dying to know more. Show me something I haven't seen before. Cause I'm tired of the same boats, the same shore. It's time, my friend, to leave this hell behind us. We got everything we need to make a change. I can't keep pretending I'm right where I wanna be. I'm hopelessly in need of better days. Cause I'm too young to face the end, but I'm old enough to start again. And I
Welcome back to the Canberra Regional, and we have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles character up for you this round. An undefeated Raphael just tied against Deku, won against a Fae Queen of Hearts in round 1, and now he's going up against a pretty surprising character on the other side as well. An Attack on Titan Set 2 character, Eren Yeager, Humanity's Hope. He really likes Fury and Titan attacks. Once he transforms, he can pick up a card from his stage. Everything's getting 4 damage. He just hits like a truck. And Raphael also hits like a truck. I think this is going to be a really fun classic UniVersus match. What do you think?
I see this as a real back and forth match here. Raphael is starting to become like, and more people are starting to figure out how to play Raphael. Like Raphael is like, you look at him on face, you're like, that doesn't seem like an amazing character. And then when you start really piecing all of the, I go to no cards, I gain cards back. I go to no cards, I gain cards back. And you're like, oh, I figured it out. And it's amusing. Like a couple of my local players are working on Raphael decks right now, and they are in the realm of where this deck is, but I bet when they see when these lists get posted later on this weekend, they'll be like, oh, I need this card and this card and this card now, please.
Yeah, once Raphael was first revealed, I remember there was a lot of, I'll say a little bit, not hate, but a little bit of like, he has to discard his entire hand just to get 4 damage. And then once you actually start getting into the UGN deck builder, you realize, wait a second, we got like 5 to 10 ways to be pulling cards back to our hand or playing attacks from our removed from game pile. You can discard your hand 3 or 4 times over the course of a turn, because in UniVersus, you don't have to have cards in your hand to discard your hand. You can still make it happen. And that's something that kind of trips up new players a lot, is they think they have to have cards in their hand, but no. If you have ways to play attacks from outside of your hand, then you're just giving everything 4 damage.
Yeah, we're gonna see a really it's unexpected symbol here. Like we're seeing good. Like you expect Raphael, you're like, oh, like he just good has some really strong card redraw, and when all the fire attuned, it also mixed with the fire attuned, you have all this value that the deck has access to. I mean, having high value target, which is still getting forward printed from the League of Villain promo set. We have the final test, which is awesome in Raphael. We're like, oh, I discarded my hand. I'll forward draw a card. Good job.
And we've got a green ooze. I love these green ooze cards. And I love that there's one, at least I've opened about 4 boxes of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they've always had at least one green ooze card for me. So I've been really enjoying them. This looks like the frog. This is going to give all attacks 3 damage. So between Raph and the frog, everything's getting 7 damage.
Yep. Genghis Frog, the temperamental toad. This is a very angry frog. Like he is, as he's been kind of referred to. It's like, would you like Godzilla static? Would you just like to have it? Because guess what? There's a backup that has it.
Yeah, this is one of the backups where if you're not killing your rival, you should be attacking it.
Yeah. But the big thing is that elusive protection. If you attack it, you lose health. He swings back. I love that about him.
Yeah, and we see a build 3 from Eren Yeager. We have quite a few Eren Yeagers legal in UniVersus at the moment. This one is Humanity's Hope. He is going to get to mill cards from his deck. He gets speed for Fury cards. He gets damage for Titan cards. That's why you saw that 2 difficulty Foundation get played. You don't see it very often, but the reason it's in this deck is I believe it's a Fury and a Titan, or it has one of those keywords. And so we're looking to have as many of those keywords as we can for the front side. And then when an attack deals damage, if we have 25 cards in our discard pile, we get to add any Titan card from our discard pile to our hand and transform. We can use that on offense or defense. We can kind of like sneakily use it on defense to grab a block. And then once we transform, everything's getting 4 damage, and we can play on basically no progressive difficulty because we can commit, and then our next attack it's -3 difficulty. So we haven't seen this Eren Yeager played a lot, but when he first came out, there were quite a few players thinking that he was meta.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're going to do a flip and build from hand. And we're going like enough. We looks like we whiffed on the enough talk blitz, though. We did no attacks got hit on the 3. I really like this attack. I think there is a lot of potential with this attack, because the blitz of look at it, like remove the top 3, play any attacks. There is just definitely a situation where you could like value off of this card. Like, especially with Raphael, obviously, you're like, hey, I'm going to play my hand and then start discarding, and then I'll play these cards from room from game, and they're going to get +4 damage as well. But why not just have this about? It's like it's a good strong start here, and now we're going to come in with Lethal Slash to back it to follow it up.
Yeah. Wow, Raphael with the Lethal Slash as well. We've got kind of a Lethal Slash mirror match here. I think the Eren Yeager has some Lethal Slashes as well. I agree with you on enough talk. It's kind of tailor-made for Roth, since we get to play attacks removed from our pile, but sometimes it hits, sometimes it whiffs.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think that these Lethal Slash they're just going in for a ton.
Yeah, we're really taxing the high blocks. This is now our 3rd straight high attack. Eren, Humanity's Hope, is not exactly known for his defense. He gets that one cool play where we could, if we had 25 cards in our discard pile, go search out a high block if we're feeling the need for it. But with the Frog, I mean, even if we're not discarding our hand, these are still hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, but the +2 speed, +3 damage right now, between like the 2 speed from Raphael, like we'll take this line. It's like, all right, I got this. I think we're just trying to find. I think we're deciding. Yep, we're gonna discard our hand, and we're gonna discard our hand for 4 damage, remove and draw a card. So now our final test is live to draw. The wish heart. He's like, I get to wish hard off of your Botons. That's a defensive Botons when they do that. Oh, that's rough.
Thank you very much. I'll draw 2, and now he's going to be coming in with a half block here. Check a 3. This is a 1 mid.
We'll get in for 4, 8. We're gonna get in for 6, I believe, off of that. Oof.
Yeah, this is the thing I love about Roth, is that +2, +3, those are like the Endeavor stats, and Endeavor won Worlds here 2 years ago, just giving +2, +3 to all of his moves, and we're already there very early in the game.
I love this card gameplay again. Yeah, Rewind Throttle is such a strong card in this. Like, it's so underrated. And the ability here of like, I am just going to trade cards from hand to commit out your board. We'll take those all day.
Yeah, we could even discard our hand and then draw a card off of Rewind Throttle, because this is going to be a 7-speed Rewind Throttle, 6 damage base with the Frog. We could make this a 7 high for 10. I don't see a world in which Eren is blocking this. That would take us down to 7 health and put us in a pretty scary situation.
Yep.
I suppose we did ready Incompatible Quirks, but I still don't see how we're blocking a 7-speed move with it.
Yeah. I think we're just writing Quartz so we have it ready for our turn. I think that's more of the line here. It's like, why is you want to just value it back up before then. I think we're deciding if we're gonna build a foundation here or not. So it looks like we did all that digging, or we're dropping some elbows. Love that play. +4 damage.
Yep, this is taking it up to 10. If we play that elbow, it is going to be lethal. The question is, can that elbow land with the incompatible quirks?
Yep.
The elbow should be +3 speed with Raphael. That should make it a 7 high speed. I think this is going to be game.
Yeah. Jack's a 5. That's what we needed. We are just going to, I think we just put the 3 speed on this. We're going to ready it. We're going to do, oh yeah, let's slow roll them a little bit. We're ready up our board. Yeah, because well, here's the thing is we're making them do the incompatible core. So now they have to, now it's eat a foundation to ready that back up. It's like, all right, go down another.
But it's still 7 speed. It'll be, it'll be 5 speed after the incompatible quirks, but +2 progressive, effectively 7. Yeah, I don't see a world in which I think this is we're gonna go for it. It's a 1 mid block.
Nope.
Check the 3, and we're on to game 2.
Ooh.
The power of Raphael. I mean,
why not?
Slamming speed onto his moves, really forcing Aaron to block out just to get a couple blocks. Aaron in that situation felt like they had to block everything because between the frog and Raphael, that's +7 damage. That puts you in a really uncomfortable position. I mean, 30 damage. And he blocked a couple times, you know. That was an impressive string. When you find double lethal slash, though, that just happens.
Yeah, you double lethal slash into a wish hard, and then pitch with the wish hard, and then he got defensively Botons, the other wish hard he drew. It's like, oh, well, I'm just gonna find more and more cards here. Good luck.
Here's something cool about the Raphael deck. It runs no sideboard.
I trust my deck.
These players are just rolling into game 2. That was the shortest amount of time between games I've seen in a while.
Hey, why not? If you think you're like, here's the thing is, we have had decks exist in this game where people's sideboards are just like 10 joke cards that are on symbol. So sometimes you're just like, I don't need any sideboard. I got this. Like, I am all for that. When you think your deck, your 60 cards is perfect, and you're like, I don't need a sideboard. There's no outs for it. Go for it. Let's see if we can get a. Let's see if we can hit a Yahtzee here. Nope. Got a mill 4. Build up that discard pile. I'm gonna play another one. I am a fan. I have always been a big fan of a lot of these cards. Like, especially I love seeing I always forget because I'm Father Sid. I'm so used to the promo version, so I see regular ones. I'm like, what is that card? Like, oh yeah, that card. I'm so used to the creepy looking Titan. It's reaching out.
Yeah, that was the pre-release promo, I believe.
Yeah. So we have so many of those laying around. You're like, I'll just play the foil ones, I guess. Why not?
Yeah, that's a great card, though, to get Aaron's game plan rolling. We really need to get to that 25 cards in discard pile to transform as fast as possible. Or if we had 25 cards in our discard pile on defense in game 1, we would have been able to go grab a high block.
But it looks like we're going to get a build 5 here. And we're holding some good cards in hand. I think that's enough. We got enough talk in hand, which is a perfect lead up card if they do not pressure you. Like, we're gonna see what we can put, what Eric can actually do gain some attacks in.
There is nothing better to me than leading with a 3 difficulty and checking a 3. It just feels like, yeah, I knew it.
So we hit.
I'm not punished.
Are those both Fury and Titan?
That's a good question. I'm not sure on Unrelenting, since that's a little new. That's some new technology that Humanity's Hope Aaron Yeager got from the latest Attack on Titan.
Sure,
it is Fury and a Titan. So that is +2/+2. We're getting +1 speed for Furies and plus damage for the Titans. This Besiege is coming in hot.
I think we just got to. I think this is like a perfect. Let it come in, do its damage. Like, we can't really. Like, I see like partial blocks. I'm really loving the basic. That's the basic training build. Like I am, or daily training. Sorry, because we've been so used to the trading cards over here. The daily trading, the card that I was unable to get my promo copies of. I will have to try to find people with extras when they come out.
Yeah, that was a nice move there. Go ahead and build when you get to flip and build a foundation from your hand for Raphael. That means he has more foundations to really go in on his turn. On Aaron's side, we successfully got the poke in off Besieged, but we're saying we're not done. Lethal Slash is effectively free. It replaces itself with the draw. It leaves the card pool. Why not go ahead and play it, get one of those cards out from Raphael's hand, and just see what we draw into?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going for... I think we're going to decide if we want to block this one. This is definitely... I know Lethal Slash everybody's always like, I don't know if I'm going to block Lethal Slash ever. Like, but this is kind of like in your line here. It's like, this might be your only attack you might be able to get a successful block off on. But I don't want to lose my enough talk in this situation. I think he's got to eat it again. Like, I think I can live.
We're being a little greedy. We got that foundation build off daily training. We really want to lead with that enough talk, but I think we're pretty close. If we're not at 25 cards in discard pile, we're very, very close.
Yep. Oh, well, all right. That's where you want to check the 2.
Yeah.
And we'll take
strategy.
Strategy. We're just gonna build 2 and pass. Looks like we got a... Oh, I don't recognize this. That one.
That's the first form.
Killing the old ways, yeah.
Yeah, first form, commit a rival foundation. I don't see a major defensive foundation that I would go for, although we got a little bit of glare on Roth's side. But I think that was a very successful turn for Aaron. We're up to a pretty healthy foundation base, especially with double capture the target. Dealt 11 damage to Raphael. We have him in range to where Raphael's in a really bad spot if they overextend into us. And so much of UniVersus is about punishing overextensions.
Mm-hmm. I expect we're trying to we are deciding, do we play the game? Do we play Genghis Frog this turn and build deeper and hope we can defend? Or do we just go in without Genghis Frog and hope we can present some amount of damage? Because it looks like we're both we don't have a lot of defense going on here on both sides.
Yeah, that is the thing about the Frog, is that it is 5 difficulty. So if you decide to play some attacks first, it's very difficult to build. Here it comes. Oh, resistance training. That's some cool technology on the good symbol.
Yeah.
We get to spend a momentum on our rival's turn and draw up to hand size.
That's a card that is not seen. But I remember that card seeing play when it came out. And then nothing. It was just like, oh, this card's kind of cool. And then, that was it. And it was it just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, I remember it being in Barlow's Pony decks early on when Pony had a harder time with cards in hand before Pony became utterly broken. And so drawing up to 7 felt really good on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Starting off with a Fiery Stare. This one, I believe, is basically Lethal Slash on face. Latent Skill on face. We get to draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. And then if they share a card type, we get 2 damage. We've seen a lot of Fury and Titans. Card type. So this one, it can become a 5 mid for 7, filter 2. That also helps fill up our discard pile with an additional 2 cards. At this point, our discard pile is definitely above 25 cards. At any moment, when an attack deals, we get to transform. And once we transform, we can pick up any Titan in our discard pile to our hand. And everything's getting 4 damage, which means this Raphael is really going to need to block this turn.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're just looks like we're kind of saying, I don't really have any attacks in hand to back up this Raphael, for Raphael to use the enhance this turn. We're just gonna commit and pat. We're gonna try to block this. We're like, hey, we gotta go in for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had to hope that maybe this is their only attack, and maybe keeping them off of transforming means they can't find another one. But we have another one. It's going to be Besiege, with Besiege's blitz of only being blocked by 3 block modifier or greater. I don't see a world in which Raphael manages a block after they tapped out. Which means, what would you go and grab when you're Aaron Yeager and you have your choice here?
Ooh.
Let's see what he does.
I think we gotta go, for Unrelenting Assault, because that's just like, you have to block this, and it just like it turns into another attack if you have to block for it.
Yeah, that's right. After it's blocked, mill your deck until you mill an attack. Add that to your hand. This has the purpose also of when we're on our front side that we like to mill cards. We like to try and get to 25. It also has powerful 2. And I think we have 1 momentum. The Lethal Slash left our card pool last turn, but we should still have that Besiege, which means it's 7 damage base. We transformed. That means our static is going to give this 4 more damage. This is an 11 damage move, and it dealt our 2-speed move dealt.
Take it. I don't want him to find another attack. I wouldn't want anybody to find another attack. I like that we finally realized this is a Chrome, Aaron. I was like, if I get the front side looks, you're like, oh, look, that's a cool foil. Flips over Chrome. You're like, oh, okay.
That was kind of a rough turn, though. We got to transform.
Oh, yeah.
We got that 11 damage in, but we didn't have any other attacks. You know, our Chrome, I was a little surprised that we didn't just go ahead and add something to our hand, maybe, and then build it back down ready.
All right.
Oh, I suppose we can still use it on defense, I believe. It's been a while since I played this version of Aaron. Yeah, so we can use it on defense. We can add a card from our stage to our hand. So that is going to mean that we can always grab a perfect block when we need it. Let's see. Raphael hits Lethal Slash. This one's going to be a great one.
That's an extra card. That's like, you found a card to play, and then you turn that. You literally go play this card for the remove from game pile, and then put it back in the remove from game pile. I love it. So you remember, it's not your next card. It's just available for the whole turn, which is
so we can play out the attacks in our hand, discard our hand, and then once we have 0 in hand, then we can go and grab it. Lethal Slash is kind of fighting with Raphael on that one because Lethal Slash loves to be played second. But now that we've had a couple builds as Raphael, I don't think we mind playing Lethal Slash 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, I think we're just looking for what we can. I think we want to play. We definitely want to play this Throttle, though. Like, we have some things to take advantage of it in hand. But it looks like, we're going back and forth. I'm like, all right, we're playing Throttle or this. All right, guess we're gonna play the Throttle.
Throttle with Frog in this. It's just such a beating. You get to selectively commit. I don't see anything too powerful to selectively commit here. Yeah, I mean, all these foundations just pass checks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just in the. We're definitely in the. We're just trying to pick down the board. That's all we're really trying to do here.
And he's discarding his hand. We had a Flying Elbow drop. So we have 0 cards in hand as Raphael, but we have 2 attacks in our remove from game pile, an Elbow Drop and a Lethal Slash that are available to us. The Lethal Slash is going to draw us a card, so we could even potentially find something more. And we just drew a card. I missed. Oh, we off of the Rewind Throttle. If we've discarded a card, we can draw one. All right. Well, that one hit like a truck. So that was 10 damage. Aaron is down to 20. Here comes the Lethal Slash. All of these moves are getting fast now.
Yep. Yeah,
I think the speed is what really puts Raphael over the edge.
Yeah. And now we just start like, all right, are any of these, like, do we need to throw? We're deciding if we need to pitch our hand again for this.
Yeah, I think that entirely depends on what we drew.
Mm-hmm.
The capture the target here feels great because the Lethal Slash will remove itself. The question is, we have no cards in hand. We're going to be tapped out a little bit. Can we get to lethal? We get 7 damage off of Raphael.
Nope, fails. We hit. We're hitting like a truck here.
This one
We're going-
will be lethal. It will
Yep.
be. It will be 11 damage. Aaron is down to 9. Aaron needs to find a block. It's going to be 7 speed. There's no speed hate in Aaron's stage. This one might just be game.
Yeah. I am. This is impressive. There it is. That is the W, and the Raphael moves on into this tournament. That's a good spot to be at the lunch break, let me tell you. He's like, I didn't get to do this. I didn't get to do my +5.
Didn't get to do my cool thing. Yeah, that Raphael deck, both games, once it got Frog out, it was scary.
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron has to block everything, and Raphael, like kind of similar to Mikasa, the longer the attack string goes on, the higher and higher this speed bonus gets, and it just was too much for Aaron. Raphael going into lunch break undefeated. It did tie a Midoriya on the move. So 2-0-1 heading into lunch break. We have 6 rounds today. We're going to take a pretty extended round break here because we have about 30 minutes left in this round, and then we'll have about an hour-long lunch break. We'll see if we can possibly come back with something to entertain you while you wait. Jesse, anything you'd like to say before we jump off for some lunch?
It is currently 11:30 Eastern time. We're hitting prime time on the West Coast. Don't worry, West Coast. We got 3 more rounds of action coming for you. And if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be a late night.
All right. Stay with us. This event is going to be awesome. We're going to have some Hawks, some Aloras. We got some exciting characters upcoming, and we'll be back after lunch.
See you soon.
hurt you. No, I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself. 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 the honey, but you could get to know. Thinking of all of the wine or the one that flows. Yeah, I pretend I'm not jealous, trying to keep my cool. Never resting my eyes, no, I'm watching you every move. I watch every move. Wanna be somebody too. I'm a pretty hunter. I give for all that I want, flattery and lobster. I'm really hungry. Heard a body you breathe, you satisfy me. Trying to hide up envy, paradise low price gold.
Welcome back, UniVersus players. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. I know for David and I, as we are back for round 4, bellies full. David, I took my first ever mid-regional shower. It was pretty great, I'll be honest. But I am refreshed after watching that one heck fiery, steamy match you guys got to commentate with some Genghis Frog, Raphael action versus Aaron, Humanity's Hope. But we have some other stuff to look at, right? We have one deck that we're going to showcase that I know all three of us, you, Jesse, and I, were talking about at the top of the day, versus, I'm going to say it, a dark horse of the tournament that's sitting at table 2 versus this monster of a deck that we might be looking at. We've got, David, Hawks on the order symbol on your left with our good friend Thantech. And on the right, we've got Grog Strongjaw on the earth symbol. And he is again, and that is with our friend Mark P.
Yeah, Grog is a character that when he was first revealed, a lot of players were very, very excited to start playing with. And he had a little bit of success early on, and then he's kind of fallen off. And so here we've got him back. Hawks, one of my favorite My Hero Academia characters, probably my favorite character from the set of Jetburn. And I've played a ton of Hawks. He was feeling a little bit stale to me recently. It felt like the most Hawks decks hadn't changed much in the last year or so. But with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, this Hawks deck is completely different. We have several new cards. We've got setting the standards in here to turn feathers into 4/4s base. We've got the action that allows us to build assets. That's going to allow us to build our 7 difficulty asset for free. This is a very, very powerful combo, and Hawk's Feathers is what makes it great. But all of these little damage moves are going to be benefiting Grog Strongjaw. He's going to be getting rage counters every time he takes damage, and then he can turn those in for more damage and to draw cards. So both of these characters are not really the hand size that they say.
Absolutely. And like, I think that's the idea too. And what I'm excited to see happen is I want to see this Hawks deck that not only is Thantech piloting here on this round, but there's another one in the tournament, you know, our tried and true duo of OCE, as I like to say, working and deck teching on this deck together. Here we are at table 2 though, Thantech piloting this as we kick things off for the ultra rare in the Hawks kit. We got a Feather Storm, and this is going to be really important right now. Or sorry, no, this one is the Feather Sword Slash. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. This one, though, instead of that, but it's going to help us set up and get these feathers going, right? That's exactly what we need to have happen, because our character doesn't become a 6, 7, 8 hand size character until those feathers hit our discard pile. So we're going to get some setup here, but I'm excited to see what this deck can do, because at the top of the day, you talked about the decks that are meant to be looked out for, and in a scenario where this one, the scheme, equipment heist. What's the big benefit of doing equipment heist? Well, it's trying to cheat in things like massive mutant machine. There's 4 of them in this deck. It's a 7 diff asset. We're still playing strong cards like military airship that we're going to build right after we connected with that Feather Sword Slash. But as soon as we find that scheme, we're off to the races, because we can at any point commit that asset, the massive mutant machine, for +5/+5.
Yeah, and that action allows us to search our deck or our discard pile, so we're pretty much always going to be finding it. And the 7 difficulty asset is not unique.
Yeah.
It also has Deflect 3, which pairs really well with the Hawk swap.
Yes.
Hawks gets a once per turn, swap the speed and damage. So sometimes you're swapping it to make it really blockable, and sometimes you're swapping it to just take 2 or 3 damage, but you combine that with deflect and you could just be taking no damage at all. But we have a Gargantuan Grapple being played. By the way, both of these players, this is a Chrome Hawks versus Chrome Grog, and both attacks I've seen so far have been XR versions of the attacks. So we got a shiny Gargantuan Grapple coming down. It's going to be showdown blocked.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty big here, because Showdown, one of these key defensive block tricks where you basically deter as much as you can of what your opponent is trying to do by committing 2 selective foundations on their stage. But of course, Gargantuan Grapple, you were talking about damage. Damage is the name of the game for Grog. Grog needs to deal damage or needs to take damage to start accumulating these rage counters. We can then spend those rage counters to give more damage and draw more cards to not be a 5-hander, and that's going to be the only way that we help combat against the added hand size that Hawks gets as well by picking up these feathers, as we're going to see right here. We're going to get one of them, which is the one we set ourselves up with, of course. And throws like Gargantuan Grapple on the side of Grog are exactly a good way to guarantee that you deal damage. But a funny story on that Chrome that you're talking about, specifically the one on Thantech's side. David, he bought that Chrome yesterday. He's so all in on what this deck is doing and so ready to say that this is going to top cut that he's like full commit. I'm not only got all these XRs and stuff, I'm going to buy the Chrome character card.
And he's got the those XR feathers, which as someone who I also have a Chrome Rare Hawks and a full play set of XR feathers, they are hard to find. People really, really treasure XR feathers. But here we go. Violent Animus Shot. There's no backups on Grog's side. We're going to go ahead and use Referee Jury here. This feels a little early for Referee Jury. I'm not sure how big this Animus Shot got, but I can't imagine that it got.
It was definitely just going to be -1 damage on the Referee Jury, but I think the key part here is trying to slow down your opponent, get them to commit a foundation of sorts. You know, if they press another enhance, they're not pressing any enhances though, but the idea is that the response when this attack deals damage, you get to use after the floating effect of the Referee Jury that says you draw a card when it deals. So kind of actually a bit of a blunder here because you're going to lose the card that you got off of using the Referee Jury. We were going to lose the Referee Jury anyway because we didn't have the right block zone when it came to the Violent Animus Shot, but you never know. We could have drawn a card with Grog. We still have that ability, but it was just a poke. We're going to get away just fine. It was some extra damage. Another piece of momentum for Hawks. Build 3 more foundations and pass back. So 2 rage counters going into Grog's next turn here.
Let's see.
Readying up our stage. Yeah, it was real rough. Obviously, we're going to lose that Referee Jury no matter what, but still using our resource. We did say -1 damage regardless, and you just lost a random card off the top, which was a Titanstone Knuckle. But speaking of getting that momentum, we have ways to deal with it. Instant Shining Flash. Talk about a throwback here. And this is the set 1 version of MHA. I thought, David, these weren't legal anymore. How is this set 1 MHA card in this deck? Well, it was, of course, brought back with Girl Power. And it is a nice way of getting rid of your opponent's momentum on play, whether you attack with it or block with it. And it kind of greases up your check, right? It gives -1 difficulty if you flip one of your foundations to your next move.
Yeah, I like pairing Instant Shining Flash in Grog because we want to be taking damage. Every time we take damage, we reduce it by 2, and then we're grabbing a rage counter, which turns into a card and damage on our side. So we want to take damage from our rival, but we don't want to let them have the benefit of stockpiling all of that momentum. So Instant Shining Flash is kind of dampen the momentum benefit that our rival gets for playing against Grog. I don't mind it. Also, just a nice 1 low block here.
Speaking of getting advantage, this is a 4X in this deck, and we are finally seeing get it pulled off. We just press the enhance button. We, as in Thantech, press the enhance button on Charismatic Approach. Enhance rival's turn, flip this foundation. Each player searches their deck for 1 card and adds it to their hand. That's a scary ability to play immediately on the first attack that Grog is playing. That's a crazy move, David. This card, when it came out, is like, oh my gosh, searching your deck, those are words that don't typically happen in UniVersus. For how many cards we draw and how many cards we see, but searching your deck and you let your rival do it, you can only play it on their turn. You really are calling your shot of the card I'm going to search for is going to be way better than what you're going to get right here and now. What a crazy move.
Yeah, it really, well, the Hawks deck is pretty much a combo deck, right? We really want to see the equipment heist, and we want to have both of our feathers, and then we want to have foundations, ways like military airship here to pull back our feathers into our hand. Or if we have some feather controls built, that's another way we can grab those feathers from our card pool to our hand. We want to see setting the standards to take all the 1/1 feathers into 4/4 feathers at base. So I really like adding the Charismatic Approach to assemble all of the combo pieces. Yes, it's a little disrespectful to Grog. Basically, he's saying, I am just not scared of you on this turn.
Absolutely. Speaking of, we blocked with a Thunder Spear Barrage, which has a very nice 2 high block, and then immediately responded with Grog plays a Gargantuan Grapple, and it was on a 5 because we had -1 to our difficulty. We passed it very easily, used its momentum ability. This is +1 to our check to play a whole slew of keyword attacks. But here we are, Fantech blocking now with a Big Fist Bash, which sports a incredible Breaker 3 block, which is going to force a foundation played and weaved through the turn here. It was on a 3, and we actually checked a 2 because of the breaker 3, so we have to commit at least 1 foundation. We do still have +1 to our checks due to the Gargantuan Grapple, but it's only to play Fury Charge Slam attacks, which this foundation, of course, is not that.
Yeah, I think that's what made Hawks feel so comfortable using the charismatic approach. Either he searched for the breaker 3 or he had the breaker 3 in hand and thought, I'm pretty sure this is going to end Grog's turn. Let me just go ahead and grab a piece for the combo.
Absolutely. We were using cards like Flushed from Hiding, which was that one foundation that Fantech committed to block that Gargantuan Grapple. It's the cycle of cards that say -2 speed for commit, and if it has a certain symbol, it actually is -3. And that's the one that says if it has the Chaos symbol, -3. Great tech against the Godzillas of the format, but Gargantuan Grapple does have the Chaos symbol, so we got huge value there. Going back, passing back after Grog builds another foundation after the one diff that we weaved in, of course, and it was that number 23 pro hero. But now that we're passing back to Fantech or Hawks, only being able to pick up 1 feather once again, not having that second one there yet.
I could have sworn we had a second feather, but perhaps
it might already be in hand.
You're right.
But here we go. The first. Oh, I thought it was a scheme. It looked so close to it, but it was actually just a new, just another foundation from TMNT. I believe it was another copy of Charismatic Approach, so we could do that same thing that we did on Grog's next turn. But the stages are getting fairly big here. We're still sitting on something like a military airship on the side of Hawks, and we haven't used it once, not defensively or offensively.
Yeah, I like the amount of deck searching that the Hawks is doing. We have like that Feather Sword Slash where we were searching for our feather. We have the Charismatic Approach to search on defense. We have the action to search for the assets. It feels like an extremely consistent list.
Yeah, it's just the name of the game, right? And like you said, this Hawks list is closer to what's a combo deck, right? As we lead things off with a Gigantification Swing once again on Grog's side. Check to 3 though, and we don't have a momentum to use this enhance of discarding the momentum, but it does still have another effect, which I forgot to note earlier. We used all that speed hate earlier from Fantech's to block it because this says response after you play Gargantuan, sorry, not Gargantuan Grapple, Gigantification Swing, -2 to your rival's next check. And it can in the combat phase if you do end up blocking with one of these. But same play here, going to commit this foundation for -3 speed. And so this is the slowest Gigantification Swing of all time.
Yeah, Hawks wants to have a lot of speed control in his stage, either offensively or defensively, because he has the swap. So that could, any amount of speed control could also be damage control. Choosing to block with a feather instead of playing it from our hand. Now the feathers can always be used. We can always slam them into our card pool for -3 or +2 speed. They go really well with the swap, but I also understand going ahead and using the block. You don't want to be stuck with lots of feathers in your hand and then you're unable to have 2 that you're grabbing from your discard.
Absolutely. As the second attack for this turn is going to be one of the key pieces we saw have success last weekend in Spain, Titan Cliff, which is going to build us a 6 check from our discard pile, and then we may review up to 3 cards in our hand, draw 1 card for each card review. Very nice cycling of our cards in our hand to find the better ones. And of course, it's a 6 diff and it has very nice stats. So we'll see if this one ends up getting connected. We're using a couple more pieces here. It's another high attack. We did just use a mid block. So the question is, do we have another one? We had to block with one of our attack cards last turn on the side of Hawks. And Hawks can make things high, right? So you would think that High Zone is kind of the easier one to block, but it looks like the Charismatic Approach is coming out again. Both players searching their deck for any card they want. David, this is starting to look like a Pokemon game for how much both of these players are searching through their decks.
It's definitely been, in my opinion, like some more recent UniVersus design. I don't recall like within the last year. I think we've gotten more deck searching cards, especially in Attack on Titan Apocalypse and in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, than any time previous in my time as a player. Previously, in my time as a player, UniVersus decks were searching their discard pile, which makes sense. Our discard piles get filled up, I think, more quickly than other card games on
Absolutely.
average. But yeah, a lot of deck searches have been coming recently. Oh, we just grabbed a Feather Sword Slash into our hand. But the deck searches makes combo decks like Hawks much more potent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that tarot reading was what we called enhance. Name a card type, reveal the top card of your deck. If you called the right card type, you get to add it to your hand. And of course, you typically always name attack because you want to get that bad check off. And surprisingly enough, that Feather Sword Slash is exactly what we're looking for with a 1 high block. But here comes another attack on the side of Grog. And guess what? It's another throw. So no matter what, this is going to deal a little bit of damage unless we get sneaky with a Hawk swap that I'm not sure we've used yet. You know, we don't get to see the stats of the attack very well, but this is a 0 speed move, David. This is one of the easiest ones of all time to use Hawks' ability on, but you have to fight against Grog. Grog at any point can use an enhance to give more damage to their attack by spending these rage counters and drawing more cards.
Yeah, the sequencing is pretty key here. I have to imagine that Hawks takes a couple points of damage from the attack. It looks like it does hit. We have another throw coming in. Rip apart.
Yeah, combos with a Fury, which close combat tackle is not. So the combo is not going to be relevant here, but it does still have a blitz ability that says if there are 2 or more rage counters on your character, guess what? It gains throw. We have 2 rage counters because that throw connected, putting us up to 2. It's now a 3 mid for 6 throw attack that we can use Grog, give it some more damage, draw another card, and we're going to get that rage counter right back.
Yeah, and we're dealing chip damage. So far, I feel like the game is in Hawk's favor because he feels sort of like Hawks is approaching a game state where it's going to be very difficult to lose. But these throws are allowing Grog to slowly chip away, turn these rage counters into cards, and get a little bit of damage in to where when Hawks does decide to go in, they're going to have to finish their food because they'll be vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely they will. And after the exchange of pressing a bunch of enhances, Hawks is going to end up at about 14 health as we build a couple more foundations from Grog, holding 2. We have 2 rage counters, passing back, and I'm hoping that this might be the turn that we see the full combo potential. We're finally picking up 2 Hawks feathers here from Hawks. I don't know still what we search for that charismatic approach, but I can only hope that it might be a time to commit some schemes here, David. We are looking for the first form to be an equipment heist, and there it is, the wonderful looking promo version, of course, as well. Equipment Heist says for everybody at home with this new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles card, as a first form, you play this action card. It doesn't count towards progressive difficulty. The first form says you get to draw 1 and then discard 1, which we just pitched. Guess what? Another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards. And now, as soon as we hit 3 attacks in our card pool, David, we can use the card pool enhance ability on the equipment heist, which says if you have 3 or more 3 more attacks in your card pool, search your deck or discard pile for 1 asset and build it in immediately. The fact that we're kicking this off with a Feather Storm, David, this is what people have been talking about. This is going to say that any feathers we play this turn don't count towards progressive difficulty. The scheme doesn't count towards progressive difficulty. We're going to be playing these feathers on 2, and when we play the second one, David, we're going to be able to grab any asset we want from our deck or discard pile.
The stats on this Hawks turn are about to go crazy because we're leading with we're now following up with the setting the standards. This sets all attacks to 4/4 that come in the future. So these feathers are no longer 1/1, they're 4/4. Feather Storm means our feathers don't even count towards progressive difficulty. Also, Feather Storm can give us speed. Our Hawks Enhance gives it 2 damage. So these feathers are going to be 5 speed, 6 damage, 1 difficulty attacks. And because of Equipment Heist, we'll have our 3rd attack in the card pool. We'll go find our mutant machine. Hey, we'll commit it. That's 5/5, 10 speed, 11 damage, catch. I'll use military airship, grab my feather back. I have 3 feathers in hand. It's going to be easy to play all of them. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a winning turn from Hawks. Although,
guess what though?
Grog takes 2 damage off everything.
that was a great explanation of what could have happened. But David, we vast strength to the setting the standard. We said no, thank you. I don't want to deal with that blitz. So I think we might still see the explosivity that you're talking about. But I think on this first feather that we play here, it might be a military airship. Pick the setting the standard back up, and then play it on a 5 because the feather ignores, and then just get that blitz going one more time. So yes, you're 100% correct, but I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. We are going to pick up the setting the standard and do everything you just said, but have to do it an attack or two later. So, yeah, the
I'm
stats,
missing some of these grog foundations with the glare.
it's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I'm here to make sure that we're in the right direction. But yes, this first feather is going to be a little bit of a weenie, but we didn't even go and search for an asset before we did that, because that was the 3 attacks in our card pool. We must have been afraid of something, and I can't see exactly what's on the board for what it would have been, but we didn't go get an asset, right? This military airship was already here. So I don't know if that was a missequence or something I'm missing on the board. We didn't use our card pool scheme.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, this is going to be a pretty cool one. We searched our deck, put in the Hawk's Feather in a discard, which is going to activate our 0 difficulty foundation to draw.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And again, it's just we are watching this deck still function and turn its knobs like a well-oiled machine. Every card, every foundation here, whether it's defense or setting up for this combo, it is the same idea. But like you said, chewing through this 31 health, that's not even really 31 health because Grog is taking 2 off of them every single time. But this setting the standard will hopefully change that fate. And this is now the 3rd attack in our card pool again. But this time I'm hoping, there it is, the scheme enhance. Looks like we're going to go to our discard pile first, and I can only imagine, David, that we're going to grab a massive mutant machine. There it is, 7 difficulty asset, and you talked about this at the beginning of the day. This card, probably not so great if you have to build it on a 7, but when you build them in for free, they're incredibly good.
Yeah, this just feels like Rock Barrage build in 9 Titans.
Yes, absolutely. And we are going to go ahead and spend a rage counter, draw a card as we've pressed the +5/+5 on the setting the standard. And then we used a flip for, I believe, some more minus damage. This one is going to connect, but again, not for very much, and gives another rage counter to Grog. Very slowly but surely building up even more of those. But we're down to 19, I think, over on Grog's side. So now this feather, as you stated earlier before, is going to be a 4/4 base. We have a Feather Storm in our card pool that give +1 speed, and then now we get to press the scheme again. Go find another asset from our discard or deck and go build it into our stage. Guess what, David? It's another massive mute machine.
Who could have guessed?
Me, because I can see the deck list.
The amazing thing about this is that even if we don't kill Grog in this turn,
you're set up.
We're not even committing we're set up for our future turns. We have all the mutant machines in our staging area, and we're not even committing foundations to pass these checks because the feathers aren't counting towards progressive. Equipment heist doesn't count towards progressive. So as long as we can keep cards in our hand, our stage really isn't being taxed that heavily, which is going to be important because if we pass back to Grog, we are giving Grog just all the rage counters in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question here is, I think the only attack left in our hand was another feather, but it's just like you said, David. I mean, we did what the deck was supposed to do. We got 2 of these massive mute machines in our stage. They're going to be there for a while, and they're going to still have their commit abilities next turn. So we're going to build one more foundation from extra speed hate, and we have to survive this next Grog onslaught. We knocked Grog down to 12, but we left him with 4 rage counters. He has 2 momentum. Let's see what this 5-hander can do on a potential backswing. Although it's a very readied stage, you can still get Hawks while he's down. He's only got 13 life. And we're kicking things off with the form of the I would like to rage on the action card, and it says gain rage counters equal to the number of your momentum. And the first copy of this that you play in a turn doesn't count towards progressive difficulty, and at any point during this turn we have our own card pool enhance on our action cards. David, we can remove this from the card pool and give our fury attack powerful 3.
Looks like we were a little unfortunate in our draw though, and this is going to be a build out that's too bad because that felt like probably the best turn to go in. Hawks is going to be super consistent, grabbing back those feathers and having the double mutant machines. Now airship doesn't ready.
Correct. It was frozen. We've now removed that frozen token to denote that it is no longer frozen. So if there's a world where we don't end the game here, which we could not, right? I mean, we're going to draw 4 cards off the top of our deck after a review and grab our 2 feathers. And like you said, David, those 2 feathers at minimum can still get the +5/+5 from these massive mute machines. But the question is, do you want to spend those offensively? I think it just depends on what we draw. And it's looking pretty gray as well. So it might just be a scenario where we build a couple more and then we'll have at least the airship to go back on when we go into another offensive turn. But giving Grog more time to accumulate more rage counters and a larger stage, I mean, that's exactly what a 5-hander is looking for. Oh, perfect. Oh, one of my favorite cards.
Chivalrous Thief.
Yeah, absolutely. We are a villain and a pro hero. We get access to both modes on Chivalrous Thief. And of course, the one that we just used was, or sorry, this is the other card. It's just the villain form. But once per turn, discard a momentum, discard 2 rival momentum, and your next slam or taunt attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. And that's all we need to do. Get them off of momentum.
I remember back in the day when I was playing Hawks about 1.5 years ago, and Amajiki was huge in the meta. This was like the Amajiki killer. It was, okay, I'm going to pull these out of my sideboard. I discard a momentum. I selectively grab Amajiki's momentum. But it's doing a lot of work here as well. Throwing a feather out as our 4th card. Hey, it's a 1-diff. It's like a spam foundation.
Yeah.
We're fully signaling to our rival. This is just a poke attack.
Yeah, and I think the idea here is that, there's no reason not to play one move and just give it +10/+10, right, David? But of course, it immediately, the first +5/+5 gets answered with a return to normalcy. Then we play the other one, and then expertly played here, in my opinion, Mark plays the referee jury after the second massive mute machine comes out, which sets its damage to 4. And then it looks like we even went with a partial block here to help get some of these other cards out of our hand. I actually think this one has deflect.
To grab the referee jury, and then we added that foundation that says -2 damage, and it comes back.
Yeah, and you don't mind hitting with the feathers, like you said. It's a 1 difficulty attack. You don't care if they go to the discard pile. You actually want them in your discard pile, right, David? Because you want to be able to pick up 2 more from your discard pile at some point. But yeah, we're going to pass back. We used all of our assets, try to give some more stats, but we have great answers over on Grog's side. Review here, draw up to hand size, and once again, do we have enough gas in the tank for Grog's side? And we're at least going to go for it. Instant Shining Flash on a 4, checks of 4. We're good to go there. And hey, you discarded my momentum. I'm going to do a little bit of that myself. Get rid of one of these from Hawks' momentum. And again, we have a nice little 4 high for 4 that can either make our next card's difficulty -1 by flipping a foundation. And we're Grog. We can give it some damage, draw a card.
Yeah, and we do have the deadlock from like pull from danger. I think that deadlock is to give stun 2, if I remember correctly. We have a Titan Cliff, which can build a second number 23 pro hero, and we have the 3 counters, so that gives speed, and we can kind of fight Hawks on the speed battle. Both of these characters are kind of just inevitable in their game plans, and so we've got Grog here at 11 health, Hawks at 13. It'll be very, very scary to pass back. I think Grog at least has to get Hawks into single digits here on this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually don't even think if you're allowed to pass back. We set our discard pile up with another feather. If you can do some good tracking, obviously we can see that Thantek still has 2 feathers in his hand after attacking with that 1. So it's still in its capacity where we can pick up that feather. It will be a 3rd one, and it's after you draw to hand size, of course. So it's just a situation where the more turns Grog is giving Hawks, it gets scary. But you're right. I mean, we're down to 9 health now, David. If you keep giving Grog more turns, they play throws. You have to use a once per turn just to make a throw, not deal as much damage. But watch out. If you do that, you have return to normalcy that can be used offensively to reset an attack back to its damage. And things like Titan Cliff could be the opportunity where we review cards out of our hand, draw some new ones, that we can start drawing these throws. And it could just be the end of the game for Hawks because we just don't have answers to those.
Yeah, the Hawk swap isn't quite as powerful with all of Grog's counterplay. Moment of Normalcy coming down right now, though.
Yeah, it is.
And it
We
looks
did a-
like that was the deadlock from the Zero Diff. No.
No, I don't think quite yet.
Or
But
did
yeah,
he-
we kept using more speed hate, and then we returned it back to printed. And then we got another piece of speed hate out of Thantech, which means now we're going to go for the block, which is a high block. Checking a 3 on it means we're going to pass or commit a couple of foundations. But, getting rid of these bad cards that Thantech doesn't even want in his hand. But what else could keep coming? How about another instant Shining Flash? Getting Hawks off of their momentum. But we checked a 3 of our own, and it was a throw. That throw could have helped us win the game here, but we'll have to see how many more attacks we can keep playing, and cards like Instant Shining Flash can help us with it.
Yeah, and this is getting pretty precarious on Grog's side to continue passing checks. We can't really use the deadlock on Pull from Danger because we can't be affording to
Turn another card
commit
sideways.
it.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is now another card we can flip. I mean, we already did flip one for this Instant Shining Flash Enhance. -1 difficulty to the next one. And again, we're down to 9. We have to respect every single attack that is being thrown at us. So much so that we are pressing Charismatic Approach. And the deck size, this is a crazy way to use this card, right, David? The deck is so low on Grog's side. There's not a lot of options for them to choose through, but it's the same idea here for Hawks. Not a lot of cards to choose from, but they both get to search their deck for one card, and you better hope that the one that you grab is better than your opponent's. That was the scariest position, I think, to use that Enhance, because we are so close to dying.
Yeah, and we know that Grog can go and just grab a throw from their deck, assuming that one was in their deck. There might not have been.
Yeah, exactly.
We can ready up our capture the targets now. That's going to make our
Yeah.
stage look a little bit more healthy. I think we could easily pass a couple more attacks, potentially a third if we
Yeah, it looks
check,
like
if we check Incredible and play a 3 difficulty.
Yeah, another high block here. Massive Mute Machine checked does give us a high, a good check there. As a Titan Cliff coming on a 6/7 because we had -1 to it. Checking a 5, only having to commit 2 more foundations. This is going to build us another 6 check here, just like you said. And it's starting to get really bad. We have plenty of ready foundations. That's not what I'm really worried about here, right? And this is a chaos
Mhm.
attack. Our 1-diff say -3 speed on them. But if we just start running out of high blocks, we're in some real trouble.
Yeah, now we have double number 23. These Hawks' stage is not looking nearly as healthy as it once was, and all it takes is one Grog attack to hit.
It really does. We now have it at 1 speed after using this incompatible quirks. I can only imagine we will remove one of these face down foundations, and then we went ahead and reviewed one card from the Titan Cliff to draw the last card in our deck. The fact that we only reviewed one there, though, David, tells me that all these other cards in our hand must be crazy good, or AKA win the game.
Yeah, I mean, as Grog, we're like a 11-hander this turn. We've had
Yes.
the Titan Cliffs. We're turning in our counters. Our opponent allowed us to deck search for an attack. I wonder if that might be the, if Hawks ends up losing on this turn, if they look back and Charismatic is what did it.
It could be. You never know, right? I think that's the scariest part about that card is, yeah, searching is so scary in our game, but if you just have the right answers at the right time, it's not really that big of a deal. And it looks like we did end up using our once per turn Hawk swap. So I think this is doing -1 damage. And then here comes another rip apart on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We check a 3, 5, 6, 7. It actually just fails. We don't have enough foundations to commit to pass it. Hawks getting away with a survived turn. And it did look pretty scary there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that with the double mutant machines plus a ready airship, I cannot fathom a world in which Grog escapes this turn.
Absolutely no. It looks like we are going to go for the review here, though. Just checking how many Hawks feathers we have. We're going to draw these 3 cards in our deck. I think that's actually not how that works, and that's exactly why we're pausing. We're not going to have a discard pile because we reviewed that one card. it means we draw too many cards in our deck. These Hawk's Feathers won't be there.
Well, that might be the lucky break that Grog needed. A misstep on Hawk's part.
It could be. I think we still might get there. I don't know. We have to deal 11 damage. That is essentially just one Hawk's Feather. And it looks like, yep, we are going to get to take these backsies, I think. Our opponent being very kind to us there, where we just chose not to review the card that we wanted to. And instead, we get to pick up these two Hawk's Feathers and having one card left in our deck. So we get to get those. We have 4 attacks, but they're only Hawk's Feathers. I say only, but like, without the scheme, of course, they are still 1/1s, and we have 2 massive Mute Machines to play with. Of course, they do get a little bit more stats because of the Hawks in hands. Ooh, Mondo Gecko here getting played as a form. One of those secret rare backups from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set as well, because we do have the good symbol, and we're allowed to play this one.
Yeah, this one says this attack is plus X or minus X speed. X equals its block modifier. So a lot of times this is simply plus 2 speed on all your moves and minus 2 speed on all your rival moves. But you know, a lot of these throws have like plus 3 block modifiers, like close combat tackle. So even more value on those attacks for Hawks.
I was even going to look up, I think like the block modifiers on the Hawk's Feathers themselves are plus 2. You know, it is an extra 2 speed on each Hawk's Feather, and it's an attack that already gives itself plus 2 damage. But we are going to kick off playing a Hawk's Feather right off the bat on a 2, and here we have our 1 mid for 1. Hawk's Enhance says that it can get 2 more damage, and if we just turn both of these massive Mutant Machines sideways, the only thing that can really save Grog here are things like Referee, Jury, and we know that they're playing them. We have cycled our deck. There is really an opportunity to draw any amount of them, but here's the first +5/+5, putting this up to a 6/6, 6/8 with the +2. It's not lethal, but one more massive Mute Machine could do it.
Yeah, it'll have to get to 13 damage to be lethal. I think it gets exactly there with the Hawk's Enhance on Feather.
Yeah, we're going to go for the partial block here. 6, 7, 8. 9
only
because
only
of the
poured one
Hawks.
Mutant Machine into it.
Checking a 5 means it does fail? Yeah, it does fail. Okay, we're off by 1, I think, which means we are going to take it, going down even lower, getting another Rage counter, but here comes Hawk's Feather number 2 on a 3. It checks, and we still have this Mute Machine. If there was going to be a Referee, Jury, now is the time. And we have more damage reduction as well, so it doesn't even need to be the Referee, Jury. We just flip Life in Danger. Do we have another answer?
We're gonna 3 damage.
We're gonna go for the draw here. We look
just
at our hand,
hoping to draw into a Jury. Well, now both Mutant Machines have been used, so these feathers really aren't going to be. The feathers, I have a hard time finding them to be lethal with the Grog -2 damage to everything, but Grog is only at 2, so as long as these feathers just deal 1 each, they're in business.
Yeah, that is exactly the scenario that it is in. And every time you play a Hawk's Feather, remember, Grog is able to spend a Rage counter here and draw a card. If we end up drawing mid blocks, we actually can survive against this. The question is, do you have the mid blocks? But we've only seen Grog attempt to block with high blocks. So Grog can, no matter what, has to take minimum 1. So 2 feathers wins the game, like you said. And it looks like that one connects, putting Grog to 1.
Yeah, we'll have to find the blocks, although we can just slam feathers down for plus speed.
We do have a deflect here as well on the Titanstone Knuckles. I didn't think about that one. That is going to actually reduce its damage even further. But here comes the 4th Hawk's Feather on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Checking a 3, turning 2 more cards sideways. This is another moment here. We have to draw the right card here as Grog. Spend a Rage counter. Draw 1 card.
Did we find a deflect or a full block?
Another deflect card, David, but it's not enough. It looks like it's still going to be it's going to be that minimum 1, and with that being at 3 damage, it's going to be game 1 going to Thantech piloting this Hawks list. That was a bit of a game. That was almost a 40-minute game there.
Yeah, that was crazy. The decks didn't feel unevenly matched. You know, this is the top tables. Both of these characters have not taken a loss, although the Grog has taken a draw, which I can believe. Grog tends to, pull games out for a while, and Hawks takes his time to find his feathers. What do you think could be done differently on Grog's side in game 2? Because we don't have much time to even this up.
It's really those throws, right? I think we did a really good job of pushing the advantage when we had the chance to. I really wonder, though, that I think a lot of Hawks decks do get a little bit stronger in games 2 and 3 because of the crazy sideboards you have access to. And I think the main deck toolbox engine of what Hawks does and playing this kind of combo oriented game plan, you have so many tools in the deck that are working for what that's doing, right? You figure out in game 1 which of those cards do you not necessarily need for this matchup. Take those ones out and put in even more troublesome cards that your opponent is trying to deal with while they're just trying to apply pressure to you. So I think it's going to be a little bit harder for Grog, but I do think the throws are the name of the game because there was just a world there.
Yeah, he's got more in his sideboard. That seemed to be the
Ooh.
the main avenue to getting damage on Hawks. It is worth pointing out that in that game, Hawks doesn't kill him that turn if he wasn't allowed to take that move back.
Yeah, that review back.
If his rival didn't allow him to have the review back, which, you could look at it both ways. Hey, rules are rules, but also we're just having fun playing a game, and I knew you didn't mean to do that,
And it's also like you have to also remember, I mean, all of this kind of also came down to we missed one of those enhances on the the equipment heist. We could have had a third massive mute machine in our stage, and the game probably could have been over a long time before that moment, right? But again, we're all humans. It's like you said, we are having fun. We are playing games. We are playing it at a competitive level. People make mistakes. That is okay. It happens all the time. And so with that, Grog's going to be on the play here, going first. You're right, more throws in the sideboard, and I wanted to bring up one more card in the Grog sideboard that I think might matter actually quite a bit, and it's an old one, another oldie but goodie, Faith Shield. It's not necessarily what I care about on being able to take no damage as an Omni block, but it has a very important line of text that says flip the attack. Why does that matter, David? We need face-up attacks in our card pool for Equipment Heist to work. That's a real answer to what this deck is doing.
Yeah, and flipping Featherstorm, it's not much, but take away -1 speed on all rival moves. But yeah, that makes sense. Just find a disruption piece for the combo. It's also a little bit of damage reduction.
Yeah.
I believe Hawks is playing a couple of charge attacks. It's not nothing being built in.
I'm checking for you. I don't actually know.
I thought Sword Slash was one, but I could be wrong.
No, it wasn't. I kept looking. Nope, it looks like we don't. You're wrong.
Really a weapon. All right, it's nothing.
I'm joking, of course, but it'll be very difficult, right? Going on the other side, Dantec is playing important cards in his sideboard, such as things like Runaway, which Runaway does help about slowing down an aggressive onslaught by Grog, because we saw Grog basically not be able to close out the game or even attempt to. Why? They checked one more 3 than they were supposed to, right? They committed too many cards on their stage. They couldn't play that last attack, David. Things like Runaway can do that even more by taking base damage of a move, saying it doesn't deal damage, which is important. Grog doesn't get the rage counter unless it deals damage, while also shoving that card in the card pool means your turn could be ended just from a Runaway response.
Yeah, and we really didn't see any ways that Grog was playing to cheat progressive difficulty. Beyond instant Shining Flash, giving effectively +1 to their next check to play an attack, but there wasn't anything really ignoring progressive or leaving the card pool, and so it was a very honest game plan. And you're right, Runaway can disrupt that. And here we have both feathers very, very early on, and double feather control in hand. Feather control, maybe Hawks' best foundation in the deck, and we really didn't even see it game 1.
Yeah, exactly. And you ready? Feather Control right here is another one of those cards that you can kind of slow down if you use things like Faith Shield and you block the feathers, right?
Mm-hmm.
because they become face downs, they can't be grabbed by that Hawk's Feather anymore because they don't check that difficulty that you need. But at the same time, you're right. You brought it up. Having 2 feathers early on in your discard pile, one because we checked it, but going second as Hawks and you look at your partial pair, like you go before you mulligan, and if you have a feather, you go, well, this is my review. And it means you're going to have that +1 hand size by having that feather at your disposal every turn, starting off the get go. And remember, if you review it, you still get to pick it right back up because Hawks' timing is at the beginning of the combat phase, correct?
Right. You do get to pick it right back up. Here's that throw that was cited in for
Flying
Grog.
takedown.
And we've got it as the top of our discard pile and in play. Little good luck charm there. It is a 5 difficulty attack, 4 mid 5. We can mill 1, and we get the damage of the block modifier that we mill.
Absolutely. It was for 8 damage there because of all that extra stuff. And the first attack has connected for 4 as we did block up the throw, so it will still do half. And hey, guess what? I said it was the name of the game. A second throw getting played here with that close combat tackle. But we do still have to worry about this once per turn from Hawks that could end up zeroing this out. But we now have a rage counter that we can kind of play around it. It means that we probably can't press the button, and we don't. So we're going to go for the block here on a 4, and it checks just fine. Going to 0 cards in Thantech's hand. And so that means this Gargantuan Grapple is going to do some good damage. And we checked a 6 on it, not having to commit a single card on Grog's stage.
Yeah, step 1, play Grog. Step 2, play throws. Step 3, I think win.
Absolutely.
This game is easy.
And we're thinking about playing this charismatic approach in hands because we have 0 cards in hand. It looks like we are going to push the button. Both players, once again, going into their decks and searching for any card that they like. I don't know what you're going to be grabbing here, but it's got to be something to block this Gargantuan Grapple. I'm hoping maybe something like a Showdown.
He grabbed the Breaker 3, but I really like the Charismatic with Showdown and the Breaker 3. Just grabbing whichever one you feel is better in that situation.
Yeah, the Breaker 3 makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, this is a throw. They're typically slow. So Gargantuan Grapple going to easily get blocked here, hopefully, even with this +3 block modifier. As long as we, even with a 5, we're going to be just fine. Just commit a couple more cards. Breaker 3 live here, which is much better at slowing down the turn than necessarily like playing even the Showdown because, I mean, we haven't committed any foundations yet, but it is still going to connect more rage counters and 3 momentum at the minimum of this on a 1. And we check it's on a 1, 2, 3, 4, but we checked a 1. So we have to commit 3 of our foundations, getting full value out of that Breaker. And you can only imagine Grog's turn is over after trying to build maybe 1 or 2 more. And that's it, actually.
Yeah, but a very, very successful turn for Grog, in my opinion. We now have 3 momentum to cash in on future turns or to lead with I would like to rage, grab 3 rage counters off of it. Hawks, we're not really scared of Hawks' offensive game plan on this turn quite yet, especially with the -2 damage against that Grog has as a static on face. So I like swinging out on that turn and just really, really set up with counters and momentum for the future.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I was gonna, kind of fight you on that. It was like, what are you talking about? We got double feather control. We could have gone scheme, feather storm, and just start off the races with the 2 feathers that we picked up. I think we could have maybe made some damage, but you're right. -2 damage, or fake -2 damage, -2 damage that we would have been dealt, goes a long way when this is literally a deck that has to play quite a few of attacks to even get the combo going. So it's just going to be build out a couple more foundations. Some of my favorite ones, though, that 3 difficulty foundation, Yelena's Machinations, which is E-flip, enhanced flip. Look at the top card of your deck, and once it's flipped over, you can play the Outwit ability on it, which is after your rival plays an attack, you can unflip it and commit it, give it -2 speed, and draw a card. And that's exactly what we're going to press.
We want as much speed control as we can find in Hawks.
Yeah, and look again, another throw here. Rip apart on a 4. We did check a 3 on it, and we're pressing the Grog button. Spend a rage counter. Give it 2 more damage. Because we had 2 rage counters, this one, Blitz, became a throw. And all of a sudden, every attack we played this game has been a throw.
This card art, by the way, I just want to say, I think it's the most gruesome card art we have in the entire game. Okay, this is really interesting. Referee jury set the damage back to 4, and when it deals because it's throw, we get to draw a card. I don't hate it.
And it was in response to the once per turn Hawk's ability. We said, I'm going to make this 0. Incredible offensive referee jury here. Just like you said, we're going to draw so many cards from this one, and we're still punishing Hawks if they even attempt to block it. And the fact that we build out afterwards, I think that was an incredibly good turn and a good use of the referee jury there. Again, like you said, we don't feel very threatened right now. We are at full health with our ability of Grog, with the response of, taking 2 less damage per attack, and we're building a bigger stage. This is the recipe for success for Mark to take down this game too.
Yeah, and this larger stage also means that we can pretty comfortably get 1 or 2 blocks this turn. It's not going to, we're not just going to be a complete punching bag. We also, I think, have a defending pageant queen, a moment of normalcy, lots of resets in this stage to where even if Hawks is building those massive mutant machines, we have ways to reset them to blockable. Yeah, the only thing for Grog is we're definitely not getting to a game 3 here, finishing up a game 3, but can we even it out before we run out of time?
Yeah, and it looks like we are still going to try and get at least a little bit of value here from Hawks. Just playing this nice 1 difficulty attack. Hawk's Feather, we picked this up for free. You were talking about those resets, and you're right. Those are 100% great cards. And I was over here staring at the 3 copies of Pull from Danger that says, even after you get through the resets, I have Enhanced Flip for -3 more damage. That's pretty good too. It's -9 damage represented on board, not counting the resets. Oh, and by the way, we're still Grog. And we have things like Deflect happening here. Oh, we love all the Deflect love in this deck.
Yeah, and this has a response, this 2 difficulty. It's a response in the card pool. At the end of your combat phase, add this card to your hand. We're not going to be using it here, but it has this cool enhance that add this card to your card pool. This attack gets 2 damage. So if we had built it, we could add it for +2 damage and then add it back to our hand at the end of the combat phase.
Yeah, it does only add for your combat phase. It makes sense, right? It's a rock steady card. You put a bunch of things into your card pool. If you used it offensively, that enhance. But if we use the Deflect, we don't get to keep looping it over and over again, obviously. But you're 100% correct. I mean, the fact that Deflect was the reason we lived multiple turns, I want to say, last game. We still didn't end up living, but using the Deflect keywords when we have them to get the full value makes sense. And this is exactly what you were noting out earlier, David. We played I Would Like to Rage. I'll add a please there.
Yeah, we're just gonna get a crazy amount of counters that we just grabbed. We just grabbed 4 counters off of it.
4 counters and drew a card, and it doesn't counter with progressive difficulty, meaning this Gigantification Swing is going to be on a 5. We did check a 3, so we'll turn 2 sideways, and we can spend one of these momentum and say, hey, I'm going to try and play a bunch of attacks, and they're going to be a little bit easier this turn.
Yeah, I said that Grog plays an honest game plan. Gigantification Swing, a good start to allowing us to play the string that we're going to need to punch through Hawks's wall. I like that we have that we took that build turn, so we have the foundation base to play a string here. Hawks is at 13 health, a little less than half. That's still probably going to take multiple attacks.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the biggest thing is I want to say is like Gigantification Swing really going to help us play a bunch of attacks, and that is, like you said, the only real way we have to make our turn a little bit easier. And we got full blocked here, a Hawk's Feather coming down as the block, and we have a second Gigantification Swing coming through. I know it's a little blurry, but this one, again, another -2 to Thantex check to block this one, and we have more momentum. We're going to immediately spend it, and now we have +2 to our checks to play all of these. And because we're Grog, right? We're going to keep drawing cards. We're going to keep trying to get and punch through this wall. And at the end of the day, when all of the resources have been used, the once per turn from Hawks, all these extra defensive pieces we have on Hawks' stage, we're going to run out of stuff. And we still have this I Would Like to Rage that says we can give a Fury attack a powerful 3, and we're still sitting on 2 momentum.
Yeah, we can make our last one really count and get to lethal. Titan Cliff is a Fury. I think a couple of these throws are Furies. Gigantification Swing is a Fury. Instant Shining Flash, which I see in our hand, is not.
Ooh. We're pressing buttons. We played the deadlock enhance this time. We said I played double gigantification swing. I can afford to commit some of these sideways. The deadlock enhance from pull from danger, giving this gigantification swing stun 2, really starting to tear apart the board now. I mean, we're not in deadlock anymore unless I counted incorrectly. And we are going to survive through this once per turn. We have the answer. We can afford to turn this card sideways again, David. Moment of normalcy, putting this thing's damage or back to its printed. It's still going to be a 4 mid for 5, and we are going to press a Botan's coaching enhance to help try and find a better block or a better card to help combat this.
Which we could end up regretting if it helps Grog out here. It meant Grog just got to draw 2 cards, one off the Botans, one off of himself, and here comes the other Botans.
We're pressing
really
more.
allowing Grog to dig deep for more attacks.
David, we just drew a 3rd gigantification swing from that. I know I was spoiling the story a little bit, but I think this could be exactly what we were talking about. This is very quickly becoming a might go to game 3 with and then go to time in the round as we are approaching 5 minutes left as we lose our feed. But this is the beginning of the perfect storm of what Grog is trying to do right now, and it could be a scenario where this Hawks deck is going to take a draw, and the Grog deck's going to take a draw, and both these players are sitting at table 2. There's still more of this tournament to play, David. 2 rounds afterwards, and both of these decks, like you said at the end of game 1, really competing against each other at a pretty high level, at least for the way that, I was told that this Hawks deck was going to be this huge menace, but taking a little too long to get your pieces together could be the reason why Hawks loses that game 2 there.
Yeah, and everything was set up by that turn 2, starting with the triple throws, getting the momentum for I Would Like to Rage, being able to pay it off here on a Fury attack at the end once we fully get Hawks' stage sideways. Also, Gargantuan Grapple, we can spend a momentum to give stun 2 to take down those feather controls inside of Hawks' stage. And draws really aren't bad in a tournament like this where we have, I think, 47, 48 players. We cut to a top 8. You could easily top cut, I think Grog could, with having 3 draws overall and then having wins otherwise.
I think, but it is kind of scary, right? Because you are then at that point kind of leaving the tournament not in your own hands anymore, because like 3-0-3 in a 6-round tournament is as if you had 4 wins, right? And the reality is, how many 4 and 2s make it, and are your tiebreakers going to be better as a 4 and 2? Probably not, because you ended up drawing 3 times. But you're right, it is still anybody's tournament. I'm not saying either of these players are out of it regardless of the result, but it's looking like it's going to end up in a draw for both of those players, and we will get confirmation as soon as we can, whether we get the feedback in time as we go to time. Who knows? But I do like what the deck is doing. Again, we're seeing a couple misplays from game 1, and that's okay. It still ended up coming in the way in favor of Thantech on playing on the Hawks deck, and this is one of the better performances, at least watching what this Grog deck is now doing on this turn that we cut away from. It's one of the better performances I've ever seen of a Grog deck at an event, period. And it looks like we are going to be able to get back into the feed probably just in time for this kill turn to hopefully pan out.
Yeah, let's see if the triple gigantification swing was enough power to hit a home run here for Grog. But I really like all the deflect that Grog has had.
Oh, it's awesome.
We haven't seen a lot of deflect up till this point, but it feels like maybe with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards, plus the critical role, like we saw the Titanstone Knuckles, which is I didn't even know that had deflect on it, honestly, until you called it out.
Well, and the cool thing too is that if Grog ever ends up building them, he has access to the other hidden card text on Titanstone Knuckle. He can play the deflect ability on Titanstone while it's in your stage, which is really cool. But I agree with you. I mean, it's this keyword that we gained from Girl Power, right? Mm-hmm. And then we didn't really see a lot of support for it. And then now if a couple more cards have come out with that support, mainly closely to that Earth identity. And that is one of the benefits of this Earth deck, finding success.
What a crazy, we came back and there were 3 more attacks in the card pool and a gigantification swing. I wish we could press the rewind button because there were like 7 attacks there in Grog's card pool. Just
And the key part of that is even after all those attacks, we still didn't get the game. We left Hawks at 3. And David, at least before we cut away the feed,
Wait, did we not use I Would Like to Rage to put? We have a moment. We had a momentum.
we had momentum, but it has to have the Fury keyword to gain
But
powerful.
Swing does have Fury.
We didn't actually play that third swing. I think we just went Instant Shining Flash into a Gargantuan grapple, and that one is not a Fury throw. I think we spent a momentum to give it stun and maybe work throughs, but we didn't necessarily have just enough gas. And at least before we cut, this is what I saw. We had the scheme in hand for Hawks. This is now the potential for Hawks to try and claw his way back into this game. Hawks is probably going to end on time here on this offensive turn, and he went second this game. This is the last turn. If you don't kill Grog, you win anyway. And if you do kill Grog, you take the win and you feel good about it, right? But the fact that Grog didn't make it and didn't get lethal there, I think that's going to spell potentially a 1-0 win here for Thantech.
Yeah, you know, and Hawks is kind of an expert at just surviving these turns just barely. You know, he can feel so difficult to kill. The perfect attack string here on Hawks' side, going the equipment heist into Featherstorm, into setting the standards, exactly what you want to see. We have the feather control. We could definitely do some serious damage to Grog here, but yeah, I think the main goal here is let's just run out the clock and take our victory.
I believe time has been called. I believe Thantech is talking to the table judge, and he's understanding. He's like, well, I mean, I went second this game. He goes, I mean, like, I'll play it out for the stream, and I would like him to play it out, but they're going to show their hands. I mean, that was the turn Grog needed to win. So regardless of the end state of this turn, it just wasn't enough. We even go ahead and gives us the peak of what the next 5 cards off the top of the deck to see if we would have drawn enough gas to get there. And with only one throw there, it's usually not enough to fight through everything that Hawks is sending your way. I mean, it could, right? It could, because we're at 3. It's a 6 base damage throw.
Yeah, with the swap, I would find it pretty hard to believe that it deals enough.
Yeah, so it's a hard scenario, and that is going to be the match going to Hawks here on the order symbol, piloted by Thantech with a 1-0 victory. I mean, we saw it happen. We saw the equipment heist do the thing eventually. It just took a couple of turns to get there, and that did still give Grog a chance to claw his way back into that game. But that means we went to time. That means we had a full round action-packed of UniVersus. So we have round 5 coming up here shortly. I'm going to send David away. I'm going to bring back Jesse. So don't go anywhere, fans. We're going to be back here shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We are in round 5. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined once again, and for the last time today, at least, Jesse Cervini with me. And Jesse, I'm gonna bring you back a little bit. I'm gonna bring you back into the time vortex. Do you remember national season last year, leading up to the world champion? And do you remember the little menace that was everywhere to be seen and all, and Oceania in the EU and even a little bit in North America? Do you remember? I don't remember his name.
He liked to copy things. It was Mimic.
Mimic. Oh, I get triggered every time I hear that name. We've got ourselves a good old-fashioned Mimic off for you guys at home. We have 2 players sporting the tiny little guy that has an errata, by the way, still showing a strong appearance here in our competing for getting into top cuts for day 2. But they're on 2 different symbols here, Jesse, and they're doing very different things stylistically. But they're playing the game with the green one. So if you like assets, this is the character for you, of course.
Yeah, this is seeing a Mimic in this day at this point is very surprising, but also I can't be surprised at all at this point. Like, this character is just like he had like being able to just build it's kind of similar to the backup decks. It's like, hey, this guy has his card type that he values the most, which is the assets. And if there's just enough good assets in the game, like the character's gonna work. Even if he gets committed, he's still good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is like his errata now, for everybody at home, instead of being able to just pick up an attack card when he checks an asset willy-nilly once per turn on either player's turn, he has a commit cost now. So if you pick one up on your rival's turn, you can still have that one, but then on your turn, if you use it, you don't have access to it on your opponent's turn. But you're right, he still has access to damage reduction as well as damage pump whenever you turn assets sideways. And very similarly to Hanj Zoe, who we saw earlier today, she's allowed to commit one back, or they're allowed to commit one backup to pass a check. Mimic can commit one asset to back a check, which then triggers the damage pump or damage reduction when you do so. But these are on 2 different symbols here, Jesse. We have Earth Mimic versus Chaos Mimic. And the biggest thing, not just of note of their symbols, which we'll see a couple of attacks that are different, but a lot of Earth and Chaos cards. As you know, Godzilla is out and about, and you know he plays cards that have both Chaos and Earth on them. One of these decks is using some technology that we saw from the Hawks deck last round. One of these is an equipment heist deck. And it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Mimic gives you 1 more attack, which helps you get to that 3 number that you need. And also, it searches and builds an asset. That's what our deck is supposed to do. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, like he's that villain that just needed some extra support, and the equipment. Like Ice, when I first saw the equipment Ice, I'm like, this is a deck. Like, there's just something you build around. Like, this is a card that just like feels it's gonna do some damage somewhere.
Yeah.
Did I expect it to be Mimic? Not immediately.
It is one of those benefits, though, when we live in the world of Attune, because Mimic has the evil symbol, he has access to almost all of these schemes, and this one very much fits his bread and butter. Of course, you still have the tried and true cards of Mimic, Trigger Transformation, the asset itself, Trigger. And then we're going to see a little bit of discrepancy, obviously, in attack lineups. Some of these having Earth, some of these having Chaos. And obviously, one thing people will be of note is that I had Mimic on my bingo card of doing well in Louisville. It did, and one of them did convert, right? But one of the benefits we saw of Mimic is in another reference to an AOT3 card, Unyielding Destruction. We're playing with green ones. We can pass our checks with Unyielding Destructions instead of needing all these foundations, which is just very good to have that tool against certain decks in the format. It's not going to matter a lot in this matchup, obviously, but also only one of these decks is playing Unyielding Destruction, not both of them.
Yeah, like it seems like if you look at both decks here, the Chaos build is playing more of that small attack package of Mimic of like, hey, I'm playing Titan Cliffs, I'm playing a lot of 6 diffs, and I'm just going to go like that's the equipment, and that's it with they're playing the equipment. So it's like you're playing so few attacks, yet you're still trying to play the heist. And it's like, I want to see what this deck does.
Absolutely. As we have, spoiler alert, Mimic is going first this game. Specifically, Bailey F on the right-hand side is going first with their Mimic. Bailey is the one on the Earth Mimic, if I am looking at these correctly. Yep. And so playing some interesting cards here that are only relevant to the Earth symbol. Not any that we see necessarily on stage right now, but we played a soup, which allows it to build down immediately, which is essentially like giving us a foundation when you're playing as Mimic, which gave us this wonderful build 5 foundations after playing that soup. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ewan only builds 1 soup of their own and a trigger, which is very important, but then only extra 2 foundations. But we're going to go with another build turn, it looks like, from the side of Bailey. And when it's double trigger, I don't think you can be too upset about it. As we check a Takoyaki, which is a 6 check, but it's also an asset, we'll turn Mimic sideways and we'll pick up this Titan Cliff, hopefully preparing us for the next turn. Moment of Normalcy on a 4. We check a 3, going to have to turn 1 card sideways. And then we're also going to play a Titan Artillery Shell, which is typically a peak card for everybody who's been paying attention from the peak character card. But it is still a relevant card because it gives damage to your moves. And if one of your moves does hit, it has selective committal on one of your rival's foundations.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing that card getting play. I'm a little bummed with about that card too, because I was really hoping I like playing multiples of it, and now it's like, don't need to anymore. I'm good.
Absolutely. Kicking things off with a soup of our own over for Ewan on the left side. I'm going to kind of say their names instead of the character. I think it's a little easier for people following along at home. But yeah, Ewan here plays a soup. It builds down immediately. We didn't check an asset, so we're now playing with 5 cards on our hand. And Bailey aggressively grabbed an attack while they were building, but here we have leading things off with another oldie but a goodie for this Mimic deck. This is the Shocking Entrance, which is kind of like a tried and true for this character, right? It gives as an enhance, you're allowed to discard a card from your hand, and you can add 1 character or asset card from your discard pile to your hand. This is one of the reasons to play Mimic on Chaos. You don't get access to this on the Earth symbol.
Yeah. And it looks like we're deciding what we're going to pick up here from the swap out.
Yeah, so it was actually, we checked an asset to play the card. We used our Mimic response, picking up a Gargantuan Grapple before we even get to passing the attack. And now as we go, we are allowed to discard a card from our hand, just like you said, and who knows what asset we might pick up. But when you stare across Bailey, who has 2 triggers in stage already versus your 1, you kind of need to keep up in the trigger race, because triggers are why you can pass all of your checks in this character.
Yeah, like that's the whole. It's really why this character, out of all the characters from a non-raid, that this character is like, that trigger card is really, it's the bread and butter. You could play all the new stuff you want, but having that card, like even if you were going to like the heist out, you're like, okay, I got the equipment heist line going. I'm just gonna go find triggers. It's all you're like. You just keep going.
It's so important. It's why you even play another one of Mimic's signature cards, Trigger Transformation, that eventually you can turn your momentum into an enhance ability that allows you to build a trigger from your discard pile. And at least here on Ewan's deck, we're playing a full 4 copies of Trigger Transformation, because not only does it grab that trigger and build it, but Jesse, it gets +1 damage for each asset in your stage, not capped.
Yep.
It's uncapped, and it's already a 5 for 6, and it also could go down to a 4 difficulty attack from its normal 7, as long as you have 3 assets in your stage that reduce its difficulty. But the Shocking Entrance going to resolve, it looks like, and we're going to build a couple more and pass back over to Bailey as we kick things off with not an equipment heist, not for this deck, but a city rampage, doing our kind of sideways Godzilla impersonation that immediately we play a Titan Cliff to go with. And so we're going to be able to build 6 checks from our discard pile and review some of these cards that we don't want, and hopefully draw some good ones.
Yeah, I actually like this idea of another way to use the Godzilla package outside of Godzilla. We've seen City Rampage evolve with a lot of decks. We've seen ponies play it at one point.
Yes.
At one point, where and it's just, if you're gonna play City Rampage, if you're playing Titan Cliff, like, why not lean into that package? Like we're getting so close to this what I like to refer to as the like if attuned. There's getting enough overlap now. I'm waiting for somebody to come up with a Godzilla deck that doesn't have to be Godzilla all the time, and you're still just playing this amazing package, this Chaos or Earth package with City Rampage. And it's once in a while, like I need to deal more damage. I'll change to Godzilla. My deck does exactly the same thing, except I just need more damage output.
What a crazy play too. Remember, Titan Cliff can build us a 6-check from our discard pile. Of course, it also says it doesn't have to be a foundation. We built a 6-check asset. That takoyaki that we checked so earlier in the game, we built that one because it essentially is like building an extra foundation, but we're sending this Titan Cliff, and we're going to be blocking with that Gargantuan Grapple that Elwin picked up earlier, spent the momentum, gave it Breaker 2, but Bailey says, I'm going to continue to attack, though. Here's an Earthbreaker on a 5, 6, 7, and my Breaker 2 just gets counteracted by the +2 that the City Rampage is giving you. So we're going to have to find a way to give +4 more to our check. We have a trigger response. We commit an asset. There's 2. Turn 2 of our foundations sideways, and we are looking pretty. Now, we're not going to get the Blitz trigger here, which says if we have less foundations than our rival, we get to draw a card. But instead, this is still a powerful stun 2 attack, low zone, and if you don't block it, if it deals damage, you're allowed to selectively destroy one of the foundations committed due to its stun ability.
It's actually
During it.
like
During it.
Hand.
Yeah, which is also, you're right, because we're still staring across even this -2 speed here from Nice Try. It was committed during the Earthbreaker. If this doesn't get fully blocked or it finds a way to deal damage, you're allowed to blow up the Nice Try. You're right. You're 100% correct. It's not due to the stun ability. But we are milling a bunch of cards here with some inspiring songs, giving even more plus to our check. Jesse, we already are playing City Rampage. We're going to get +4 to this check, and we still have 3 assets to ready. But we have an incredible low block here on the other side from Elwin. It is the Gold Tips Imperial with a great low block. And when you block with it, it builds down, giving another asset to Elwin's stage.
And we're going to play... Look at this, for +3. We're going to check a 5.
6, 7, 8, 9. We checked a 5, but we actually checked a 9. We commit no resources to play this card, which means we don't get to tap an asset, by the way, because we checked so well. But it is going to blitz, give us a momentum. This attack cannot be reduced below its printed values. So damage reduction doesn't really work. Speed reduction doesn't really work. You're completely tapped out even, Owen. We're going to send a lot of damage your way, and this is getting massive. It's already for 12, +1 more damage from the Titan Artillery Shell. It's at 13 damage right now, but Ellen is sitting at full. This isn't lethal, but it sure is over half of your health.
Yeah, this is the use of Determined Advance is like people have kind of backed. We've seen a lot of decks back off from it lately. Like the Godzilla deck, even the Godzilla decks aren't playing it. They like, oh, some are like, I'll play more efficient cards that are not 6 diffs, so I can play multiple 5 diffs in a turn. I'll just play one of these. I'll be fine. But then you look at.
I don't know what just happened.
We Broken Psyche.
Oh my gosh! There's another ability on Broken Psyche that I totally forgot about. It's the synergy with whose card is this? Twice, right? There's another ability. It says response remove. After you take damage from an unblocked attack, you can add a card with a check value of 6 from your discard pile to your hand, playable while committed. Jesse, the schemes have 6 checks. We picked up Equipment Heist.
Yep. We're gonna start off with it.
What a crazy technology. It is gonna be still on a 5, and we checked a 3, but we're Mimic. We can play responses like the trigger to help pass these action cards, and this scheme will not count towards progressive difficulty. So we didn't finish our food. We left Elwin at 12 as we built and got our momentum. Of course, we have a pretty healthy stage for Bailey, but only 2 cards in our hand and an Equipment Heist headed onto the card pool. If we get to 3 attacks for Mimic, it could be very scary.
Yeah.
Titan Cliff on a 6 because it ignores. We check a 5 and it is an asset. We can tap 1 asset to pass this check, easy peasy, and we can also make the decision if we want to go pick up an attack, which would help us get to that 3 attack count for the Equipment Heist, but it looks like we're good to go with what we have. We value the damage pump that we want to use for our moves.
Yeah, looks like
Oh,
ooh, good response.
this is a good one.
Go
Yeah.
without like that. Surprisingly, today I've been looking through a lot of lists today. A lot less filled without. Like we saw, like when right after the first set, first event it was legal. A couple others it was like, oh wow, that card's like in and out of everybody's sideboard, main deck or side, and now people are like, do I need to play this? Is it that strong in this format? And it's like, I am still on the where it's like, what deck should be playing this card and which one shouldn't. This is a deck where you're playing essentially a combo deck against a foundation control style deck. I want to play Fill Without. I want to slow them down as much as possible.
Yeah, it is a hard decision, right? Because it is still, lose a card out of your hand for a very impactful ability. But when a bunch of decks running around in the format are doing a bunch of stats, it is a little bit harder sometimes. But we weaved in this Titan artillery shell of our own on a 2/3. It checks, and then we're going to play something Gambit, right?
Yes.
I mean,
this is the
Dangerous Gambit, and that's why we weaved in the asset, because it has a blitz ability that says build an asset from your card pool, and it has another blitz ability to ready an asset in our stage. So any of these assets we used earlier, which is essentially readying a foundation in a character like Mimic, we checked well on it, though. It feels good, and although this isn't like the most stat heavy card, it was great setup. It built us this Titan artillery shell, and we are one attack away, Jesse, from getting to this enhance in the card pool from the equipment heist.
Yeah, we're trying to set up. I think we're just, more than anything, we're posturing it, where we're trying to like, hey, you could try to block this, but I might be able to just play a third attack and then go search away. And
Yeah.
I would not want. I think we have to take this.
Yeah,
I think we're going to evaluate everything of like, hey, I don't think you got another one. You didn't get this to filter 3 cards. You're playing a small attack count. I don't think you got it.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of life to play with, though. Bailey is at 11 at this current point, and I think, Edwin is seriously considering putting even more damage into it, as well as the response from Mimic. This is now a 10 damage attack, and we're at 11 actually. I think we looked we're at 11. So here is a full block here with the +1 block modifier on City Rampage, checking an asset, beautifully timed, because it says we can go grab any attack from our discard pile. We pick the Titan Cliff, and we just commit, and we pass our 1 check so that we can do it. And we're gonna give the City Rampage Breaker 2 due to Shobujin's message, which is gonna really slow down this chance of getting a third attack into our card pool on a 1, 2, 3, and we check it. We checked it on a 3. But it looks like we don't even have another attack. We really needed that Titan Clip to go off, or we really needed to check an asset at some point that wasn't on that first card. We have to pass a missed opportunity on getting that card pool enhance off from the equipment heist.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to go back to the other side here and see what we can figure out. Like, this is one of those situations. I'm hoping Bailey will get all right, good side. Soup. Good old Soup.
Soup's great for giving us even more assets in our stage, and we check an asset right at the start of the turn. And remember, we already have a Titan Cliff, because that's what we picked up on that incredible defensive asset check for that last attack that was slung. So we at least have a hand fix, and we also have an ability to build in a 6 check from our discard pile. So the question is, do one of these attacks in our discard pile spell the key to success on winning this game 1 right here and now? Because as soon as you turn Mimic sideways, we no longer have the damage pump, and it looks like we are going to commit and grab the Earthbreaker by committing Mimic here, building this Soup down, because we think the stun 2 on this Earthbreaker versus only 3 foundations on the opposing board is important. But we checked a 3 on it, so we're going to have to commit 1 asset and get our trigger response from the once per turn right away. And again, not less foundations than our rival, but we have a stun 2 coming in, and it's going to hit pretty hard.
Yeah, the Earthbreaker here is definitely we're gonna definitely push for. We're gonna say -1 to your opponent's next. Okay, so Bailey's gonna be one less check's gonna be reduced by 1 here.
Yeah, it is interesting though, because you're still staring across another unused once per turn ability from another trigger. There's 4 more assets in the stage, and Bailey has 7 readied foundations to go with, and it's going to connect. We don't even really care about the on damage trigger. We're just trying to get Eowyn down to lethal, and here it is, the signature trigger transformation. It's on a 4/5. We did check a 2, so we're going to commit an asset, use the other once per turn ability from this trigger, and commit 1 foundation. Enhance, spin and momentum, build another copy of trigger into our stage, and all of a sudden this trigger transformation is not just a 5 mid for 6, but it will actually be a 5 mid for 12 without any extra help.
Yeah, we're pushing. We're going. Bailey's like, there's blood in the water. We're in the blood. Like, we still have a Titan Cliff.
Yeah, plus, yeah, we do. Because that's what we picked up way earlier. But we are going to go for the full block here, and we checked a 6 of our own, as well as looking into our own discard pile because it is an asset. But we have to do some careful math, of course. This was a 5, 6, 7, 8. We can tap 1, 2, and 3. We should be just fine, even if we commit Mimic here on passing the check. So this makes sense. We grab a Dangerous Gambit, which has a incredible +1 mid block, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Here
You're
comes
right.
that Titan.
Yeah, we knew this was coming on a 6, 7, 8, checking a 5, but we built in that brand new trigger, of course, so we can use the once per turn response. We checked a 6, turn one of these sideways. It's a 7, tap 1 foundation. Here's the 8.
Yeah, we're just going to send our hand away.
All 3 away, and we did end up drawing 1 more attack, which could be enough to take the game here as long as we can pass it, but you still must deal with this Titan Cliff first. We even are going to give it a little bit of extra damage here just to make it a little closer to lethal. We are only at 7 as Eowyn. This Titan Cliff is for 7. You have to respect it.
Gotta push. You gotta just keep presenting lethal. That's all we have to do. All we have to do at this point. It's like, hey, I'm gonna present lethal on every attack. You gotta do something. Yeah, there's a +1.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
Swallowed. Is that what it's called? Swallowed by Titans or something like that?
That is, yeah, swallowed by an abnormal.
Swallowed by an abnormal. Yeah, flip it over. It is a 6 check, of course, and it flips for +1/+1 as long as the attack has enough difficulty. Hey, this one does. It's a 6 diff. And so we do have that +1 mid block, of course, that we are going to be able to pass. Take half from this Titan Cliff, which is not lethal. We get to survive with the skin of our teeth. But remember, Jesse, we drew 1 more attack. It is a gigantification swing on a 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks a 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We turn 5 cards in our stage sideways to get it where we need it to go. Response on play, Jesse, -2 to your rival's next check to block this. That might be exactly what we need to not be able to block this right here. It's for 5 damage by itself. We can turn these soups sideways. Yes, we can gain a life and give it we can't give it minus damage because we're committed, but we have a non-block in our hand because that's the downside of the schemes. Game 1 going to Bailey F on the Earth symbol Mimic.
Yeah. It's really, that filled with doubt response during Ewan's last attack, that was the like, okay, I think he's got this game, because once that, and then not hitting a asset on any of the checks on playing extra cards, you're like, oh, no hits on the other asset. I can't pick up a 3rd card, can't get another asset out using the scheme.
Yeah,
well, we're gonna go to sideboards now, I guess.
And I think that was one of the other biggest points too there, Jesse, is remember Eowyn did check an asset on that first attack, but we chose not to grab our asset from our discard or our attack from discard pile because we valued the extra damage pump, which we did get quite a bit of value out of by keeping Mimic ready. But we didn't have that one attack. We couldn't get to the 3rd attack in our card pool, and then we also got expertly blocked and Shobujin message. So it was a scary path to go down. I 100% agree with you. But it makes me wonder if we had just picked up an attack and maybe it was something like a trigger transformation that just gets damage on its own. Could we have gotten through? Because Bailey was also at single digits and could have maybe died that game. But getting the pass back, that incredible check of the asset, also had that last block from Bailey, grabbing that Titan Cliff, the review 3, draw 3, giving us that last attack that we needed to win the game. It was all picture perfect. But you're right, sideboards. Jesse, I would normally sit here and talk banter with you on sideboards, but one of these players isn't even playing with one. Mainly because, I mean, Jesse, the deck does what it's got to do. It plays the green cards, it plays a couple blue cards, and we play big attacks. But on the other side of the sideboard, specifically, this is I have to look. I'm looking. This is Bailey's sideboard.
Yep.
They do have one. And there are a lot of interesting pieces here. Of course, the extra copy of Filled with Doubt, which we saw be a reason, like you said, that Bailey basically could have won that game. Vast Strength doing similar shaped stuff. Moment of Normalcy, Gigantification Swing. 2 copies of Fortitude of the Armored Titan. That's a good one. Another copy of Thrash About, and 2 copies of Scalen's Hand and a Twisty Surrounding. Which of these are you grabbing from your arsenal to guarantee maybe a 2-0 victory against the mirror match?
I'd be definitely bringing in the Moment of Normalcy, the Gigantification Swing. Filled with Doubt would be a good option. Like, and the vast strength. Like, those are I'd be like, hey, focus towards those 4. Thrash About, it's not really a matchup where like, hey, the foundations that Ewan's playing are more like some additional card. Like, they're just foundations for the numbers. Like, they're 1/6 with +1 my next check. Like,
Yeah.
they're nothing like that.
You say that, but that Broken Psyche response to grab that scheme was a crazy cool play.
Agree.
I forgot that it had that line of text because it's just typically not what you're doing with a Broken Psyche, right? But playable while committed, response on the damage, it removes itself, and you go grab a 6 check, and now that there's this extra layer in the game of schemes having these 6 checks, and we can play schemes and Mimic, it was really cool, but it did give us -1 foundation, and it didn't necessarily win us the game there. But, of course, Ewan being on the play here, and when your first 2 forms are 2 copies of Trigger, you've got to be way happy if you're the Mimic deck here, which, I mean, they both are. Broken Psyche on a 5, checks a 3 on that one, but double Trigger and a Takoyaki, you feel, although none of these are foundations, double Trigger is essentially 4 foundations in this character.
Mm-hmm. Trying to think of any other things we might want to do in this situation. I'm just looking over what our options are. I think we're pretty solid. I think we're looking pretty good.
Oh
here.
my gosh, are we going to do the legendary build 6? We did build 6 here. We built a soup, which gives us basically an extra foundation. We went military airship, Trigger, played the anti-Titan. We checked a 3, tapped the asset, played Takoyaki, on a 4, played the Takoyaki on a 4, checked a 3, and then we had to go check a 5. We did. We went, all right, I got nothing. We can't even draw a card. Like, Takoyaki does draw a card, but we built our entire hand going second, which is 7 cards because of the extra rule where you draw a bonus. Incredible build here from Bailey, who's already up a game.
Yeah. Like, let's see what you got.
Yeah, Titan Cliff coming in on a 6, checks the 5, and we're just going to go ahead and commit the Trigger. Its once per turn ability is, of course, playable while committed, so this is the better value, so you can still get the plus damage from Mimic as you commit it to pass the check. And we are ready to start hopefully building in some 6 checks if we have any, and I don't see one, but we can use the review ability first to hopefully get one. Or, hey, why don't we just blow up this Takoyaki in our stage, draws us a card, 2 more damage, and we're going to do the same opposite scenario from Bailey. It can also give -2 damage, and now Bailey has a card in hand to hopefully defend against. But now there is a 6 check in Ewan's discard pile to pick it up and build it in.
Takoyaki mirror fights. What is this? 2023?
It could be, yeah. We're going to just review 1, it looks like, with this Titan Cliff, and it is that massive mutant machine, which is a 7 difficulty card that we don't want to be playing right away. We want to find a way to cheat that in, obviously, with our equipment heists. But we draw a new card, we build in this Takoyaki, and it looks like we're not going to block this one and take 8 straight to the face.
Yeah, so let's see what we got here to follow this up here. We're just going to build it. Yep, I think we drew that soup. So we're just going to get it built here, get the trigger, another trigger.
The 3rd trigger. Jesse, I remember saying this back in that time. Oh my gosh, we're not even done attacking. Dangerous game it here on a 6 with that trigger in the card pool. We check a 5. Similar scenario. Yeah, you just turn one of these assets sideways. You still have access to these once per turn responses on the triggers, and now we get to build down another trigger. We also, again, checked an asset. We could go pick something up if we want to.
No, just go ready up a trigger.
Yeah, ready up the trigger. Get these blitzes going off. Don't care about picking up a card just quite yet. We care about the damage. Instead, build this trigger down. Jesse, triple trigger. But what I was trying to say is, in this timeline of the Mimic meta back in Nationals time, I always said that if somebody if a Mimic builds 4 triggers against you, I think that game is unwinnable. At least in that scenario. I don't know if I would say that still is the case today, but it feels almost very similar to the kind of giant board state that the Han Zoes or the Zeke Jaegers of the world right now. When you build 9 Titans throughout the ages, you feel almost unkillable, and your offense is crazy scary.
Yep. I have never. Here's the thing: is I've stared down 4 triggers before, and I just kind of like and I just ignore them. I am one of those people that is okay. I'm like, oh yeah, trigger is cool. I'm still gonna try to kill you.
Yeah, that random card that we drew off of the Takoyaki on Bailey's side was a mid block with this inspiring song, perfect for this mid attack on the Dangerous Gambit, and we checked it pretty well. So we were able to use our Shobujin's message to break our 2 against Elwin. This is on a 2-3-4. We checked a 1, 2, 3. We have to use double responses here from triggers just to pass this check, and we still have to commit 1. I think we still have to commit 1. 2, 3, 4. We checked a 1. Yeah. So double response and then tap 1 asset sideways. That was for a foundation, Jesse. I can only imagine this attack turn is now probably over, as it is just build 1, which is the Broken Psyche, and pass. Take our 1 momentum, and we toss it back to Bailey, whose stage looks incredible right now.
Yeah, we're looking on the other side of the board here. I think, we're just going to launch this thrash about.
It looks like I think we sided in here, Jesse, and it was exactly the scenario that we talked about. If there was one card in the stage that Ellen was building this game that I want to flip, it's the Broken Psyche that just came down. I really did. I slipped the script. I told everybody at home what was going to happen, but we did check a 3, of course, on this thrash about. So we have to use our trigger response here and commit it, but it means it's going to get a little bit of extra damage, and that feels pretty good.
The one thing here is, you wouldn't like, as soon as he saw it, he's like, oh no, it's happening.
The one scenario. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the most valuable foundation to flip over, right? Because the rest of them, like you said, are just like passing check grease, right? 0 diff or 1 diff foundations that just have flip abilities. So it doesn't really feel as good. But that Broken Psyche, I think, was the key one, because we also got a momentum. It could have been the set this attack's damage to 2, which could have been a key reason that Edwin doesn't take a lot of damage this turn. But now we just have to rely on blocking.
Looks like we're going to go in for the full block here. We're going to commit 1.
Yeah, it's check of 5, and then it is an asset, of course, so we can use Mimic here and go pick up any attack in our discard pile. And this is when you want to do it, right, on defense, because that attack that you pick up will still hopefully be in your hand when it goes back to your turn, as long as you survive the turn. Looks like Titan Cliff posturing. There's not a lot of choices here. It might just be Titan Cliff. Yeah, it is going to be a Dangerous Gambit, being a little too needing of other cards to work with, aka assets in your hand. And we already have quite a few in our stage. But do we keep going here as Bailey? I'm in suspense.
If we're going to...
Ooh,
we're going to give it a shot. Yep, that's a good one to play here.
Trigger transformation on a 4/5 because we have enough assets in our stage. And then we checked a 3. So we are going to have to commit 1 foundation and 1 of these assets to do so. It's going to get the extra 2 damage because we committed an asset. +1 here from the Anti-Titan. And its own enhance is going to give it another +4. So you use that +1 mid block to block my little 5 mid for 5. But this one hits a lot harder. Do you have another mid block here, Elwin?
I think we're ready to...
Man, if we had a momentum too, Jesse, like we could have built another trigger. But I mean, we were the player that went second this game. It's not really possible for us to do that. But instead, we are going to deal, again, half of the health of Edwin immediately off the table because another trigger transformation connecting. And as we try...
3 attacks in a row on the checks.
Yeah, these checks are not great. And the finally free checking a 3, another 3. And that one's on the most valuable card you probably could have played here. Because the question is, you have to commit the last asset in your stage and Mimic if you want to take this trigger home.
I much rather try to pick up something on my opponent's turn here. Do a defensive pickup.
It's scary, right? It's just a build one afterwards. We're gonna let it go. I think you're right. I mean, Jesse, you called what the actual decision ended up being: keeping Mimic ready, taking the one foundation, and our asset, our military airship, still ready. But I don't think the decision really matters in this sense because based off of the one attack that Ewan has been holding on to, we have kind of like a perfect answer of what was just built here. We have a vast hybrid chimera kraken. Again, another reason why this chaos version might have an edge, at least in this game too. Vast hybrid chimera kraken can not only commit and freeze that finally wake that we built, but it also can commit that military airship, so it can't be used on defense right now, and you can't use it to commit to pass a check. But we're going to start things off instead with a Titan Cliff on a 6, checking a 5.
Yeah, so okay, so I would think about Titan Cliff. I really enjoy this card, and I'm happy that it's like become kind of the utility card of its symbols. It's just like, hey, are you playing this card? Are you playing some number of six checks? Why are you not playing this card? That's always the argument.
Yeah, I think, and I remember having this conversation. I don't remember who with. I think it might have been with Tam, but like when the card even first came out, it was one of the only real played 6 difficulty attacks, because at least in the history of playing this game, Jesse, I mean, you and I, we're both been playing this game for a long time. 6 difficulty moves almost feel like they're illegal to play sometimes because of the way that the game is played. If you check a 3 on those on turn 2, it's devastating. But Titan Cliff, you're right, became like one of the first 6 difficulty checks, at least in the UVS games era of the game, that you're like, wow, this one's so good and powerful. I'm going to play this in my deck at like a 3 or a 4 of. And even if I played it on turn 3 or turn 2 and check a 3, you still feel like it was good value. You got to still build in the 6 check. You got to cycle some cards away from your hand to find better ones to either build out afterwards or try and go for a good attack string. You're right. It is becoming one of the reasons to play these symbols as your main symbols, because that's the only way you have access to this card. It's not a tune. It's one of the older ones. So if you have Chaos, Earth, or Void, this is a good one to play. Absolutely. And again, when only 1/4 of the decks in the game are allowed to play this one, you want to make sure you get a lot of value. But as we get our feedback ever so slightly, it looks like the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is coming out now, and it looks like we ate that Titan Cliff to the face. We didn't get to use any of our defense. Go down to 9 for Bailey, and this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken committing and freezing our last foundation and committing our last asset. All of a sudden, we have the real opportunity of Ewan to present lethal on just this Vast Hybrid, and I can only imagine there's maybe more to come afterwards.
Yeah, this is the situation for Bailey. Saw some adjustments. We can see, the thing is, we still have a connection to the life counters.
Yeah.
And we see Bailey has gone down to 4.
Yeah,
so we're assuming a partial. We get to assume partial block to the.
Yeah, so it looks like we probably did take a partial there, or some amount of damage, of course. Going down to 4. Whenever we get our feedback, we're going to find out very quickly if Bailey ends up losing in this scenario and we go to a game 3, which will be very nice for us to jump back into, or we run out of gas, don't necessarily have enough, and maybe Bailey gets another shot at trying to take a 2-0 victory. But I don't know. I'm here to watch more UniVersus, Jesse. I'm down for a game 3 and in this Mimic off, because we were kind of joking about how, like, before it, but when you have the mirror matches, we don't normally put them on stream. But the reality is that Mimic gameplay and the decisions you make is intricate enough that it is still kind of exciting to watch. But it looks like, as we are getting a little look back into the feed, it looks like Ewan did end up taking down that game. So 1-1 is the score going into game 3, but Bailey gets to go first once again.
Yeah, and they got 25 minutes for game 3.
Yeah.
That's the right up. Like, if you're entering game 3, I'd say I always found in this game the magic number is between the 25 to 20 minute mark to go into game 3, because that gives you, like, you have a little bit of leeway to do some thinking if you need to, but you could still, because, you know, I'm very much a person. It's like game 1, I'm playing at the most consistent speed possible, because I want to, if we have to play a long game 2 or a long game 3 has to occur, I want to have time for it.
Absolutely. And for everybody at home, this is table 5. So
Yeah.
both of these players want a win here. So going to a 3, fighting for their lives, of course. I mean, I think the result of this match, again, I'm not going to promise anything, but the result of this match basically will decide maybe which of these mimics will make a top cut appearance here at the OCE regional, assuming that they can do another one. But again, another incredible build, turn 1 build here from Bailey going first this time. It's just you can't stop the stage right now. It's only one foundation, but it's a good one with vast strength and quadruple assets to boot, one of which being that military airship. So and on the other side, Edwin has kind of maybe built high impact cards like double trigger on that last game for the first turn build, but I think in game 1 we had kind of like a lackluster looking stage, and I hope that's not the case here. Oh my goodness, though. I'm excited to talk about one of these foundations in our hand, though. Again, another reason to play the chaos symbol, and it could be an edge. There it is. The pass through walls hitting the card pool and will eventually get built down on the stage. Talk about asset hate. Earth Mimic Bailey isn't allowed to play this one.
Yeah. Pass through walls, we saw so much of it because of the Godzilla decks last week. I was like, well, there's no assets going to resolve an ability or a breaker's going to resolve at any point during those matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, yeah, the breaker hate, and we have now seen double Shobujin's message get played twice in this match already. That's a good one to do it on. But there it is. I know you're reacting to it. Titan Cliff on a 6 on turn 2. Talk about checking a 3. How about checking a 6, which gives us a target to immediately build in with the Titan Cliff. And of course, we can do some hand fixing as well. You'll love to see it. Talk about checking 5s to take lives, Jesse. Check a 6. Pick up sticks. I don't know what it. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pitch.
We sent 2 away, and we drew our second transformation.
Trigger transformations are going to do a lot of damage, and we have that golden. We have enough assets on our stage. It's actually just a 4 difficulty move, and we are going to start threatening the life totals already. Edwin had to commit Mimic on their build turn because they checked a 3 on that last 1 diff asset. And we're going to go ahead and eat the Titan Cliff to the face. And another strong reason why Thrash About is being here. I said Broken Psyche. What's another good one to flip over? The pass-through walls we can't play in our deck. Perfect answers at the perfect time here. As we check another 5 to play this, commit 1 asset sideways. We're even going to flip over our Finally Awake and grab a momentum off the top. It's just looking, all things are looking up for Bailey right now in this exact moment. And I mean, like you said, we have a trigger transformation in our hand. Those have been really helpful for us this match on basically dealing half of Edwin's life total. But a partial block of the Gold Tips Imperial is going to help Edwin's stage go a little bit better, but we are going to take half from that Thrash About.
Yeah, Thrash About. I'm telling you, people, do not sleep on Thrash About. It checks a lot of boxes. The only thing that hurts it is it's Earthitude, and there's no AOT characters with Earth.
Sure.
So that's the one thing that's going to be like, it maybe not now it's going to be a big hit, but let me tell you, remember this card, because I guarantee there's going to be a point where there's going to be somebody playing 4 of this card, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what you should be doing right now.
This is incredible play. We're pressing so many buttons right now, but basically what happened is we played this trigger transformation. It passes because we checked a 5. We turned the card sideways. We gave it +4 because of the amount of assets that we had. We turned our military airship sideways, froze it, picked up the Thrash About, but because it was commit ability, we got another bonus +2 damage. Luckily, though, Edwin had the +1 mid block for the first one, but do you have another one? Because here is the trigger transformation number 2. But we checked a 3 on it. So we're going to have to commit quite a bit of our own resources, if not actually all of them. This one will still get +4 damage from itself for 10 damage, but 10 damage is not 14, and that's what we need to win, and it looks like we're not going to get it.
Yeah, we're just going to – I think that's a perfect idea right now. We'll take the hit here, and we just come back next turn. That's all we got to do.
Yeah, incredible display.
There's a display.
Yeah, on a 5, and we're going to net 2 momentum this turn after already having the one that we had. Sorry, we got the 1 momentum from the Finally Awake, and so we're going to just not take the Titan Cliff because we don't need it. Instead, that can be a target for us to pick up maybe on the next offensive turn for Mimic when we're ready again. But 2 momentum right here is going to feel pretty good. But we pass back to Ewan. It feels very now or never, Jesse. We're at 3 against a full life Mimic.
Oh, that's a good start.
Yeah, that Cyber Chimera Kraken, although you're against a almost completely committed board, so the commit and asset ability isn't going to do anything, but we are at least going to commit and freeze that incredible display, which feels good. That's a good one to pick.
Yes, that is the right thing to do here. Let's immediately take care of that foundation. We don't need it doing anything else more than that. And we're just stacking all. We're just gonna stat. We're gonna start doing some stat pumping here. We're gonna pop Takoyaki, draw a card, +2 damage.
Yeah, put this guy up to 9. It's a 4 high, of course, though, which is, I mean, pretty easy to block depending on block modifiers, of course. But we are completely tapped out of Bailey. Do we have the block or do we take 9 here? 9 is a hefty amount. Looks like we're taking it. Going down to 16. 16 is pretty easy to do for Mimic decks, but we did blow up one of our assets to do that extra damage with the Takoyaki. And here comes a dangerous Gambit with no asset in our card pool. And we didn't even commit anything, Jesse. We're not going to get any value out of this. It's just a 4-diff move. That's a 4-min for 4.
Yeah, this is. It's almost like we're trying to get the. I think we're just trying to get the pickup with Mimic here,
and we did get it. I mean that was the play. If that was the choice that you just said, we have the what is it? The pick of the litter of our discard pile. What attack do we need right near here to win the game potentially?
I don't know if there is an attack with this on this board state. It's gonna be really tough.
Yeah, because again, we went second as Ewan this game. We don't have any momentum. We can't just grab a trigger transformation and build a trigger to help our turn. And even then, the trigger transformations are not 4 diffs; they're 5 diffs because we blew up that Takoyaki.
Yep. I think we are going to. I'm thinking it's a. It looks like shocking entrance is what we're looking at here.
That is one of the slowest attacks in the entire deck, but it does say go grab an asset from your discard pile, and that looks to be the play. We're going to turn Mimic sideways, no more damage pump for the turn. We're not going to be able to pick up when we pass back to Bailey, if we pass back to Bailey, but this is just going to be a 4 mid for 4, +1 damage from the Titan artillery shell, 4 mid for 5. That one's pretty. I think you take that one, Jesse.
Yeah. You got it. Gambit in.
Oh, we're going to go for the block with that Thrash About that we picked up earlier and we checked a 6, of course.
And we flip the song.
Yeah, so for everybody at home, this response, it just says, as it's still on screen, after you play this card, we have flipped the last face-up foundation on Ewan's board. Great block trick to have there. Love the technology. What do we keep doing? Do we actually play the shocking entrance here? It would be on a 6.
I would not recommend it. Is it because if the shocking, okay, here's the thing is like looking at the hand.
Yeah.
We need some, I think we're looking for something to connect because we need momentum.
Because trigger transformation is going to help us build more triggers if we can't build them right here and now. But you're right. I mean, shocking entrance could also say pitch a card from our hand, go pick up a trigger, but then you played the shocking entrance on a 6, and then you have to play the trigger on a 5. But instead, the nice try build here on a 4, checking a 3, shocking entrance was not the right play, and we made that decision. So keeping in mind with the block modifier on that shocking entrance, of course, so that we have access to it when we go and pass back to Bailey. Building 3 foundations, though, is going to feel much better. But for everyone keeping track at home, Earthbreaker, the Blitz ability on it, is finally live here for Bailey as we have less foundations than our opponent for the first time really in this match. As we draw up to hand size for Bailey, it looks pretty aggressive. And when you only have to deal 3 damage, I can only imagine we might find the game here. Leading things off with the City Rampage, checks a 5, and it's an asset. We can go grab a move right off the bat. This is looking scary. There's that Titan Cliff that we chose not to take his momentum. It's in our hand on a 6-7. Checks an 8. Why not? Because we get +2 to our check.
Not?
+1/+1 coming in. We don't have to turn any of our assets sideways. Everything is going to get 1 speed faster because of that City Rampage, and everything is going to look very scary.
We're only reviewing 1.
Our hand's so good.
You're just telegraphing how good the hand is.
Yeah, build a 6 check from our discard pile, which we checked one just to play this. So we are, no matter what, getting at least a foundation. But we could maybe go grab a takoyaki if we have one from earlier. But the nice try coming in for -2 speed. There's the inspiring song build. We could just end up using this for minus to your opponent's check because Mimic doesn't usually give speed. Inspiring song being that kind of way to fight on that axis because you just need one move to land, Jesse.
Nope, he's gonna
And
call
we
it.
didn't even
Nope.
have the high block. That's going to be game 3 and the match. Going down to Bailey F. They won the Mimic off. Earth Mimic is the winner.
Yep. It looks like we are going to set that pretty much locks Bailey into top cuts with that win.
Yeah, table 5 getting the win there. They're going to be on probably one of the higher end of these tables, obviously, for the last round. Of course, you can take an ID if you would like to kind of guarantee your slot. Maybe sacrificing some placement on whether you want to go first or second. But as we saw Bailey in this match, going second, not really being a problem because you can build so well in this Mimic deck. And I mean, it was very clean Mimic play, I think, across both sides. And there was really rewards on both sides of what symbol they picked. And it just ended up being that, like, at least in game 1, the stun 2 from Earthbreaker that you get on the Earth symbol was really impactful. And on the other side, for Elwin, having the Chaos symbol, things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, pass-through walls, were pretty powerful, at least in that matchup. So great decks, great gameplay. What a cool character. We love the green ones, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm happy that we got to get the Mimic mirror on, and also that there are 2 different symbols. We got to look at 2 different aspects of this deck and how it's evolved since last year's national scene. It's a character to keep it on the keep on the radar. We're charging through to the end of the year really quickly. I mean, it's September 1st on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely.
And before we know, we're gonna be at at Worlds before we know it and be like, hey, Mimic's last run is gonna be at Worlds. Maybe we're gonna still see Mimic running around by that point.
Speaking of Worlds, Jesse, we're in the middle of a regional tournament where the prize, getting first place, is getting that auto lock day 2 for Worlds, and there's still one more round to be played. But everybody, that's my last round for today. I appreciate you all watching, but Jesse and David are going to give you some incredible commentary for round 6, the last round of the OCE regional Swiss rounds. I said round so many times, but don't go anywhere. We've got round 6 coming your way, and we hope that it's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
It's time that we put out the fire. With every breath I breathe you out. We just can't take it any higher. It's only fair we let each other go without. Oh, this is hard to admit. I don't long for your kiss, and I know you don't care. Oh, what we had was a bliss, but it's falling to bits. All in this is it. That's how these are. We both knew it shouldn't have to hurt this much. I don't want it to see it, but we've lost touch. Time to give up. Maybe we just wanted it to hurt too much. I don't want
Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for round 6. It's the last round of Swiss, and there's some interesting decks in this the fight for those final spots. And let me tell you, this is a character I never expected to see on a win and in. We got Aiden G here playing Brad Boimler, acting captain. And David's looking at me like, I don't know what's going on here, but this looks really fun.
Yeah, I've played a little bit of Brad Boy. I think this character is a lot of fun. I'm alongside you though on a win and in at a regional. Not quite what I expected, but in terms of just playing, and I've definitely played a couple games on this character. You're getting to discard one and draw one with your enhance, and then if you have 2 attacks in your card pool, you can commit one and make your rival commit one as well. That is playable on defense as well. The for 2 attacks in the card pool, each player commits one, and then anytime something's committed, you can say this attack is +1 or -1 damage. So really interesting character. On your turn, you're getting to see a lot of different cards. I was looking through the attack lineup. It's got some spicy choices, but then we're going up against Reiner 1, a very, very strong character. Had to get eroded a little bit after his first release, but he's still been quite strong. The D build has been limited to offense, but I'll be interested to see how the if the Reiner is able to debuild Brad enough and reduce the attacks enough, because Brad is not adding damage onto his attacks to get over the damage reduction of Reiner.
Yeah, look at that starting build there. That is, I believe that's 3 final tests and then a Botons.
Oh, that's or is that final test? Triple final test?
Yeah, triple final test and a Botons to start. We'll take those.
Yeah, the character will turn on final test with himself. With the each player discards 1, draws 1,
and then we go and win for on Ives build out. We've got double Always Cool, which is a card that is slid down in play, I would say, as there's enough reductions and penalty cards that have been added to the game that Always Cool is kind of like, I've only seen it played recently as a defensive card. which is
Yeah,
hilarious.
it puts in a little bit of extra work in Reiner since it can turn into 2 foundations. Weapon Clash can turn into 2 foundations. So Reiner is trying to get this transform off so that they could debuild their rival. When they transform, their rival flips 4, and then they can start ruining their rival stage. So yeah, that's what we see Reiner go for. We're putting the Always Cool up to duplicate our foundations. Hanja's Last Stand, really cool attack from Brad Boimler. This is going to build down as a foundation for us in the end phase. This could be a pretty big attack in this matchup specifically when our rival's trying to debuild us.
Yeah, we're just gonna drag up both of those Always Cools. We're like, I don't think you got anything. Let's see what you got. I'm gonna just build and protect myself. Like, that's crazy. It's like I'm just gonna double build and add some foundations here.
Yeah, and then if we use the Weapon Clash, we get ourselves to 8 foundations, putting us just 1 foundation short of the transformation cost.
Yep, we're gonna go with a block here with Chomp.
Does have Breaker.
Yep. We'll get the Breaker off. And I wonder if we're gonna activate a few of these final tests here, just to like maybe get a better option to play. Yep, we're gonna flip over, draw a card.
I love the idea of just flipping the final test to draw foundations and to have an amazing build out here.
That's what I would want to do, because right now we're gonna bring down the Last Stand. Yep, and that's an Aerial Recon, which in this deck is pretty much it's just, you know, I always refer to it as a different foundation. But Aerial Recon is when your opponent discards a card, ready it.
Yep, and then at any point, because our character, we're forcing our rival to discard cards all the time, we can just flip it and look at their hand whenever we're curious.
Yep. And
see if we have game or not.
And information, like I said, this game's really big on information. I'm happy to take a look at my opponent's hand. Like, oh, what do you got?
Let's see. We're likely will not be able to transform this turn.
Oh, we have to explain Aerial Recon. And those are original Aerial Recons. Those are I was looking at the art style and like, oh, that's the originals. I love it. This is a card that not a lot of people played back in the day even, but like I'm happy to see like there's a deck that has enough built-in discard draw that's not photons that card just has a value line. Like I would have never I won't lie, the acting captain Brad Boimler, he kind of sank to the bottom for me really quick. I actually really like the front. I like the other Bradley Boimler. I love a little propaganda poster in the background.
This guy's interesting. I love a character that reads like this, where you get to see so many cards, and then the ability to stun your rival on defense, even though you don't get the discard one and draw one is only on your turn, but the ability to still, I commit one, you commit one on defense, and I'm a 7-hander, so I'm going to have a wider stage than you, especially with things like Hanja's Last Stand. Like I should just be able to pay that cost easier.
Yep, and it looks like we are gonna flip over Reiner here. We did so that's gonna get us. We're gonna have to flip 4 foundations, which is the board.
I'm surprised by this transformation because we don't have momentum for the damage reduction, and the front side of Reiner has damage reduction on face. So I'm surprised we didn't just stay on the front side, which has a little extra defense. But I suppose the flip 4 felt like enough disruption to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some combinations here. We do have 2 weapon clashes. It looks like we got some face down I'm with yous to use on this. So we have something to build out, but it looks like we're just going to go for a build out from here.
Yeah, we're going to need a really strong build, because from here, anytime Reiner plays an attack, they can commit or sacrifice one of their foundations to ruin a face down on Aiden's side of the board. So a build 3, I really like the Dr. Ichigaki coming down there. We have the I think that's Frantic Rescue, the promo from the last regional cycle. When you take damage, your rivals attacks get +1 difficulty this turn. So we and another attack that shifts down into a foundation with the Haymaker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're gonna start with looks like, is that a Colossus SWAT?
Yeah, here comes a Colossus SWAT, build 2. This is gonna make that cost to sacrifice one of our own just really, really free. Also, that Dark Ward on Reiner's stage could be used against a Hunge's Last Stand.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could see, that does have a 0 low block, and the card pool response is playable on defense. So that would be a nice card to have here against the SWAT.
Yep. Looks like we're gonna start telling. Looks like Aiden's gonna start being told to ruin his board rather quickly here.
Yeah, it's going to take some turns to truly establish a stage. Just looking through the deck list for Brad Boimler, it definitely looks like a deck that's comfortable playing a longer game, and he's got some great deadlock. Ore Strike is the card that sticks out to me as like the best card in this deck. Checks a 2, but it's going to draw a million cards. It has some crazy deadlock. We got a full block off here, but here comes the Fatal Cleave. So now that we used our low block on SWAT, Fatal Cleave could double debuild us.
Oh, forget about this card. I like this one.
Yeah, unless we have another low block and can successfully pass it, Reiner's going to get a Selective Destruction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're... Yeah, it doesn't look like we have a way here to get access to an additional card. We might...
Yeah, beyond having Brad, looks like we did have another low block. It's going to cost us our teaming out of our hand.
And Jawjammer, we are just pushing in the damage here. We're just trying to all right, I'm going to start trading I'm going to try to get rid of as many of these face downs as I can this turn. What are we wanting to do here? Yeah, we're just going to blow one up to make you blow one up. He's like, all right.
Yeah, the question is going to be, can Brad stabilize with face-up foundations after a couple turns here? If we can successfully live, then Reiner only ruins us, doesn't get to debuild our face-ups.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna. I mean, the thing is with each one of these attacks coming in for 10 damage, we gotta mitigate as much as possible in this situation.
Yeah, this throw 10. This is going to be a 10 damage throw. It's really going to hurt as a 7-hander, and I don't see any throw hate.
Yeah, yeah. Being on order, being on order as your base symbol. It's a little tough to find the lines here, but we're gonna eat it.
That feels really bad not to even get a block off on Jawjammer when it's the slowest move in the world.
We're gonna back it up with a chomp.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Selective Foundation Destruction. We can go ahead and say goodbye to Frantic Rescue. Or what does he grab underneath there? Aerial Recon.
Yep. We're going to pass with a card in hand.
Yeah, and here we go. The foundation advantage is in Reiner's favor, but yeah, we have a free block, quote unquote, with Reiner's ability to take the damage down to one, I believe. But one card in hand, definitely risky. We can always do the Botons coaching to grab another.
Yep, we could set the damage to 1, but it looks like we're just gonna have to build. Looks like we did not find any action here. Oh, I would have loved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're at double Botons here. The thing is, we could use the Botons in this situation are helpful. Just because we can use the Botons for we can use the Botons just to dig in this situation.
Yeah, but all of these flip cards are scary to use. Here comes
Chomp lead. I like it.
Yeah, hitting incompatible quirks definitely hurts.
He's like, this one? he's just like, he's like verifying. I just like, oh, we're gonna cancel. Yep. Well, that's actually more of. So, yeah. It's more of you play the Chomp and then you play the Chomp as like, is Chomp good?
Hmm.
And he's like, he wouldn't be. He did the one thing a lot of times people do still is they resolve. They go to like immediately resolve something when it cancels face up, and I'm like, is it good? And that's like you gotta answer the question has to be answered before you start pointing at stuff.
Yeah, you have to wait until we decide if this goes. So we did get the full block on Fatal Cleave. I'm pretty sure like Brad just has to be holding a low block at all times, knowing that attack's in there. But here comes Battle Lore release. It seemed like Brad was kind of caught without a high block last turn against the Jaw Jammer.
Mm-hmm.
This one is going to be at least 10 damage.
We gotta get this. We gotta have a block here.
Yeah, Reiner. This is where like Brad can be forcing Reiner to tap out their stage, and Reiner's already only on 2 ready foundations. Like this stage has been destroyed.
Yeah.
Choosing to lead with the
Chomp.
The action has caused these checks not to go so well.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you're trying to use the Chomps to just, like I said, get control of the board, and it looks like we're gonna
go to 3.
Oh, we go to 3 and responded with the rations or the frantic rescue. Whereas like,
that makes sense. So this is pretty much do or die here for Brad. Reiner will have a momentum for the free block and a fighting for control for -2 to a check, but failing it doesn't end the combat phase. So Brad can see a lot of cards on their turn. It's not the end of the world a lot of times to go ahead and fail a check. They're going to have to draw hot, though, if they want to deal 34. Mikasa's knee strike coming in early. Reiner is not in deadlock as far as I can tell. So, but we can discard a card, make this a 5 high for 7.
Yeah, we'll start there. No problem. I think we start. This is where we're going to like get 2 attacks into the board. We're going to start tapping. We're going to start committing out. Because we're so ahead here. We're going to do a lot. The draw discard's going to do a lot of work here. Yeah, we're going to start counting our. We're going to start keeping track here.
Yeah, the incompatible quirks is probably going to be putting in a lot of work on offense on this string. So I understand why the Ichigaki was used to save it. I think if you're leading knee strike, you're pretty much saying, hey, I'm going for it this turn because I don't have a choice. I can't pass back with 3 health against a Jaw Jammer deck.
Yep. And we're gonna go pick up an Ore
He's in
Strike.
desperation. So the Ore Strike is a 3 diff, and
yep.
the Hawks action picks up Ore Strike.
Yep, it sure does. That was a heads up play. That's a play that like because desperation is not something that is in the current design of that like how it works. It's like it's not there. So you have to know, you have to have been explained by somebody like how desperation works and how it oh, we're doing another. We have because we can we pick up the hunch attack as well? The Hanji's Last Stand?
It
Yes, we
is.
can.
That one also goes down in difficulty. This is so cool.
Like, I'm going to turn these actions into attacks.
Yeah,
Good
if you have
luck.
10 or less health or your rival has cycled, this attack gets -3 difficulty. That's a 2 diff. We are about to see, I think, an insane string.
Yeah. And we're going to draw so many cards with that Ore Strike.
I have to think that like this Brad has been being disrespected all day, and then a turn like this goes off.
Yep, and we're just gonna start off here. We got double knee strikes. We're like, I'm just gonna double knee strike you. Good start.
Yeah, not the checks that we want, but we'll be able to re-ready that incompatible quirks, so we can heal from it a little bit.
Yeah, because that's got to be like the card that like when you're doing like, all right, both do this and commit one. Like, okay, I'll remove and ready it back up. That's your main target.
Yeah, and the damage from Brad Boimler comes anytime a foundation is committed, we can respond for +1 or -1 damage.
Yep.
So we are using Brad. We're committing incompatible quirks now to force our rival to commit one. We really want these knee strikes to hit. We're also getting damage from the Haymaker that transitioned into a foundation. And we have Sacrifice for the cause out, which with those Ore Strikes is super free. I think this knee strike could be like 11, 12 damage.
I think so. It's like, I want you to do something. Okay, so we're about to draw 5. Oh.
This is about the time that he wished he had Dr. Ichigaki.
Yep. It's like, all right, you got it. Do I have enough? Do we have the other one? We got the other one. We're gonna draw so many cards.
Yeah, or strike. You draw for every card your rivals discarded this turn. That's going to be at least 3.
Yep. And we are now, oh man, we are in this amazing kill churn, and we are waiting for reconnect here. Here we go. I want to see.
Yeah,
I think I don't know. You're drawing 5 cards here. This is I don't know, man. If a deck plays an attack that draws 5 cards, I'm ready to like call it a day. But
yeah, I think we could easily see the Reiner enhance to take the damage down to 1 on this one because it's 7 base damage. Then we have Sacrifice for the cause. We have the Mill one for +1. We have Brad for another one. I suspect this is where we see Reiner, and then from there it's just, can Brad count to 34? That's going to be a pretty tall task to do, but I don't think it's impossible.
Well, we got to count to 17. It looks like. Looks like that one knee strike did take a big chunk of health.
All right, that is a much easier task then, especially since we know that they have the Hanji's Last Stand, which are 2 difficulty attacks, so they pretty much like ignore progressive difficulty.
Mm-hmm. I would not want to pass back against this in this rider now that I've cycled, because now those Fatal Cleaves are online. Because this Fatal Cleave, once they've cycled, it's just like yeah,
I think the Brad player knows that passing back is a death sentence.
Yep.
This is do or die. Just hope you check 5s. We're re-readying capture the target. We're re-readying incompatible quirks. We're on 7 ready foundations. We have all these pseudo desperation abilities. We draw. There's our draw 3.
Draw 4.
Draw 4.
That's what the red die's there for. There's how many the discards happened. Like, we're gonna draw 4.
Yeah, and I do apologize for the internet connection here to everyone watching. Where it's a little dicey
Yep.
here, but hopefully it sticks with us.
Yeah, we're just still, like I said, we're still using also the Boimler enhance to commit out the board. We're trying to get through. We got one more foundation to commit here, and then it's almost a clean shot. Like we're probably trying to get a pile of Hanji's Last Stand in hand, so we're just like we'll start this on a 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like, all right, go from there.
Yeah, and the other attack is teaming with the Attack Titan.
Yeah.
Basically, this turn he's got 3 difficulty attacks, 2 difficulty attacks, 1 difficulty attacks. Nothing is what it actually says printed in the top left.
Nothing at all. Wait a minute.
Oh, it cancels characters too.
It sure does. We are sacrificing for the cause here.
I can't believe I missed that. Yeah, sacrifice after your rival plays an ability that would reduce the damage of attack. Cancel it. Reiner has been rendered useless.
That is some main deck. That's some main deck tech right there to be playing that.
I think we're looking at a dead Reiner. This is such a cool streak.
Yep. He's just like, yeah. I think I have to. I'm gonna take 2 less. I'm gonna weapon clash here, and I'm thinking 5 or 6. I think it'll be 6 total. Or there might be more. We are way. I can't keep track of the.
Yeah, we are all the way down to 7 health.
Yeah.
Hanji's Last Stand would be lethal here. Teaming, I think, teaming would be lethal after we add Brad.
Yep.
I don't see a world in which Reiner manages 2 successful blocks.
We'll stun 1. So we're out of ready foundations. We have a committed character, 1 card in pool. We just need to get a little bit of speed on this. We're good. Oh, this is crazy.
This should be it. I mean, he's gonna kill here with the teaming still in hand.
Yep. It's like,
unless there's a 5-check pass. 5-check pass, and here comes the teaming. This will be, well, it won't be lethal because Brad doesn't get the +1 damage from making his rival commit a foundation. Or is it when Brad commits after a rival commits 1 foundation? Well, the rival doesn't have any more foundations to commit, so
yep.
But they're laying the cards down.
Yeah, I think he's saying you got it.
I might have missed something there. I thought it was 1 off, but I must have missed something.
Wow.
But there it goes, Brad Boimler. I mean, that whole game felt like, oh, Reiner's in control, and then he wasn't.
And Brad just says, like, and then like Aiden just got like, I'm just sculpting over here. I'm good. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, the really heads up play was, I think that Brad player took the damage from the Battle Aura release on purpose so that they could get to Desperation.
Yep, get the Desperation, and so the Last Stand's turned on, and the Aura Strikes are turned on. Yeah, that's a perfectly fine move. I like it. Let's look at sideboards here. We'll start with Reiner here for sideboard options. Unyielding Destruction, I could definitely agree with bringing those in this matchup. Because you got to keep that Boiler under control. Like, he just kept going. He's just like, I'll just keep building. Eventually, I'll be ready to go.
Yeah. I like siding in the Unyieldings.
Additional Genkais, strong play. Showdown, good play. Filled with Doubt, agreeable. devastating loss, not a really necessary in this matchup. Let's go over to the other side though. What has Aiden got here? We
Yeah,
got
maybe some more Team Dr. Ichigakis. We can cite in some Filled with Doubts. I didn't see. I mean, we could seal the throw, right? And Filled with Doubt is kind of like pseudo throw hates. Make jaw jammers and an easy block, sealing like an acid splash to not let them spend a momentum to selectively destroy.
Yeah, we could also go with Runaway here. Is fine. I actually really like Driven by Retribution, just to like use it. Like it's like if you can mitigate the damage enough, Driven by Retribution is just like, hey, I'll half block this, remove this attack, drag up your best foundation, which a lot of them are face down. So you're like your face ups. It's like, I can take your weapon clash. I can take your always cool. Like it just leads to you have to deal with it eventually.
Yeah, I like the idea of pulling up one of those foundations, like you said, that basically counts as 2 foundations for Reiner. So while the players are shuffling up, we are still dealing with a little bit of internet issues over on site at the event, and so it'll come back. It'll come back. We might just have to be a little bit patient to wait for it.
So we're looking at I'm looking right now at who is drawn in so far. So we've got 6 players. The top 3 tables all drew last round. In this round, they are all more or less safe. It's like it's gonna be interesting to see what comes out of between those 6. Like, where are we fighting for 2 slots? And I'm looking here at the records. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have some 4 and 2s make it and some 4 and 2s miss.
Yeah.
There has been a ton of draws at this event. When I look at the characters, it looks like we have a pony that intentionally drew, 2 hawks that intentionally drew, a Byakko, a mimic, and for the last one, a Aaron Yeager Humanity's Hope. Those were all the ones that intentionally drew. I'm not saying they're guaranteed to top cuts. I think some of those players that intentionally drew could have very easily drawn themselves out of top cuts.
That is possible. There's all the records. There is so many X11s in this event currently that are not in the draw section. That could be like, hey, these are a lot of X11. Like I actually don't think there's an X2. I don't think X2 is going to be a strong enough record. There's just been so many draws earlier in this event that X11 is pretty much going to be the break point.
Yeah, and here we go. Both players, it looks like we're on turn 2 for Reiner with an enormous axe, Dark Ward, Battle for Dominance. One other foundation builds. Looks like we flipped it to draw with Battle Ore release.
It looks like we're gonna pressure away here. I have not seen that card in a minute. The Set the Record Straight. I have not seen that played in a minute.
Yeah, that's a cool one to like profit off of. The extra card strike and discard for -2 damage. Or I think you might be thinking of Master of Drunken Fighting, the commit to force your rival to commit.
That's Master of Drunken Fighting right there.
That's the card that I thought was so bad when I first saw it, and it puts in a sneaky strong amount of work.
If you get multiples of that card going, you can just control the commits of a board. It's sneaky. Like I love drafting Yu Hakusho and ending up. I always draft Kuwabara in multiples of this card, and I would just be like, all right, I have like 7 of this thing, and I'd just be like, your turn. All right, commit 7 foundations to my 7. My turn, ready.
Yeah, put in a lot of work there because the 2/3 checks on the build out meant that we did not build that last weapon clash. We're a little bit behind where we would like to be as Reiner.
Mhm.
The double enormous axe is not, those will both replace themselves and then some. But we're completely tapped out just from the stun 2 on Haymaker.
Yeah. Get in there, Haymaker. Pressure. Yep, there's some driven by retribution.
Yeah, double driven by retribution now. Because this Brad deck, even though we're 21 health, we do want to take damage the turn before we're ready to go in. We want to be turn on Hanja's Last Stand and or strike desperation type abilities.
I like the idea of just playing a bunch of attacks that just turn into foundations. Like this, like I'm gonna play probably the best attack in set 2 AOT at this point. Like it's just like it's a 4-5 that turns into a foundation. It's kind of a back alley.
Yeah. Brad knows that they have to build quickly, and the deck is designed to do that. It's kind of a natural, what did you say, like a natural rival to Reiner having those attacks that shift.
Yeah, once again, we are, like I said, we're doing our best with the stream connection to the event on the other side of the world. We're waiting for a response back, but hey, that's a strong build out there. Double going into back to Reiner, and you're like, well, I have double retribution. I'm gonna make sure you cannot like I'm gonna strip your foundations, especially if you get to strip their enormous axes. You're like, no, there's no replacement for those. They're just gone.
Yeah, I think we fully saw just in those first couple turns, Brad kind of equalize despite going second. And, I would have fully expected Reiner to have the advantage in the matchup going first. But to equalize that quickly, I think that's good. That's good on Brad so far in the game. So, yeah, this one should be pretty much a guaranteed winning in because these players are they're not 3-2. They're both 3-1-1.
Yes.
So we got at least 2 spots available for the taking for this top 8. But it's going to be a pretty solid, diverse top 8. So far, the only character I see that's going to be duplicated is 2 Hawks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Hawkses have made their push here. Like we did it. Like I said, like the Hawks. I think the Hawks decks, when they're given more time, it's just like give a Hawks deck plus 30 minutes. It's gonna get really interesting really quick. I would love to see this Boimler deck make top cuts. I'd be like, what's the top cuts of the OC? Like, oh, there's this, and this Boimler deck. It just kind of, it just like popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I wasn't really getting it until that last turn. And then it was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense. All of these attacks shift into foundations. All of these attacks shift into 1 to 3 difficulty. We can really easily play out a string with the sacrifice for the cause. They get scary.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. They have sacrifice for the cause to back them up. And then you have the protection of that card. Like having a main deck answer to Reiner, it's just like, good luck.
Yeah, that was two really strong answers just on face. The sacrifice for the cause was kind of the MVP of that game. Let's see what else has happened. A character that we never did get on stream, Alora, using a equipment heist to build in mechazoids to then use to blow up those mechazoids to pull Falling Titans back to your hand and just keep replaying Falling Titans. That deck did win, so we have a 4-2 Alora. I don't think that's going to be good enough for top 8, but just something to consider whenever you're looking through these deck lists later that hey, a lot of these decks that just barely missed out on top cuts, if just one small thing went differently, they would have been into top cuts. So cool seeing that kind of a combo deck pay off here.
Yeah, this is like there's roughly, so I'm gonna say that it's like, so tables 4, 5, 6 are pretty much that has the contention tables, and only one of the matches, only one of the players at table 6, like if any of these matches go to a draw, it's gonna get interesting.
Yeah.
Whoa.
The other win-ins we have are Kai, who was playing the Raphael.
Yep.
So 3-1-1, and they are going against Mark, who we had on stream earlier on the Grog. So a Grog versus Raphael winning in happening on table 5. But looks like the camera is back up and Brad's stage is gone.
Yeah. Brad got, you see what happened?
An unyielding destruction.
I knew destruction happened. He went down. He went down, and then Ryan's like, I'll just rebuild back up.
Yeah, the unyielding destructions. If Brad does not have a filled with doubt, those are really going to hurt. Those are going to hurt worse than Reiner, because at least when Reiner is debuilding you, he has to commit one, which is a significant cost against this Brad. Or he has to be sacrificing one, in which case it's an equal trade-off for the most part.
Ooh. Check a 3 on this SWAT. Or you get our 2 replacements, though. I like this. I Colossal SWAT is one of those cards that, like, I like it, but also I don't like. I'm one of those one. I've always enjoyed the idea of like the free build cards. Like anytime those are become viable, I'm more used to these on like assets and stuff, or like if you're behind, you get to build. This one's like I could be a mile ahead of you, and I'm like I could still build too. But I think Aiden's at 12 right now. This might be the attack. If Aiden's about to play that game of, hey, do I have to take one of these to go under 10 to get my desperation and my Hans Last Stands online? Maybe this is the one we take.
Yeah, it is playing with fire though, going against Jaw Jammer. We do have the moment of normalcy, so while we don't have throw hate, we can at least reset it.
Breaker 2. We'll take it.
Yeah, the knee strike is doing a lot of value in this deck. Breaker 2 on defense, 7 damage move on offense. Also a deadlock. Combine that deadlock with the Ore Strike deadlock plus our 0 difficulty deadlock. This Brad list really punishes you if you stay under 10, because they're going to force you to commit out. And then if you go over 10, they have all this deadlock to punish you as well.
Yep. We're going to take out that incompatible Cork. We do not want Aiden to be able to keep rewriting that card. Obviously.
Yeah, and there's no Ichigaki to save it this game. So much more respectful play here from Reiner. We have most of our stage ready. There is sacrifice for the cause on Brad's side, so we can destroy sacrifice for the cause to cancel Reiner's damage reduction. The downside is we're really depending on that sacrifice for the cause to make our moves scary.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where the clock is in Aiden right now. The clock's in Aiden's favor. Like I don't want to draw. You can't draw this. You have to play for the victory here. But
yeah, that was an interesting one to review out, defeating the Colossus Titan. That basically says we would rather build this turn,
which is perfectly fine to do. I mean, we have like we might just we're just gonna build 3 here and pass.
I love getting double sacrifice for the cause. So now we can cancel the Reiner reset and we still have damage pump.
Yep. I mean, here's the thing is if we go to block anything, the big problem is there's a split body control. The split body control is a target flip if you block. So we have to be we have to choose when it's time to pull off a block here. We also gotta hope we have the zones for it. But here comes this colossal squad.
This is a scare from what I peeked of Reiner's hand. This is going to be a scary turn. We're leading Colossus SWAT. I saw that we pulled a Fatal Cleave. I saw that we drew into a Jaw Jammer. So at any point, if Brad cannot let themselves get in position where a throw simply ends the game.
Mm-hmm.
Hanji's last stand, it's a 0 low block. We get to then respond to build it down. Dark Ward could cancel that. But coming in clutch here against the SWAT opener. Fatal Cleave now. If it hits, selectively pop one. Basically, on Brad's side, we cannot let Moment of Normalcy go away.
No. If we lose Moment of Normalcy, I think we have to scoop and go to the next game. I think we're at that point almost. The big thing here in our favor is we don't have a giant pile of face downs to get ruined away. Like everything's staying face up currently. And like I think we don't activate our Botons. We don't flip. We don't use our. We're just gonna we're just gonna wait till I know I have to start pressing buttons. Until then, we're good.
Yeah, I'm not using final test until the turn I know I'm winning. Reiner is at exactly 10 foundations.
Yeah, we're not
yet because
I was looking for that myself. I'm like, is he in deadlock? Nope. Yep, we're gonna do the 2 attacks, and we're gonna say, "Hey, I'm gonna commit 1. You commit 1."
Commit final test. I wonder if we can find. If we found the low block, I have to think that he was holding on to it. Oh, we can just go find it. We can go find anything 3 or below and go digging.
Side. All right. Let's go get our low block.
Yeah, and we are at less than 10 health, so we could pick up a Hanja's last stand. Grab another 0 low block that builds down at the start of our turn. And now Dark Ward can cancel one of them. Dark Ward can't cancel both of them.
That's true. Yeah, we're just trying to hold we're holding the line here is what we're doing. Another 3 check. Looks like we're gonna get the block off.
Yeah, checks are not helping us, but Fierce Wings has been putting in so much work. Tri-Gravity Beam is going to rip our hand apart.
Yep.
This is getting scary. We know that a Jaw Jammer can follow this one up as well. Does Brad draw one and then discard, or discard and then draw?
It's discard then draw.
Okay. Oh, but it's only on your turn.
Yep. So we're gonna lose our D strike. That sucks. And we also have given all the information too. We know we're like, hey, it's like I want to I think we're deciding.
This turn would be so different if he got to keep that knee strike.
Yeah,
a block with knee strike here. Would put a lot of pressure on Reiner, and with it gone, I think there's a very good chance Reiner's taking this game.
Yeah, I agree. We're just waiting for. It's like we're activating Okay, so we must have gone, yeah, because we went to deadlock because we gained the 2 foundations. We're still +1, so we got to activate the "You're finished" enhance. So we say like, "Hey, I am blocking now, and I'm gonna commit your split body, so you can't flip one of my foundations."
All right. Yeah, we can always commit with Brad to force a commit and then Master Drunken Fighting. Here comes the throw. Brad is at 2 health. Do we have a Filled with Doubt to take away the throw keyword?
Nope.
I don't think we cited in the Filled with Doubts. I think this should be a scoop and go to game
Yeah,
3
scoop it up. Go.
situation.
Yeah, you got 13 minutes. You gotta scoop and go.
Yeah, a draw here, and neither of these players gets into top cuts.
Yep.
And this Brad deck really takes time to set up, and that time to set up is longer because Reiner forces Brad to go through several stages of building. Here's the moment of normalcy to reset it. That's going to reset it to 4. It's still lethal. Here comes I'm with you for another 2 damage.
Yep.
All right,
All
we're
right.
going to game 3, and the big question is, can either of these players win? If I said which character is more at an advantage, I would have to say Reiner, because I can just envision Reiner chewing through 21 health early, whereas Brad getting through 34 health that feels like 40, and we have unyielding destructions and our character resetting the board, and Brad depends on their board so much. I think it's advantage Reiner at the moment.
I agree, but also we are playing enough spams for Aiden's deck that we could still play for that. We have to hope for the 5 build, and then come in on 2, like the 5 build, and then build 5, build 6. Like we have to go deep quick. Like just go build 5, build 6, pass. Let Reiner go to flip 4 of them, and then we have to take a little bit. You have to get us to 10, and then once we're at 10 or at better less, we just play for it. And it's like you just got to play quickly. That's the thing. Both players know this. They're not sitting here just twiddling their thumbs at this point.
Yeah, that was not the full 3 minutes they're allowed to shuffle up inside. From just hand movements, it feels like the Brad player is going a little faster, but they need to sequence properly here. Here comes, well, that's the most important card to get an early kill. Incompatible quirks, Master Drunken Fighting. We've got a final test, and we checked the 2 on our frantic rescue. I think we took kind of a aggressive build line. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a 1 difficulty after that, and we went for the build 5, and now we only built 3.
Yep, but look at Ives here, just building solid 5, looking at that board. He's like, okay, you gotta draw up here and find some more foundations. We just don't even try. I don't even try to pressure an attack here. Yeah, we gotta use these. We double up on retributions again, which last game dragged us into a really rough situation because we lost the stream, and then we came back and he was -4 so many foundations, and we're like, but their retributions are gone also.
Yeah, if the unyielding destruction hit those retributions before they were able to be used, that's a big loss for Brad. So here comes SWAT. We're going to get to build 2. Little surprised that we committed the I'm with you instead of the enormous axe.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I think we're almost saving it here.
I suppose enormous axe can be committed to give 4 damage now. Maybe he's wanting the damage pump on it.
I mean, why not?
We have to go fast.
The clock's gonna tick away here. We're gonna get a replacement. We did our pump. We did our replacement.
Yeah, see, we destroyed it ready now.
He's like, flip away.
I think I think it was just a little misstep, but then we calculated that, wait a second, if we use enormous axe, we get to transform. But
it looks like we're deciding these retributions are. We got to keep one. I think we have to keep a retribution. Because I want to keep one retribution just to take down the dark ward that's on the board, because dark ward canceling breaker 2 off like the knee strikes is really potent here. But
yeah, this is going to be bad for Brad's board state. Those Colossus SWAT foundations are going to be free for Reiner to commit and then to destroy to reset Brad effectively. You know, this is kind of like a free attacking turn for Reiner because we know Brad is going to have to build back up.
we're gonna see what we get off of this here. We gotta go for that. I think we're deciding right now. Do we need to play this? Do we need to block this? Do we just take the hit here? We're almost like playing the game of, yep, we're gonna just go for the block here.
Yeah, that's going to cost us a good portion of our stage. Another low block.
I think we figured out at this point when it's like, hey, I need the low blocks all day.
Yeah, I need to double up on these because the fatal cleaves are never the lead from the Reiner. It's always the follow-up attack.
It looks like we're just gonna go pick up a low block. We're like, hey, I need to go get a low block. I have one now.
Yeah, I'll take the Master of Drunken Fighting, a +2 low. So this will be on a 6/7. Check a 5. Little surprised at committing Moment of Normalcy. Maybe not. I mean, we don't want to commit incompatible quirks and then not have it ready. But yeah, now here comes Jawjammer. Going to be a 10 damage throw here. We could make it like a 12 damage throw if we use the I'm with you for Reiner's sacrifice.
Yeah, we're just pushing in now. We're like, all right, here's a Jawjammer. We're gonna eat the board. We're gonna get all these face downs. We're sending Brad back to the Stone Age here. It's like, well, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah, that game 1 was a clinic by Brad on how his deck was supposed to work, and then game 2, I thought he was in pretty good position, but just for the last about 15 minutes here of the round, it's been all Reiner.
And we're gonna chomp as well.
We're gonna commit our character. We just really don't want that incompatible quirks. Brad's all the way down to 3 foundations.
That was rough. That's like, it's like, okay, he ruined all the face downs that were created and then chomped that target. I'm like, okay. Now we have to try to fight back.
Yeah, and this one doesn't feel too bad to play as a poke either because you're effectively playing a foundation.
Yep.
And Reiner's completely committed out.
Mm-hmm.
They could have a +1 block.
I would love for Aiden to be able to, just clap back here, but on 3 foundations, it's a little hard.
Yeah,
we just gotta build. We're gonna build out and get some face ups here. Double Botons is great for your next turn. It's like,
yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Brad to like, hey, I need to hold 2 low blocks, and I need to build my entire hand.
Yeah, exactly.
And these like Botons coaching, like as soon as you flip a Botons coaching, you're gonna have to ruin it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I saw an acid splash.
Oh,
But we're choosing. Well, we had one acid splash, which we could have just played simply to spend a momentum to destroy a foundation, but it looks like we chose to keep it in our hand and kind of sculpt for our next turn.
Yeah. Well, currently we it looks like Aiden doesn't have a sacrifice for the cause up on board. So we can get our mind we can go reduce to 1 when we need it. I'm gonna start for this last stand though. Good way. I think it's a good lead off here in this position.
I'm gonna be so sad if this goes to time because I want to see this game conclude.
These two are this is a slugfest. We're trying to they're both going back and forth trying to find essentially trying to find a winning line between each other's decks.
Yeah, Reiner's very well set up defensively, but similar to last turn, I mean, playing Hanja's Last Stand is effectively playing a foundation. So it's pretty much a zero risk poke unless we. Reiner's not necessarily doing anything on their turn that we're scared of entering the enhanced step for. Here comes blocking with the acid splash.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with this.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we did it.
Yeah, it looks like we formed with the final test to draw a card. So we're
I suppose it also has deflect.
Yeah. And that's another frantic rescue.
Yeah, a different shade of color on it. Oh, only a build 2, not quite the build out that we want to see.
And a minute 30 left. I mean, that's about as close as we're going to get to an accurate timer for this round. Oh, that's not what we want to see.
Yeah, we're going unyielding, and then we have a couple Luna rings in our hand. Those Luna rings are going to be for Brad's full health.
That's great. Huh. Like, are we blitzing or not? Is the question.
Yeah, the enormous axe replaces itself, so Reiner gets to effectively be at 5 foundations.
Yep. He's like, how many were destroyed here today? We're about to count up.
Yeah, which ones will Brad keep? Aerial Recon, a Frantic to make the difficulty on those Lunar Rings higher. Moment of Normalcy for a reset. Botan's coaching to find an answer. I mean, at this point, I think the best that Brad can hope for is to pull a draw out. Draw it still matters for World's points. Could be the difference between top 16 and not being top 16.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where if you know that you don't get the pass back here, you just play to protect yourself as much as possible.
Yeah, so we choose to take the Unyielding Destruction that way, but we're not doing the Frantic Rescue. And now the Acid Splash comes down. We check poorly on it. But now we can destroy the Frantic Rescue, or we can destroy the Moment of Normalcy to make room for our Luna Ring.
I don't think we wanted a Frantic Rescue. We should have. I think that would have been the right choice here. I think we're just trying to keep foundations up. Because as soon as we flip something, it's going to get ruined.
Yeah, it's this kind of awkward spot. Ultimately decides on the Frantic. I think that's because if this hits, printed Luna will still do enough.
Yep.
The Moment of Normalcy already resets it. I mean, this does have a printed speed of 0.
Yeah. We're going to go
Not too bad for a free block. And here comes the block. But with that unyielding, if we cannot block this Luna Ring, this is game. We check a 3, but we can just tap completely out. Say, all right, can you block this?
I went destruction plus Luna Ring. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, this is a 20 plus damage Luna Ring.
I think we activated another wings here. We are just trying to see.
I didn't see the Fierce Wings, did it?
What are we what pile of cards are we checking?
I mean, even with a 1, okay, if we had a 1 high block, that's a 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
Okay, then we check a 5 and we're okay. A 1 high block bails us out.
The problem is, do we have a 1 high to bail us out?
Yeah, or does a 1 mid leave us at 1? Oh, I see. They didn't do the math on how many things got destroyed from Luna Ring. So he's looking at his discard pile, trying to determine what were the foundations destroyed.
I think it was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 total.
I think so.
For the block, 5, 6, 7. That's it. Not enough. So Ives is gonna move on to tomorrow with Reiner Braun. I mean,
What a
good job
game
on
to
Aiden.
finish it on in the final seconds of
Yeah.
Swiss rounds. Punches his ticket, gets to fight another day. Reiner, I think, is pretty much a consistently slept on character. He drags you out to deep waters. He drags the game. He drags the game out. But in that one, he didn't drag the game out. Got the job done within 10 minutes.
So Mark and Kai drew.
Oh no, our Raphael.
So now with the winner of this match in.
Oh no, I see Kai won. I see Kai won.
Oh, I swear I saw his draw. I swear I refreshed it. And it's like, nope,
so that should mean that we have a Raphael in top cuts.
Hey, that's awesome. Get
I
that
suspect. We'll have to see. It looks like 4 and 2 is probably going to be the line of looks like you probably need to be 4, 1 and 1 or up. We got word that top cut announcements and the top cut graphic will take place tomorrow. Yes. For how late it is here. Unless the all match, I think we're only waiting on one more table.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the stream table.
Yeah.
So we just need the stream table to report.
So it looks like we're going to be doing is we're going to wait till tomorrow for everything. Obviously, check the UVS games and the UniVersus socials. Uh-oh. It's like somebody just jumped over me.
You threw your hair out, Jesse.
I guess so. We're gonna head to social. We're gonna head to the socials here for everything tomorrow. It is late for all of us. It's 4:30 in the morning. I've been up for 23 hours at this point because I had to work today, work the previous day, and we will be back tomorrow. Same starting time, I believe so. But obviously, check social media, check the Discord, check Facebook, check Twitter or X or whatever they call it nowadays. Those will be updated, and we'll make sure our top 8 is notified. We're gonna have all the proper names of all the players, who they are playing. I look forward to Top Cuts tomorrow because now that I know that Raphael's is probably in Top Cuts, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I don't even think a single Godzilla made it. This is gonna be a very different Top Cuts from last weekend. A couple Hawks, a Reiner, a Pony, a Biako, a Raphael. This is gonna be a ton of fun.
Yep.
I don't really have much else to say. You guys did great. It was a great first day. I'm excited to see how diverse this is going to be. And the only thing left to say is UniVersus fans at home, thanks for watching. Have a good night or a good morning. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.